Good morning and namaste to the entire innovation community who are joining us today. Real pleasure and real honor to host you at the fourth edition of Turnip Innovation Festival in 2024. Even when we hosted the first edition during COVID times, I knew that this is something we would like to keep on running every year for probably even decades that are there to come. So this year, we've got a significant boost by having Qualcomm, one of the world's most innovative companies, to support us to support Turnip Innovation Festival. Every year, we are having a pressing theme within IP and innovation. In the past, we've dealt with IP and economic growth, IP and climate change, IP commercialization, and this year, the theme is IP and startups. Given the phase of growth that India is going through, I think it is highly pertinent topic. There is a wave of entrepreneurship coming from academia. There's a robust support from the government as well as the industry. And to do justice to the topic, we have the choicest of speakers in the field. They are some of the most eminent personalities in the startup and IP ecosystem in India. I cannot thank them enough to be part of TIF 2024 and supporting the event. I hope the audience, you will enjoy their conversations, ask them questions, and in general have a good time in the live stream event throughout the day. So please give a round of applause in the chat. Please leave a thumbs up or a clap emoji on the live stream chat. This way I'll also know that you can hear me, that you can see me, and that you are ready for the event to be kicked off. So in case you are unable to post on the live stream chat, please make sure that you are logged in to your Google account. You will not be able to send chat messages if you are not logged in to YouTube. For those having resolution issues, please refresh the stream or check the settings icon where you can set the resolution to 1080 Full HD. So all the details regarding the event, the schedule, they are in the description of the video. So please check it out. There's a lot of information and resources over there. And now, without further ado, I will invite on stage Mr. Govind Kedia. So Govind Kedia is the managing director of Arctic Invent and the director of Basque Limited UK. He helps companies build enterprise value by crafting and executing IPR strategies. He's one of the world's most renowned IPR strategy expert and has recently been recognized as the world's 300 top IPR strategists by IM Media, one of the most prestigious publication outlets in IPR. So Govind has over 15 years of experience in helping companies, innovators, problem solvers, and law firms on IP, business consulting, startup funding, research, and registration of patents, designs, trademarks in India and in global geographies. So with this, I welcome Mr. Govind Kedia on the stream. So welcome, Govind. So great to have you again in Turnip Innovation Festival, and really looking forward to your talk as we've been hearing many things about IP startup funding from your talks in LinkedIn and in other places. So thank
Thanks.
you. The stage is yours. I'll be around. So yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Rahul, and thank you, audience, for having me. I know it's Saturday. A lot of people have joined. I can see the comment buzzing. So let's keep it interactive. I want to keep always this interactive session. So feel free to ask questions. I'm sure we will have enough time to talk about it, and I'll also be, of course, talking about deep tech and IP. But I think today's session, as Rahul told me, that we want to talk about deep tech, right? So I'll start with the topic of deep tech, and it's a lot of times misunderstood as well, and sometimes not very clear. So I think what I will be focusing on is deep tech and startup and IP. My request to you is that keep I want to have an engaged session, so I'll request all of you or sometimes to maybe ask your questions or just put your comments on the section so that I can also take it and have that discussion with you guys, right? So let's start. So of course, thank you all for the introduction, and let's start to see what's going on, right? So if you look at the recent news, the government has announced the second phase of Startup India program, and they said that it's going to be very, very deep tech focused, and they're going to support a lot of deep tech innovations in the ecosystem, and it's going to be more focused on the deep tech, right? And one of the more interesting fact was that the funding scenario, while it is being talked that there's no funds, startup funding winter is happening, but if you look at from the reports, deep tech startups have raised more than any startups. There were, in fact, increase in the funding scenarios in terms of the funds that they have received in the last 2 years, which was, of course, as against the overall funding winter, which is happening, right? So, of course, if you think about it, it's a very, very interesting space. Now, the question, is that why it is so, right? Why the deep tech is taking interest from government and from investors. So maybe I can invite some comments in the section that, okay, why do you think that deep tech is very interesting for government and for investors? So maybe let me hear some comments here that why do you think that it is very interesting, and then we can build upon it.
Yeah, it's a very lively chat. So let's look
Very
out
lively
for
chat.
the
Very
comments.
lively chat,
I'm going
Rahul.
to put the comments in the screen. So yeah,
Yes, because I'm sharing
feel
my
free to
screen, so I
answer.
may not be able to. I have a
Yeah.
parallel this thing. I can see the comments buzzing, but yes. But anyways, if there are a lot of comments and a lot of people introducing themselves, um, anyway, so let me anyways go forward, and then maybe we can have a Q&A in one shot, right? So, uh, one of the things that deep tech, if you think why it is important as an ecosystem for government and for the investors, is of course very high rate of return. Uh, Typically, deep tech, which is a very technical, will often lead to higher profit margins, right? Because you have a very specific technology which nobody can replicate, and there is always a barrier to entry, right? And there is a pricing power as well, that there is no competition. You can of course have a fairly good competitive control over the overall market, and then there is a long term market control, right? Of course, a lot of investments will come, and then you will have a long term market control. So if you think about it, it's like investors dream to have those companies, to have these kind of advantages when they are making an investment. So deep tech is one of those elements, which are one of those areas where investors are seeing that there is a high probability that there will be all these advantages and business moats around the business, right? And then, of course, from the government perspective, if you think about, there's this market leadership and brand value, right? Of course, India as a brand, India has always been consumer of technologies. So government is also want to push technologies in terms of that it creates more and more importance of the Indian ecosystem and technology ecosystems, right? Of course, while we have produced Infosys and TCS of the world, they also want to have more Teslas and more Facebooks and OpenAI coming out of India, right? So of course, government is also looking very, very eagerly um, to really have this ecosystem more booming. And of course, with the natural advantage coming in the business, they would of course want to have more and more uh, investments and more success in this industry. And then of course you will have a more global influence in the industry. There is a first mover advantage, there is an economic mode, there's of course a lot of times, if you think from a government perspective, a lot of impact investing happens, right? So they want to make an impact uh, on the entire ecosystem, which is solving the local problems. So that is where deep tech come in, right? But I think now let's take a step back. What is deep tech? I think a lot of times I've been also talking about deep tech because that was a topic, but I think let's deconstruct the deep tech. What does deep tech means? When do you say it's a deep tech and which is not? Of course, a lot of people introducing themselves, I think, but I would love to have more and more comments around, what is it that their definition of deep tech is, and then of course, we can pick it up when we will have our conversation in the question and answer. I have kept very short presentation. Um and we would like to have more and more engaging question and answer session. So rather than introducing yourselves, I would request everybody to just think about and go in the topic, and learn and see what we're talking about, and then ask their questions, whatever they have questions on, right? So what's deep tech, right? Deep tech by definition has to be innovation driven, right? uh, Somebody said it's an important tool in digital revolution, right? But if you look at from a deep tech perspective, it is innovation driven, which is founded on a novel, often disruptive technology or scientific advantages. It's not an incremental improvement. It is something which is disrupting the whole industry standard. It is going to solve something which was not solved before. It's, of course, solving complex problems. Of course, today is the time is right with all these LLMs and GPTs available, GPU powers available. This is one of the reason also deep tech is also booming, is because there are now resources available for uh, for solving these complex problems, right? So that is the definition of deep tech. Then it is has to be intellectual property centric. Intellectual property as in that which is proprietary in nature, which is something that you have developed, and which is how you have developed in the process of solving a problem, right? And naturally it will have a longer development cycle. Sometimes it is more than 5 years, even sometimes 10 years, but it's a longer development cycle. And as with any risk and reward, it is very high risk with a high reward ecosystem, right? So that is what, of course, like a very very high level uh, definition of deep tech. But in if you go down deep of this deep tech conversation, there's also that it has to be multidisciplinary. Sometimes a lot of people here are from biotech and from different industries or different streams. Typically, if you look at deep tech, it is something which is a marriage of two unrelated uh, areas. For example, let's say even Uber is a good example, right? So there is this software and AI married with the mobility as such, right? So of course, there is always this multidisciplinary approach towards this. Solving something which is combination of, like in diagnostics, if you see, there is a combination of physics and biology as such, right? So there is always a bit of multidisciplinary blend of technologies, uh, and that's why it's very exciting. That's why uh, it's very important also to be able to have the system where you are solving something unique with a very unique approach, right? And of course this will have a significant capital investments, and and also it has impactful outcomes, right? Of course it helps in creating more sustainable and lasting societies, and have potential to really disrupt the whole industry as well. And very very importantly, founders expertise is also important in the deep tech space. In a recent conversation we had with few investors, is that somebody who has this so-called nerd feeling about a certain problem, certain technology, right? So there also it is very very important, if you are listening and you want to create something which is more technology driven, then you have to have that drive and passion towards that technology, right? So that's about deep tech. Right now, in summary, what is deep tech? Deep tech is a technology which is 10x better, which is disruptive. That is very very important. So anything which is solving a problem 10 times better than before is deep tech, right? It has to be, of course, research led and IP led. It has to solve a customer problem. While it's a research thing, but also it has to have an application in the real world, how it is solving a problem, how it is helping a customer to solve and do better. And as I said, it has to have a commercial angle in solving a burning need. If all these elements combined, then you can call it that I'm working on a deep tech conversation, right? So that's very, very important when it comes to deep tech as a summary or as a industry or as a stream, right? What it is not developing products or technologies over a conventional technology, right? So you take something, building any tool based on chat gpt api is not a deep tech, even if you have done some bit of work. But think about it, that it's not it's you are building on something else, right? So, and it may not be necessarily 10x better, right? So look at something what it is not is definitely, which is not a conventional technologies. Pushing the boundaries of conventional technologies is deep tech, right? Deep tech, like digital platforms, or creating a e-commerce, or solving a business problem and technical problem are two different things. Deep tech is a combination of both, right? uh, and of course, it's not an incremental innovation, that you are talking about something which is just incremental, improving one or two times better than existing systems, right? So that is not a deep tech from investor and from the definition point of view, right? And that is where, of course, you need to think through that, okay, what am I doing? It's just 10x better, and how it is going to help, right? So that is something very, very important. A lot of examples of technology, of course this is not exhaustive, but things like artificial intelligence and machine learning well qualifies for deep tech, as long as I said, it is 10x better. It is solving a customer problem. It's not just clever coding. It is something which really, really has a moat, that is which is really hard to replicate as well, right? In the robotics and automation, it's there are a lot of problems, right? Yesterday, I think, or day before, we were having a conversation that one company put camera and the understanding in the robotic arm, that they can, while on the assembly line, when the robot picks any object, it can understand the object as a human, right, based on the technology that they have developed. And that has immense potential in kind of disrupting the whole robotic ecosystem, right? So that's what kind of problems that sometimes needs to be picked up, solved in a manner that it is 10 times better than what we have today, right? Quantum computing, very, very interesting area which is coming up. In biotech also, there are a lot of specific areas, not only from the medical and the bio, but a lot of times, waste management is a problem, right? So finding that a problem statement, going in so deep, solving it is solving them is very, very important, right? So this is a list, of course, is not exhaustive, but these are the typical themes where people say that yes, it is deep tech, right? But it has to have impact of 10x, right? It cannot be just incremental innovation on existing technologies, right? So that is very, very important to understand. Now, if you look at India as a landscape, and based on traction, it was very interesting to see there are almost 4,000 companies. And if you see, uh, around 1,000, which is, of course, 25% of the companies have got funding, right? Be it different levels of funding. So, out of 100, 25% gets funding, right? If they are solving a right problem, with the right set of, technology and discussions, right? And it's, of course, there has been acquisitions, there has been IPOs in the industry. So it's not just a buzz. It has created a real impact, right? And uh, in Bangalore, of course, from the hotbed point of view, Bangalore and Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune is the hotbeds. But what I can tell you is I have traveled in smaller tier 2, tier 3 cities meeting deep tech companies. A lot of innovation groundwork is happening in smaller cities, and which is a great advantage because there is a lower cost of talent, there is a lower cost of whatever problem they're solving, but they're solving local problems, be it waste, be it robotics, be it so I think one of the things that if you are interested uh, in in building a startup, then think about local problems, try to solve it and then extend. That's also one way to go about it, right? Given that a lot of academic audience is there, R&D, research and development, right? People will put money for the development, but the research has to be done in a way that it is it is at least be proven that it is 10 times better, solves a real problem. For the development, you can always find money, but for the research, you may have to do a lot of groundwork for that, right? So that is very, very important. Now, if you look at the deep tech life cycle, how it goes. So deep tech by virtue and by definition takes at least 4 to 5 years, right? Now, initially it is very, very like a hockey stick. If you think about it, it's like a it's like a very, very slow growth for the next 4 5 years, because you are researching, you are iterating, you are working with the customer, implementing few things, some things don't go well, right? So typically there are three scenarios. One, that you build a product, nobody needs it, and it just goes away. It just vanishes, nobody wants it. The startup or the idea dies naturally. uh, there was no product market fit, nobody wanted it, even if it was a great thing, but people did not want it, right? So nobody needed it. After 4 years of development or whatever we have done, it's not working, right? The second scenario is that as soon as you hit the market, after researching and working on the idea, it really takes off. It really takes off, uh, in a big way, and it start disrupting in a way that um, people start adapting it very, very quickly, and it starts have impact in the ground. The third scenario is that you were almost at the verge of disrupting, and somebody stronger, better, with more money come in and then disrupts the company itself, the startup itself, right? Now, the conversation of IP, because it's what I do, is important, of course, in all these scenarios. But if you think about it, you don't know in the initial phase what will happen with the IP, right? So while you're building this product, IP needs to be built. And if you are here and people start copying you, then you can use the IP or whatever IP you have built to enforce it and use it to business advantage. And same here, if somebody larger, better come up with more money and you have a specific IP protected, then you can definitely have more uh, control over the situation, that you can go out, negotiate, or try to enforce your IP on the player, right? So this is very important. I think that is, now I'm transitioning to IP. I think there were a few questions around it. um, so IP is an investment, not a cost, right? In the deep tech space, it takes 4 to 5 years. So you need to think about IP, a good quality IP, in a very initial phase. You can save a lot of money by doing some whatever, but deep tech needs a very focused, very long term approach than a short term approach. uh, Investors are smart, they will look at the real IP, what's written there, and all those things, right? Now, I think I also want to go a little bit. I think Turn IP Festival has a lot of uh, speakers who are going to be in very detailed on how the patent system works, how the trademark system works. But what I'm going to tell you is that why it is required and what it is. I think rest of the speakers can definitely help you in going very detailed about the mechanisms and the PCTs and all those things, right? But what I want to put in perspective is a very, very high level what the IP is, why it is important, right? So, of course, continuing the deep tech conversation. So, property, let's say, if you think about it, there are two, tangible and intangible, right? Um, of course, tangible, movable, immovable, no brainer. Intangible, there are three high level uh, intangible assets or property, which is something like a team capability, security, lease of something, emotion, goodwill, something which is very inherent, you can't measure it. And then of course the third element is the intellectual, whatever is coming from your brain. And in that, of course, there is a technology, and technology means a solution to a technical problem, right? The brand name, the design, or the if it is produced at certain places, of course not relevant in the deep tech conversation, but let's say but the creative work, the art, codes, interfaces, and all of that can be protected by way of a certain IPR, right? So there is this definition of IP and IPRs. So all the deep tech is typically said as IP led, and IP led means team capability, the customer data, the technology, the brand name, the ornamental designs, your creative work and codes, and so on and so forth. Now with that, there are some mechanisms, of course, like patents, trademarks, to protect those IPs, right? And the better coverage and better IPR you have, the better IP led deep tech focus company will be created, right? So this is very important to have a very solid strategy of IP around the deep tech, because that is the core and heart of a deep tech startup, right? So if you are at a place where you don't know what is the difference, of course, this is a good slide to kind of refer that what and in terms of what are the IP protection requires. And a quality IP portfolio is a central theme in deep tech, right? Why? Because it acts like a defensive shield. Like I explained that in the different phases of business, it will come as a defensive shield. Of course, it adds to your competitive advantage. It's act as a negotiation tool. If you talk to from an investor point of view, if you are going out and going in acquisition or in a licensing, it acts as a very good negotiation tool, and also has a future value, give a flavor of uniqueness, right? And that's how the marketing tool is also created. Fundraising potential increases with the IP and the conversation. And then also important is to attract talent, right? A lot of times good folks will come in an innovative company who are really really passionate about the technology. So that is why IP as a whole is very very important for the deep tech ecosystem and deep tech companies, right? And as I said, IP is an investment, not a cost, and it will have different phases in the deep tech. And also deep tech life cycle is a longer life cycle. It's not rich quick scheme. It will take research, it will take effort, it will take to going to the customer, and also going for something which is not solved before in a 10x better manner, right? So very very important, I think. And I want to kind of come to a point where we want to answer a lot of questions. I think we have 15 minutes. I've aimed it for 30 minutes. I think we are almost there. If you look at where we started, that government is pushing this very hard in terms of uh, building the IP or deep tech ecosystem in India, is because India wants to produce the next Tesla and become a deep tech hub. And I think very, very importantly, all the people who are here who are thinking about a startup or doing deep tech, it's important to also aim high, aim for the stars. A lot of times we don't aim for the stars, and India deep tech is not growing. But the good news is a lot of startups who have disrupted a lot of spaces. Space tech, if you look at, if anybody has interest, a lot of companies have raised money. Skyroot, Dhruva, Manastu, they have raised enough good money, who is solving now a satellite, and they are creating more satellites. So ISRO was only the only company in India who was doing it, but we are creating more space tech, which is one of the most hardest tech space to start with. So I think India has the ability. A lot of you coming from academics also. India has a deep pool of engineers. So aim high with this Turnip festival. I think I do want to congratulate you for signing up and understand the innovation and how to protect it and get inspired from it. But very importantly, also think about what are the next big thing that you can build. And the ecosystem is right, the timing is right, money is there, your conviction is what will change it, right? So have that conviction, aim to the next level to push India to the next level of deep tech club. And with that, I think Rahul, I am ready for the questions. I know I kept it 30 minutes so that we can focus more on questions for 15 minutes. I hope
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
is
Any
okay.
specific questions you have in mind that I should bring up, or because there was one very direct question that, okay, fine, deep tech and all, but how to file IP? That was kind of the question. I have to really, uh, make some effort to bring that back,
Mhm.
but I'll try.
Sure, no problems. Let me stop the sharing and yeah. Okay. So I think how to file IP. I think one of the thing, I think very common question that, hey, how to file IP. So first, look at why IP is required in the deep tech. I think first question is uh, how to go about it. I think rather than just thinking that I should file a patent, I should file a trademark, or I should file a design, I think the first question to be asked is that what's the benefit of it? And what is it that you have done really, uh, which is actually new, and then how you can protect it. Because if you think about overall deep tech or otherwise technology as such, we are of course inspired by a lot of different elements around, right? Now there may be something very small that you have done, which is of course putting it 10x better results, but it is very small. It's a very small element. It's like, think about a pin which is holding a lot of big things, right? So focus on that pin, right? So deep tech is an emerging discipline for sure, but how to go about IPR is to first deconstruct the business in terms of what is important in that deep tech conversation. Is it the technology? Is it the brand? Is it the data? Is it the codes? And then accordingly go for the IPR, right? You should not just go for it, and of course have some thinking. Of course professional can help there, but important to have a very clear objective, clear goal, and also think about how it's going to benefit, how you're going to market it, how is it's going to be giving a return on investment of yours, right? And then do a proper IP, because it's like it's like protecting your home also, right? That will you put a 10 rupee lock on a 1 crore house? I mean, that's the question, right? So that's also, then you spend wisely on that you build a moat around the business, how to protect it, right? Or put the value, of course, right? So I think that's what my question would be. When should one consider for
Denny
filing
Michael.
IP?
Yeah.
So Denny, very good question. I think one when one should consider IP is one when you are committed to the business. That is very important. Second, you have at least budget and money for doing IP. That is very important, because sometimes we just start and then we just lose the interest. These are the two first, of course, like a quick check. The third is, once you are ready with your concept, or let's say the technical problem and the technical solution, I'm talking of course now on the patent side of it, right? So when you know that, okay, this is a technical problem. Let's say if I talked about robotics vision, robotic vision, right? Now you know that, okay, this has already been done, or this is what I understand is done. This technical problem is established that when the data is transmitted, it is not transmitted at a high speed. With my technology or my concept, it will be transmitted at a higher speed. Let's say if that's the conversation, that's the time you file the IP. Even if it's okay that you have not implemented on the ground, but you may want to protect your idea when your technical problem is established and a solution is at least envisioned, that okay, this is how I will solve it, with some validation, of course, some sanity in that solution as well. You can go for IP. But as I said, two basic parameters is committing to the business, having the right set of kind of plan and funds around it, because you don't want to just do it for the sake of doing it, right? You want to be committed to it. It's a long term. Both the deep tech and the IP process are a long term process. It's not that you do it today and then you are done tomorrow. It takes a lot of time, lots of effort. It has a life cycle of its own, 1 year minimum, 4 year, or whatever is maximum, but it's a long term cycle, right? So commitment is important, along with, of course, some understanding of the business and how you're technically solved. In terms of stage, if you are at a very very early stage in a research labs, of course, having some sort of IP is good to attract investors and have a conversation with investors. So from a stage point of view, I think as soon as you are developing your MVP, or let's say the basic concept node, some sort of IP is really good. And it's a, as I said, if you look at the chart that I've shown, right, it's a 0 to 4 year journey, right? So you will build incrementally. As you go success, it will increase over that period, right? So I think it's linked with the business. It's business has to come first. IP has to complement it in a very very nice manner for sure, but business also has to come, right? So that is something I do want to again and again tell a lot of deep tech our clients, that business is important, right?
Yeah. So now one natural extension to the question is like, it's a life cycle, you said, and it's taking a lot of years. And I think software businesses also, they have a rather shorter life cycle compared to, say, manufacturing, drugs, or these things. So how can this be expedited? I
Yeah,
guess from both.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think, of course, IP process typically long years, and so the business, right? I do want to also add that one of the thing that is a misconception, that while IP takes a longer year, I can tell you business even take longer, right? Um, of course, there are mechanisms now with Startup India and lot of countries, of course, in the foreign and India. It's a function of money to expedite things, right? In India, it, like, for example, you can expedite your patent within 1 year. You can expedite your trademark within 6 months. Designs are pretty much anyways within 1 year is granted. Um, so as such, Yamni, IP process definitely takes longer years, but it should not bother a deep tech company, because it's anyways a longer game. Deep tech is a longer game, and expedite is important, but also have to make a business decision. And of course, there are mechanisms. I don't want to kind of India has become very efficient in terms of giving quicker grants, quicker trademark grants. So I think this is, of course, a bit of a myth as well, that it is very slow process. It is not. I think nowadays, if it makes business sense, you can get your IP within 1 year or less than that, right? So I think that would be my take on that. That business is also taking longer years, right? There's no shortcut to it.
Yeah.
Then why?
Yeah. Let's take a couple of like quick questions. And
A lot of questions
so
I know.
Dr.
So
Amit Kumar
Amit
Tiwari.
is, hey, Dr. Amit,
Yes,
really
yes.
good to see. Really good to see you are here and listening in. Uh, how can deep tech startups safeguard their intellectual property and navigate challenges like patent disputes to ensure sustained innovation and market success? I think Dr. Amit. Anyways, we are coming in the same industry. Of course, filing it, like I said, as soon as your concept and technical notes are ready, you can definitely go for patent and protect it. See, I think from the dispute point of view, it's like it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, if you go in a dispute, it will slow you down from innovation perspective, right? So I think one of the things that deep tech, successful deep tech have done, right, while they protect their IP, they also continuously innovate, right? So one of the best way to ensure sustain innovation and market success is to also constantly innovate, constantly file newer and newer IPs. And like in Hindi, tum dal dal mein paat paat, right? So I think that's also innovation game as well, right? That uh, patent disputes are 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 of course slow you down, but there's a time and place for doing the disputes, right? I think that's what I would say, that it is something that um, uh, so I think that is where my take is that while disputes, when you are on a growing stage, disputes are okay, but when you are building stage, disputes may not be okay, right? So I think that's what my 2 cents on this. And for market success, just continuously innovate and talk to customers, talk to them, understand their problems, uh, build a product which is 10x better. I think that's a simple answer to the market success.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Maybe one last question. Provisional patent can provide security for IP and technology, or not? Like, so Cortelia is asking.
So I think, look, I think provisional patent is like provisional, right? Provisional means that you are blocking your date, and I think that is where it is very, very important that you can block a date. But then provisional means that you know what innovation or invention you are going to do may not have a incomplete information, right? So I think that's how provisional patent gives you a sense of security when you're talking to potential investors or meeting few people. But as such, look, I mean, proper IP is required, right? So I think that is what my take is. I think, Rahul, very interesting question from Ratan. I think maybe we want to take it.
Yeah, we
um,
definitely.
so how
Yeah.
can to evaluate ourselves, my technology or methodology sound enough to file IPR? I think very, very interesting. I think a lot of times I face this question, so I do wanted to pick it up. That I think, like I explained in the conversation, that first there are two part of answer. One, sometimes inherently have you got inspired when building the technology, or you really built it, right? So that's the first answer. The second is, of course, engage with professionals to kind of help you evaluate, because there are prior art searches and all that. Google Patents is free, you can do it yourself. But I think it's like also using the professional help in doing this, right? And also having that conviction that, okay, of course, have an understanding of this subject as well. You don't want to also go to a professional and you don't understand anything about it, right? So educate yourself. I think that's one point that I want to make. And at the same time, uh, uh, look at the business relevance of it. That's second. And third, talk to professional who can help you say that, okay, this is why it should be done. And then then you go about it, right? So it's like doing the taxes or anything like that. You have to go to professional at some point. But yeah, for the starter, evaluate from a perspective that, okay, what you have really done, put it on a piece of paper, like a technical problem, and the problem and a solution which is technical in nature, not a business in nature. So I think that would be my answer to it.
Yeah, great. I think there's one more question, but I think I will answer that later in the session. So Ravi Chandra, please, we will get to your question again. So Yamini says thank you, and Ratan Chaudhary says thank you, and I also say thank you. Wonderful, Govind, to have you
Thank
and
you.
discuss about deep tech. So I'm sure deep tech will be the area where there will be a lot of innovation naturally, I think, in India. And there's going to be chaos in IP, but chaos leads to some changes and some better things. So thank you, Govind. Uh, Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you. And my hello to Hemang as well. So thank you. Bye.
yeah, great. Thank you. We have Dr. Hemang Shah already in backstage of the live stream. So I will introduce Dr. Hemang Shah, and we will start the next session almost seamlessly. We don't probably need any break right now. So Dr. Hemang Shah, he is the engineering director of Qualcomm Technology Licensing in India, and currently he leads their engineering engagements in India, including the Qualcomm Design in India program. So through this program, they've incubated and mentored 130 plus startups working on innovative products or sectors, including healthcare, smart cities, agri-tech, robotics, and many more. He also serves as an IP mentor for startups and guiding them in their IPR strategy. So, Dr. Shah, he has led IP patent portfolio projects for development, commercialization, and litigation. He enjoys the intersection of tech domains and has a great R&D experience. So Dr. Shah, he has an electrical engineering doctorate from Drexel University. He's a certified design thinking expert and enjoys sharing insights on innovation. He has 10 plus patents and several peer-reviewed publications. And also currently, he's now the top voice on LinkedIn. Make sure to follow Hemang on LinkedIn. He shares a lot of thoughts on innovation. And with this, I'll welcome Dr. Hemang Shah to the stream, and we'll continue the deep tech conversation with innovations in the deep tech ecosystem.
Hey Rahul, hello everyone, good morning. Thank you for having me here. Rahul, just a quick audio video check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Uh, so it's great that you are dedicating a nice, relaxing Saturday morning to understanding what's going on in the field of innovation and particularly in the last session as Govind discussed, and for this one, what's happening in the deep tech space. But let me just see how awake you all are right now. How many startups do you think are presently in India at the moment? Like, can anyone guess a number? You can type it, I guess, if you're on LinkedIn or if you're on YouTube Live or wherever, you can just type that number. But what do you think the number is right now? Do we have 10,000 startups? Do we have 50,000? Are you thinking of a different number? Just curious.
Yeah, I think I'll put my number on the live stream. I think it takes some time. Oh, some answers are already here. So yeah, that would have been my guess, 10,000. So Animesh said.
10,000. Okay. So I request you all to go to the Startup India homepage. It's I'll paste the URL, for Rahul and others to share. Uh, but and over there you can see 118,000 startups, meaning 118,000 and more startups are there. Okay, so India is experiencing this growth phase of companies. So I see at a personal level, I come from a business family, right? Wherein, we all used to start companies, and they were mostly trading companies. My family was from the textile industry. But now we are seeing this wave of companies which are doing brilliant innovations and they're advancing products and services that we are using on a daily basis. And in my corporate role, I have a wonderful opportunity in working with startups and enabling them. So today, my thought is to share how we are enabling these startups with you and what the building blocks are. So even if you're not working in a startup right now, but if you're curious about how they work, or if you want to support them, I hope that what I share will be of value to you. So I'm going to share my screen right now and will request. Okay. So we have it here. So first, let me start by giving a brief overview about who and what Qualcomm is. Qualcomm is a US headquartered company. It was started in the mid 1980s by Dr. Irvin Jacobs and I would say seven of his professor friends. So its roots are from academia. And they were observing a problem in the communication space and they started inventing in the area of CDMA. And that led to, I guess, one of the building blocks for everything that we are using in terms of communications today and the evolution from 2G to 3G to 4G now 5G, and eventually with 6G and beyond. But at the heart, we are a systems company. And this is one key aspect that I see in startups that are doing great work. When you have a systems level company, it means that you're not just solving for yourself. Like, see, all of us have different problems that we are working on, and we want to bring these innovations out to the market. But if we just focus on just optimizing just for us and maybe the one right after us, meaning it could be our direct customer or it could be the next team, if we just optimize for that, then I would say you are going to be stuck in a local minima state, meaning your impact will not be as greater. But instead, if you solve for end to end, if you look at okay, who all are going to adopt your solution after it's gone in the market, how are they going to deploy it in the field? If you think from the end user perspective, and even before you start working on it, what is required, until the things reach your plate. Once you create this entire system level diagram, you have a beautiful understanding of the exact role that you play. And sometimes you don't just optimize for your very thing. Sometimes you may have to let that go, and because you're like, no, what I will do is going to be important for the entire ecosystem. And when you come up with innovations that help the entire system architecture, those results in mind-blowing products and services. And so as a company over the years, we have innovated in multiple technology domains, and these are all the building blocks of every edge connected device that we are using today. And the examples of these are, of course, the phone, but also so many IoT devices, wearables, AR, VR devices, and many more. And the building blocks for those are going to be power management, it could be location services, security, to multimedia. Look how cameras are so important to our daily life. I mean, we won't have all these social media, growth and proliferation, all these reels that we're taking wherever we go. It requires that. It requires a lot of machine learning on the edge, and of course, it requires connectivity, which comes from your Wi-Fi, your Bluetooth, and your cellular, whether it's 5G, whether it's 4G, and so on. And the company has a fabulous mindset. It's an innovation and invention is in our DNA, and there's a deep commitment to it, which reflects in the investments that the company has made over the years, as well as the kind of intellectual property which has been generated. And that has led to the genesis of our flagship program in India, which is called the Qualcomm Design in India Challenge. This was started in the year 2016, and the thought was to provide what we do to what we practice as a company to the startups and enable a design ecosystem in the country. By the way, I'm seeing very interesting comments of different states that are working on various startups, and I fully agree that it's not that startups are limited to one state. They, when we incubate these startups, right? So until now, we have incubated 101 startups in India, and to get to this number, every year we get hundreds of applications. From hundreds of applications, we incubate about 12 per year. Okay, so that is our intake process. Now, before we start receiving these applications, we have interactions with startups wherever they are based, whether they are based in incubation centers, whether they are in universities, and nowadays, we do a lot of this interaction virtually. And I'm very pleased to say that we get startups, we interact with them from across the country. So it's amazing to see the ecosystem support that we have. And here I'm just showing you, it's a fairly comprehensive slide which tells you the kind of startups that we have enabled over the years, but just in terms of what kind of verticals they are working on. So we have health tech, which is a huge category in India, smart cities, and we are seeing how the infrastructure is growing across the country. So that's also coming up. We have seen the proliferation of robotics and drones, and that's only going to grow. 5G compute, automotive, I'm very sure a number of you are driving electric bikes. And of course, we have connected cars nowadays, agri-tech, uh, and and we have compute as a category, which is also doing superb work. So across these different startups, they are making great progress. Now, these are what I would call your pure deep tech startups because they are creating hardware products. So these are the folks which are spotting a problem and they make a device by themselves. So they're not just uh, you know importing things uh, and then applying doing white labeling. No, these are companies which are spotting a problem. They innovate out here, they create a device around it, and then they enter the market. And because of the fabulous work that they are doing, because of the innovations, they are able to successfully raise a good amount of funding. So far, these startups have raised more than $250 million in funding. A number of them are making good progress towards the funding stages. So when we incubate them, that is roughly at the seed level or maybe at the seed plus level. But from that point onwards, to make it to Series A is a very long journey. And we are happy to share that more than 10% of this pool of startups has made it to Series A. And then a very exciting number, which is three startups have made it to Series B and beyond. Importantly, a number of them are getting good exits. They are being acquired by larger companies. They are experiencing a lot of commercial success. Uh, I said most of these are spotting opportunities in India. And the amazing part is that, of course, the problem that they're solving in India, and I'll share a couple of examples. Those are not just Indian problems. Okay, those problems are experienced around the world. And so we are now seeing startups which are inventing in India, but they are shipping globally. Okay, in terms of intellectual property, and that's going to be an important theme which we'll touch upon later on. They are filing a good number of patents. So these startups have collectively filed for more than 400 plus patents. And they are filing in India and as well as in the countries where they they want to enter the market. Um, and with the government support which exists, to take these startups up further, a number of them are again making superb traction over there. Now, how does this program work and how do we actually support them? So, if you're thinking of starting something, I see a lot of the attendees are from universities. So, if they are thinking of ways in which you can start an engagement program, here is how we go about it. It always starts with a rigorous selection process, because you have to be very clear about what is it that you provide. In our case, it is the technical uh, expertise that we provide platforms and we provide lab access. So that is one of the strong pillars of the program. And after that, after the startups have been selected, we work with them so that they enter the prototyping stage. And this rapid prototyping is important because you don't want to just let the ideas remain on paper. They have to translate into functional prototypes. And a key aspect of that is our state-of-the-art laboratory and the core technical guidance and mentorship that we provide. We also provide them mentorship on intellectual property, business mentoring, and this program runs in a competition format. So at the end of the cycle, so right now we are running the QDIC 2023 cycle, which will have its finale in March. And that's when top three winners are announced. They are going to be given cash prizes. So all our program elements are equity free. Okay, so it runs in a grant format. Now, after their program ends, we are always connected with them, and they become our alumni. And even now, we are still strongly connected with the startups from the very first cohort. And that deep connect really helps because their journey is a long one, and being a part of their journey, you want to at least help them in whichever way you can. In terms of industry verticals, we have healthcare, automotive, robotics, but healthcare and smart city, smart infra are two very large categories. Very recently, we are seeing amazing traction in the automotive and the robotics and drone segment. Agri-tech is always an exciting area as well as wearables. And these are all, we see them change over the years, depending on what market opportunities the startups are spotting. Now, let me share a few examples with you of startups that we have seen. So in the top left of the slide, you're seeing this aeroplane, right? It's actually a drone started being developed by a company called as Tech Eagle. So what Tech Eagle does is that in the northeast area, in the hilly and the remote areas, it is very challenging to get parcels delivered. Like I'm in Bangalore, and if I want something which is delivered to me, I have a variety of options. I can do Swiggy, Swiggy delivery. I can choose Dunzo. There are many options which I have. But someone who's living in a remote area may not have that flexibility. So what Tech Eagle is doing is they are creating a drone network. They're really building these networks where the drones have the ability to fly over long distances as greater than 100 kilometers and more, which can carry a significant payload. And they are 5G enabled. So they start from the origin source, and they may, depending on the area they have to reach, they may have to park at a temporary location, depending on the range, uh, and get either the new battery pack or get that charging done, and then make that second leg. And in many of these cases, if you travel by road, that time can be multiple days, 2 to 3 days. Now, instead of that, that drops down to a few hours, and you are able to deliver, critical supplies to any region in India. At the bottom, you're seeing this medical carrier. And again, this is an important one. It's made by a company called Black Frog, which has been started by Mayur Shetty and Donson and his colleagues out of Mangalore. And they spotted an interesting opportunity, which is in India, when you look at vaccine carriers, such as polio, we see a lot of the polio vaccination camps in a number of remote areas, particularly, and non-city, non-urban locations primarily. The vaccines are not carried in WHO compliant refrigeration. And what this implies is that by the time the vaccine reaches the destination, it's either too hot or too cold, and it has lost its efficacy. So what the Black Frog have built is a portable carrier, which is WHO compliant, and I believe it is India's first WHO compliant vaccine carrier, and they can carry vaccines of all sorts. And during the COVID timeframe, this became even more helpful because they had to carry, like in the very early days of COVID-19, they had to carry a lot of these COVID swabs, from one location to another, and later on even transportation of COVID drugs. So that's what Black Frog is building. At the bottom, I'm showing you this XR wearable. It's made by a company called Ajna Lens. And Ajna Lens is targeting XR, which is a combination of augmented and virtual reality for skilling applications. So if someone wants to become, let's say, a spray painter, let's say you want to work in an automobile factory where you have to spray paint cars. Now, that requires you to be firstly trained in spray painting. So you would go to an ITI institute, and over there, you'll be working on a variety of chemicals. And as you build your proficiency, imagine the paint wastage that will happen. I mean, I have two boys at home, and the number of crayons they go through, I can only imagine if, let's say, I had to become a spray painter, I'd be wasting a lot more chemical. So what Ajna Lens have done is they've created their own headset. This has been designed completely by their team, and they have taken these certified spray paint cans. They put sensors on them, so you can actually have, because a good part about such skills, these vocational skills, is the muscle memory. So you actually want to practice with a real spray paint can with the weight on top. So you can do that, and because of the sensors, they can determine how much you are releasing the paint. If you press hard, it will release more. All this is virtual, delivered into your headset. So they've developed their own software suite, and they are training thousands of ITI workers across the country. And with 5G, this training can be done wherever you are. So we are India's longest running hardware incubator. Our program is in an equity-free arrangement, and the focus is always on deep tech, for the Make in India critical sectors. A core pillar of our program is on training and our state-of-the-art labs around 5G and AI. The goal is to make sure that the startups' ideas, the plans, are converted into rapid prototyping. Alongside that, we have realized that just mentorship on one area is not sufficient. You actually need 360-degree mentoring and coaching. So we provide business coaching, IPR mentoring, and related funding and incentives. A core aspect of the innovation that these startups are working on is going to be both the intellectual property as well as funding. So we connect them with the ecosystem. We are very happy that these startups are shipping about 30% of their commercial products. Now, alongside this, now these programs which I showed to you are meant for, I would say, seed to seed plus, which is still a level where startups have prototypes or they may have tested initial market traction. We announced a couple of mentorship programs. One is for women-founded startups called as QUEEN. It stands for Qualcomm Women Entrepreneurship India Network, and the Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program. Now, these are both programs meant for early stage startups. So so that's where the, I guess, funding stage wise, it is from early stage to anywhere from seed to seed plus is the stage for these startups. And here the goal is to inspire innovations in upcoming areas in the deep tech category. So for QUEEN, we have mentored so far 33 plus startups. And these startups are, again, making fabulous traction. We have morphing machines from there, which has been working in the semiconductor space, and they have been selected for the Ministry of Electronic and IT's Design Link Incentive. Percan from our cohort last year, they won awards at the Atal New India Challenge, and CaneBot, which is making an automated sugarcane vending machine. So, they got an amazing trial at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore for all of India's ODI World Cup cricket matches. So for the entire month, that team was here, showcasing that product. It worked fabulously. So IoT product, which is applying towards the agri-tech category and bringing out our fresh sugarcane juice to everyone. In Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program, we just concluded our initial our inaugural batch last year in December. We selected 4 startups, and right now we are in the application phase for the next batch. So both QUEEN and Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program are open for applications. Now, how does this work? Now, the program works by providing mentorship. So we provide a key leader, depending on the core problem that the startup is solving and depending on the area where the founders need the most guidance. So that's where we provide, detailed mentorship, that access to them. Alongside that, the next pillar are master classes, which are on the areas of IPR, product management, how they should raise capital for deep tech, startups, marketing, scaling, and so on. And another important pillar is going to be network, because they have to develop their own network. But alongside that, they also need some spotlight, which is access to other members in the ecosystem, whether it's potential customers or investors. Now, I cannot stress this enough. Intellectual property is going to be an important aspect for any startup program. And particularly for startups, what we are seeing as the immense advantage that IP can provide to you. The immediate benefit is that, or let me just take a step back. Why does a startup need to file or protect its inventions? You see, a startup is always founded on the premise that there is an inefficiency existing in the market today. They are unhappy with the solution today, or they're spotting a core need, and the founders and the CTO, they have come up with a novel approach. So the premise of a startup is always innovation. And like with anything that we see, I mean, imagine if you have a busy, in Hindi we call this chauraha, right? At a crossroads, you have someone that opens up a tea stall. Initially, it may not have much market, but once that tea stall starts earning, good attention, you see other tea stalls and other snack vendors start coming around that market area. So if something does well, if you have an innovation that you have come up with, it is your duty to protect it. And it helps you fend off competitors who are interested in copying your innovations. Yeah. Nowadays, our investors in the country are also very IP savvy. Earlier, they used to ask questions like, "Hey, are you filing for IP?" And maybe they would stop at that level. But now they are getting more and more into qualitative questions. Patents can improve a company's reputation and product image. Uh, if you go to, let's say, US in particular, and if you, let's say, order any cup of coffee, okay, so they'll give you that this nice cup of coffee which has a cardboard sleeve on top, and even that cardboard sleeve, okay, if you flip it inside out, they will list 4 or 5 patents on them. What are they conveying to you? That even something as simple as it's a sleeve, in India, I mean, I used to use a handkerchief if something is too hot. But they're giving you this cardboard sleeve which has been backed by so many innovations. So when you buy products that list very prominently that, hey, you're buying a patented product, that enhances that product's image and of course that company's reputation. Another important thing that we are seeing is that startups are creating new opportunities and collaborating with either other startups or larger companies. So this cross pollination of ideas is more possible with intellectual property. If someone infringes your IP rights, you can take legal action. And you would read various statistics that maybe 90% or 95% of startups fail or they pivot. And while that is true, the important part is that the amount of work that a startup has done, at some point of time they may have to change their strategy. So what happens to, let's say, all the IP and innovation that they generated after they made the change? So in that case, they can explore other revenue streams. So with intellectual property, you can do this thing. Now, what is required for startups in particular to develop an IP strategy? Okay, so first, you need to create a system to identify ideas. Uh, everyone that I come across, initially they don't have a system. They're like, hey, we have these other ideas we are brainstorming about and so on. But there is no collection mechanism, and it doesn't need to be a very complex thing. The Previously it used to be in notebooks, but nowadays you have so many online tools. It could be like a Word document or an Excel document, where initially you start with that way before you go to something which is a bit more sophisticated. You need to have a roadmap view. So I'm on the top line, which is I'm the orange block right now, which is, once you have a long-term roadmap for what your startup is doing, over there you can say that, okay, I am going to be working on this product maybe a year from now or 2 years from now. So what are the innovations which are required to enable that? And so those are initial building blocks, and once your team starts working on them, at that point you can make a better informed decision. It will certainly help you optimize your R&D activities. Now I'm on the bottom part, which is you may have to use different tools, and some of these are tools that are being used today. You can read what's going on in the market, or you can work with many IP firms, and they can guide you. It's important to have awareness. So I typically come across founders and CTOs who may be more IP aware, but what tends to happen is that they get busy. They get busy in either pitching their product, they might be involved in fundraising or meeting business clients. So when they are away, if the team is IP aware, then the innovation cycle will continue. Else it always will come to a stop. So if you make sure that every person in your team is trained, every person is IP aware, that sets up your startup, for success in the long run. And eventually you have to start thinking of these IP as assets that you're creating. Mostly I come across people who say that, hey, this is a cost because I'm paying, let's say, an agent to draft my patent. I'm paying for these fees and so on. So they have a cost view. So they're like, hey, this is a cost for me. But in reality, you are actually creating assets. So change that mindset that, hey, I am actually generating assets. Now, the Indian government has made some amazing incentives for startups. And in particular, I want to highlight the SIPP scheme, which is the Startup Intellectual Property Scheme. Now, this is a scheme which helps Indian startups in particular. The first and foremost advantage that they get is expedited examination. So, if you're filing your patent application as a startup and if you have a DPIT registered number, you attach it over there, it will be considered for expedited examination. And I am seeing, some of our startups that I know, they have received their patents granted like in as less as 7 months' time. Regardless, I'm not saying that everyone will get their patents granted, but you will get a faster examination report. Now, what this does is it allows you, if you're particularly considering international filing, it allows you to make better informed decisions. The other advantage that startups have is that this scheme provides them access to patent, trademark, and design facilitators. Now, this list is on the IP India website. Now, these are facilitators who will work on your patent applications, and as an example, but they will build the government. And finally, you have a reduced, filing fees. So, in terms of patents, for patents, you get an 80% discount for your filing fees. So, it's an amazing incentive that the government is providing to the startups. So, please take advantage of this. I come across many startups and they are not aware of this and they have not attached their DPIT registered number and they don't avail of the fast track examination. Now, I hope after this you'll be more IP aware. Now, some key factors are that you want to build a global view for your evolution. So once you protect your innovations, you have to think of, hey, I'm going to be building in India, but what is my true market? Is it just the country, or is it other countries also? And if it's the latter, then you have to think of IP protection in those countries as well. Okay? Patents, as an example, are restricted to the countries that you file in. So your Indian patent is valid, enforceable in India only. It is territorial in nature. So if you see your markets as, say, America as an example, you will have to file US patents. Even if you don't, think of starting an operations over there, but if you have IP in those countries, you can think of collaborations. You can build business partnerships. And once you have intellectual property which is registered in your company's name, it gives you better access. And that leads to better mergers and acquisition impact. I'm not saying that should be your outlook, but it does help, when people are interested in the products that you're developing. And we have seen startups which have done remarkable progress. They've done the hard journey in the first few years, and then they've gotten successful exits as a result of the IP that they were filing. My top recommendations for innovators are that you've got to have periodic IP reviews. And this applies to my friends at universities also. That maybe you insert like a quarterly review. Ideally, it should be at a monthly level, but if a month gets too frequent, apply a quarterly review. So every 3 months, you set up a timer which says that, okay, what is going on? What did we talk about? What are the different ideas that the team was discussing? What should be filed? What should be not filed? Okay, close the loop. So even if you have an idea which you're like, okay, I don't think this is worth taking further, make a note of that and close that thing, because once it starts staying in your head, it just at the subconscious level, it starts bothering you. So instead, if you insert a periodic IP review, things start getting better streamlined. And next, think of portfolio. So very rarely, one patent will do the trick for a successful product. You will need a portfolio of IP assets, and it's not just patents. It is a combination of patents, trademarks, copyrights, and maybe geographical indication and industrial design rights, depending on the product or services that you're creating. Now, later today, I'll be talking about this amazing program that has been created in partnership with DPIIT and NLU Delhi. It's completely free for startups. It's called L2 Pro India. And maybe I'll request Rahul and others to share this with you. So out here, this program is split across 3 levels. But the very interesting part which I'll share is that there's an assessment which is case study based, and that case study is really, it's more like, hey, here's a situation a startup is encountering today. If you are in its place, what will you do? Okay, so there, it puts you from a view of okay, I know this thing, to how will I practice it. So to me, that is the true benefit of going through the L2 Pro program. So please register for it. It's completely free. Till date, more than 6,700 users have registered for this. So I look forward to seeing you there. And I'm just, if you are in front of the screen, you want to, scan this QR code or note the website. It's here for your reference. So with this, I can take a few questions. Now, I noticed there are some questions with regards to our program. What I'll do is I'll paste the link for this, and I'll request Rahul to share it with them, where you can learn about different programs. So Rahul, if you can please share it, with the startups. It's a public, facing page that covers the different program elements which are there, and the support that each respective program provides. Okay.
It's also there in the link in the description. So if you want anyone from the audience, they can go to the description of this video, to the resources section, and within Qualcomm, you can see the design in India program as well as L2 Pro platform.
Sure. Now, I'm just going through the chat section, and okay, one interesting thing is, okay, how does the program work actually? And let me give a brief overview of that, which is, each program has its different time cycle. So our incubation program typically is open for applications from March. So mid-March is when the application portal is usually open until the end of April. And if you connect with me on LinkedIn, we will post it there, or you can of course bookmark the web page. The Queen, which is the mentorship program, and the Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program. The Queen program will be open for applications. We are still talking about it, but again, all indications are we should be open for applications in the March timeframe. And this is shared, of course, on our website as well as on the company pages on LinkedIn. So either you can connect with me or follow the Qualcomm India page. You will see the announcement over there. The Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program is right now open for applications. So for that one, we are actually open to receiving applications on a rolling basis. So every quarter, we get in a pool of startups and we have discussions with them. So right now we are in the midst of having discussions. So if you're aware of good semiconductor startups that are creating semiconductor products, please share with us. And I'll share an email, which Rahul, again, I'll request you to share with the team. So you can send submissions over there, or of course, I'm fairly accessible on LinkedIn as well. So you can share out
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah. So everyone in the audience, make use of this time, make use of the links, because maybe I can ask one question, and if the chat is so, are you engaging with universities separately or just with individual startups?
Great. So the startup programs do come from universities, but the applications have to be done in the name of startups. So we have many amazing university-led incubators in India, and they incubate a number of startups. So the applications are from startups, and of course, when we do the outreach, we do connect with them. And this makes it easy because when you work directly with startups, then there's a team that we are providing access to. In terms of pure academic support, there are other programs. So there's a program called as the Qualcomm Innovation Fellowship, which partners at a deeper fundamental R&D level with academia. But for the startup programs, it is open to university students also, but they have to apply as startups. Okay, there's a question on uh, how do we look at collaboration opportunities, the Indian deep tech ecosystem. So here it's an interesting question, Amitji, and nice to see you again. We met last week, briefly in Bangalore. So it is an exciting time, because one is the talent, and I believe the talent has always been there in India, for decades. It's just that and a combination of factors that came together to them, taking belief that okay, we can start companies in this deep tech space. So one is that talent pool which is there. The second is nowadays, learning and picking up insights has become easy, right? The barrier to entry for that is lowering. I mean, I learn a lot from YouTube and social media as well, even in topics where I'm not an expert or a complete beginner. And the third piece is okay, they lack some building blocks. So when it comes to and this I can speak for other companies also which are running similar programs, is that if you are bringing the strength that what you do as a corporation, then that's an amazing catalyst, for sparking further innovations. So with this, what you're seeing are better innovations which are coming in the market. You're seeing a bit of a more market relevance. As an example, I love this startup. It's called Adivo Diagnostics. They are based in Chennai. So what they started looking at was wounds. Okay, so they're looking at wounds and how wounds progress over time. In the past, when you typically had to make this kind of an assessment, you would have to do a culture test. And again, if you're in a city or an urban location, getting that lab culture test, getting that report, and then seeing the doctor, that typically tends to be a 1 to 2 day cycle. It can be faster if you have access, but let's just say for about 2 days. But if you're now in a remote area, let's say like a tier 3 place, or maybe like a village or a remote location, that time becomes much longer. So what Adivo did is that their expertise is on their AI algorithms which analyze wounds. So specifically, they take a lot of images of the wound and they run their algorithms on that. And with that, they're able to convey with a high degree of confidence if the wound is healing or not. Okay? So they don't make the decision then at that point itself. But imagine if you are, let's say, a doctor which is in that area, and they give you this small device. It's a very portable device. You take a few pictures of that, and what used to be a multi-day cycle has now come down to a matter of hours, if not minutes. So that is a benefit of spotting these opportunities which a startup is uniquely positioned to, and how you can enable such things. Now, in the case of Fadiwa and startups like that, what they want is fabulous processing on the edge. They may not rely completely on cloud processing, and this is one of the strengths that we have, which is we make amazing edge processors, which are connected. Uh, and again, we have a strong multimedia core as well, which runs in different products. So it's an amazing thing that firstly we're able to spot a problem statement like that, and an amazing startup team that can deliver fabulous results. So I think overall it's an amazing time. If anyone is curious about starting a startup or starting startup programs, from every element that you can think of, industry, whether it's government, whether it's academia, or whether it is other members. So there are organizations which mentor startups, and some of these are free. So this is a time when everyone is working in a harmonious fashion.
Yeah, and Dr. Hemang Shah will also be present at 1:30 p.m. in the post-lunch session. So you can also ask a lot of questions on the L2 Pro platform. So
Yeah.
make sure you set yourself a reminder to attend the post-lunch session. We will send one more reminder for the post-lunch sessions. So while the lunch is going on. So any other questions are there?
I, I think we covered all. I think there's a question on incubation related to animal and veterinary sciences therapeutics. So Ratanji, thank you for that question. So it's open to those verticals as long as there is a fit, to the program, which is if there's an element of, as an example in incubation, we look at edge devices. We look at compute on the device itself. So if there's an element to that, we'll do it. So I'll be very open in admitting that I'm not an expert in let's say the animal sciences and therapeutics. So that is the area which, let's say, the startup will bring that know-how. But if it has a requirement which has to be done on a device, sure. I mean, a few years ago, we had a startup that was looking at the movement of cattle, and depending on how much their movements were there, they were tracking the health of the cattle. So again, that insight of what makes cows move, how much they move in a day, number of steps that they take, that is completely their strength. And our platforms were able to provide them a nice or actually they developed an IoT solution that helps them track this in a better manner over time. So always happy to support such applications.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody in the chat. So I think we can conclude the session, Hemang, if it's okay.
Sure. Thank you all for having me, and thank you all for very patient listening. Uh, you're a wonderful
Thanks a
audience.
lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Hemang. Thank you. Really pleasure to have you, and we'll see you again after lunch. So we are going to take like a 2-minute break. So Dr. Ganesh Hingmire, he is with us already, and he's going to talk about cultural entrepreneurship uh, with geographical indications. So geographical indications is a very powerful form of intellectual property, and it has the ability to boost regional products to be sold in national as well as global markets. So Dr. Ganesh Hingmire, he will join us, and we will get him set up in a couple of moments. So let's welcome Professor Ganesh Hingmire. He has been in the IP ecosystem. He has won several national awards in the field of IPR, and so he's a winner of 2 consecutive National Intellectual Property Awards in 2015 and 2016, given by the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. His tireless efforts have resulted in registration of 100 plus GIs in India, boosting local produce and economy. With this, sir, thank you very much for coming Turnip Innovation Festival again. And the theme that we have selected for the conference, IP and startups, I think goes very well with the GIs as an intellectual property, right? So, sir, the stage is yours. Thank you, and yeah, I'll be around.
Thank you, Rahul ji, for an opportunity again to discuss the most important but unfortunately most neglected subject in India called geographical indication. However, today we will take it in a different level with different perspective of geographical indication as an intellectual property right. Whether my screen is that's visible?
Yes, sir.
Is okay. Uh, I'm trying to move. Okay. Is this moving, Rahul ji?
Sir, it's not moving.
Not moving. Let me. Yeah. No. Let me reshare it again, basically. Is it moving now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
excellent. Yeah.
Great. Thank you again, Rahulji, for an opportunity. As we discuss this, today's session is about cultural entrepreneurship through invaluable treasure of incredible India called geographical indication. Before I move to my topic, you all are quietly familiar with the different uh, stream of law, branches of law. It may be cyber, civil, commercial, but we are talking about the intellectual property right. We are here to discuss the intellectual property right, where we all know the different categories of intellectual property right includes patent, trademark, industrial design, copyright, semiconductor. But I'm here to discuss the GI in different perspective, and that's my today's area of work. We all are quite familiar with the different types of IPR. I'm not going to talk about that. However, I will discuss specifically, categorically on geographical indication. Uh, what is geographical indication? Actually, the geographical indication is an intellectual property right. Unlike patent, this geographical indication is communities intellectual property right. Different type of communities are involved with their unique product. It may be an agriculture product, it may be a manufactured product, or it may be a natural goods. So geographical indication, as I said, is an intellectual property right. What does it mean? Let me put it in a very simple language. It's nothing but the our forefathers patent. You might have discussed the patent opportunities, requirement, uh, as per the law, etc., etc. But let me connect you to different way about the GI. That's particularly our forefathers patent. So our community particularly identified a unique place to have the unique product from that particular place. So when I said agriculture, we all know that different type of unique agriculture products are available in India, and now getting the recognitions throughout world. The best example which I can quote here is the Darjeeling tea from West Bengal. So Darjeeling tea is the first agricultural GI registered in India. In real sense, the GI Act was enacted in 1999 and came into force in 2003. And the first GI was registered from India was Darjeeling tea. In fact, the GI Act was particularly introduced in India because of the TRIPS agreement. What is TRIPS agreement? We all know that trade related aspects of intellectual property right, which is actually a part of a WTO's regime. And to trade the intellectual property, to take the commercial benefit of the intellectual property right, was the main objective behind the TRIPS agreement, which is now part of a WTO. And GI Act is enacted in India because of the WTO regime, as I mentioned. So here we enacted and we registered the first, and today you will find Darjeeling tea is available almost more than 60 countries with its identity. So a simple entrepreneurship example which I can quote here from India, from first GI from India, that is a Darjeeling tea. And it's not only reach to the international marketplace, but also gave, what you can say, lot of benefit to Indian perspective, say in terms of foreign exchange, in terms of unemployment, in terms of a brand name, what we called in normally in intellectual property right way. So here, the Darjeeling tea is commercialized, created entrepreneurship, but Darjeeling tea is a unique product that has been recognized through an intellectual property called GI. We have to remember. So likewise, we have many agricultural GIs in India, and I have had an opportunity to work almost 25% agriculture GIs from India, from different states, and mainly I have worked from the Maharashtra, including, you can see on the left side, that is a Mahabaleshwar strawberry, which I have registered in 2009 and created excellent entrepreneurship model, cultural entrepreneurship model, agricultural entrepreneurship model in India. When we registered Mahabaleshwar strawberry in 2009, immediately we introduced Mahabaleshwar Strawberry Mahotsav in Satara districts of Mahabaleshwar Taluka particularly. And then what a very simple model we have introduced over there. We invited people from Pune, Mumbai to come to our farm and to eat strawberry freely as much as you wish to eat. So normal person may if visit any farm, how much will he eat? He may eat hardly 250 grams or maximum 300 grams. But since I am, say, like from Pune, if I'm going there, I will definitely stay there for 2 to 3 days, and while coming back to my place, I will definitely purchase more than 5 kgs strawberry. So what does it mean? A perfect model of agro-tourism is introduced after the GI registration in the Mahabaleshwar strawberry. So entrepreneurship, the local employment, and a number of benefit has been created through the Mahabaleshwar strawberry. Then I also talk about the second category where we can get the GI registration is manufactured goods. In fact, manufactured goods covered n number of agricultural products. It may include textile, it may include handicraft, it may also include the processed food. So here is the Feni, and some of you might be aware of the recent government of Goa's policy pertaining to the Feni, introduced in 2021, and now it's incorporated, and they wanted to promote a Feni which received the GI as a special product, as a heritage drink. They declared Feni as a heritage drink. So how we can protect our culture, our heritage, our unique product, our identity is through GI as an intellectual property, and how we can promote is the best model we have now understood through agriculture GI called Darjeeling, or maybe a Mahabaleshwar strawberry, or maybe a Feni, Goa Feni from Goa. So in short, basically, and then third one category, which is not known to many of us, basically only 2 natural GIs so far registered in India. I repeat, I again go back to my statement. GI can be granted to the agriculture goods, can be granted to the manufactured goods, can be granted to the natural goods. So we covered about the agriculture goods, we covered about the manufacturing goods. As I said, Feni is an example of manufactured goods, and the third category which unfortunately received very less response is a natural goods. So the first natural goods registered from India was Makarana marble from Rajasthan. Now then, we work intensively, and recently we have filed the application for the GI registration of Gomukh Ganga Jal, so which is a natural resource from the Uttarakhand, from the Gomu, from the Gangotri, and then it enjoy a lot of natural resources such as 27 time more dissolved oxygens you will find in this in that Ganga Jal. Then further 1100 bacteria phage is also available in particularly in Ganga Jal. So with this, let me conclude this introduction about the GI. GI is a community's intellectual property, right? Community may include farmer community, maybe artisan community, maybe weaver community, and they that particular GI can create a business model, can support the entrepreneurship, and that there we can say a cultural entrepreneurship through the geographical indication. In fact, after GI registration, you will get a lot of benefit, particularly economic benefit. Need to understand in terms of price. I can quote here various example of the GI registration done from our side. Particularly, I have had an opportunity to work for the 89 GIs in India. Out of that, 60 are registered from 7 states, 51 alone from the Maharashtra, and many, almost 70% GI after the registration receive the premium price. I can give you an example of Ajra Gansar rice from the Kolhapur, then Vaigaon turmeric from the Varda districts of again from the Maharashtra. Then the third category is Mangalveda Jawar, which almost received the double price, and the production also increased double. The third category, where I can quote about the Dahanu Golwad Chiku, now got the international market. Then fifth one is a Jarga Banana. I may discuss those things in detail, but agriculture is our real culture, and that culture has been protected and promoted commercially and internationally through the GI. There you will find the economic benefits received to all of us. So, and I think that we all are familiar with the IPR review report submitted to the Parliament, and where you can see even 1% increase in the copyright or GI, you will get the 7% of the increase in the in particularly foreign direct investments. I do not want to discuss about the patent trademark design, but I would definitely focus on the GI here. It was I started with somehow a negative statement that most important intellectual property right, but most neglected intellectual property right. Till 2021, you will find in even particular period, hardly zero GI was examined. But this year and last year also, they had a target of 100 GI examinations, and I think some of GIs are now examined and published by the GI registry. What is the global scenario of GI? Here is the example which I would like to give through the WIPO's data. That is particularly China. They have had 9,000 GIs in 2021. However, and further in European Union, they have 60,000 GIs. Simple countries, small countries, they registered almost 10,000 GIs from their plus. This is a best model. We can understand the commercialization of geographical indication, which is a symbol of culture, symbol of heritage, and also our forefathers' patent. That particularly from the European Union, how they successfully commercialize their GI. This is a report in 2020 when the pandemic was going on. During pandemic period also, European Union had GI sale value of 75 billion euros. Out of that, one fifth, you can see that particularly 15 billion euros they have generated through exporting their GI. So, what does it mean? So again, I support my stand on cultural entrepreneurship through the GI. Is that the unique product from the Europe, say for an example, champagne from the France, Scotch whiskey from the Scotland. That is their tradition. That is their culture. That is their symbol of culture and heritage. Those those products are now available globally. So we all are familiar with the champagne. Even we won the particularly say World Cup, Cricket World Cup. So our Tendulkar celebrated celebration with the champagne. So champagne became a celebration drink in India too. But uh, however, However, GI, particularly in India, is on agriculture side, but in European they have wine, spirit, likewise their culture, and they promote it in a different way. And then their cultural entrepreneurships gave a strong base when they export their products. So, for an example, almost 80 to 90% of the champagne or Scotch whiskey is exported to the whole world. So, what does it mean? They get the huge foreign exchange. When you have a huge foreign exchange, your nation is considered as a strong nation. So we need to learn from the European Union that how they have successfully commercialized the GI on this. So here is the best support you can understand about the commercialization or entrepreneurship skill or entrepreneurship particularly model developed by the European Union. So 51% of the wine and spirit, as I mentioned, Scotch whiskey or champagne, or and then even in South America, from the Mexico, particularly a tequila, you can see that is excellently promoted after the GI. So cultural and entrepreneurships through their GI is now having a number of successful model we need to understand. Further, on agriculture side, also European Union took a lead. So their particularly feta cheese or even the Swiss chocolates, basically prepared with the various agricultural products. So that is also a successfully available there. Then many other products we do not have that much time to discuss because those are in thousands and numbers, and that's the way you can see about the GI. Now coming to the India side, basically we have a culture, a different culture, and particularly I would like to quote here the shloka from the Charaka Samhita that is available in Ayurveda. He is known as a doctor of Ayurveda. He is the founder of Ayurveda. Kintu badyanta subhavena yatham vanam tatha smrutam ayukti yukta yogana yukti yuktam yathamrutam. That means, but alcohol by nature is like a food in composition and giving energy. When used inappropriately, it is for getting a disease. When used appropriately, is like a nectar. So we also have a culture which is on record in our ancient book. So I quote here where we talked about the alcohol, where we talk about the various and alcohol from the Indian side. So unfortunately, many of us not aware of these unique alcoholic beverages from India. But I am fortunate to work on these GIs, which are right now almost accepted. For an example, Sur. Sur is a alcoholic beverages or basically a heritage drink from the Uttarakhand, from the Jaunsari community. They collect the various herbs from the Himalaya, and then uh, they prepare Sur. In fact, when you see about the champagne or Scotch whiskey, in their adverse situation, somehow the cold kind of atmosphere, they need certain energy or support to their body as per their cultural references, and then they have this champagne, etc., etc., etc. For us also in the Himalaya, we we also need, our community also needs some support or energy boost uh, preparations or products, and then that is particularly from the Uttarakhand. I have had an opportunity to work called Sur. We have worked, and then actually this is again to adverse condition they need it. Even at the top of the, the hill of the Uttarakhand particular Khand and the Jaunsari community, the Doon Valley is there, and even for the child, after the childbirth, when they give milk to child, along with the milk they give sur. So that's the importance of sur, uh, available in India too, but unfortunately we failed to promote that in a right spirit. Then we have Jagran. Jagran is a rice beer from the Assam. I work for this. Again, that's again unique, traditional way, cultural way. You will find there are certain pots prepared, and then unbelievable you can say contents are there for this Jagran. Then also I have worked for the Chang from the Ladakh, Maibra Jao Bidwi, Jao Gishi, these are the natural photos which we have taken when we were when we work for these various GIs there in different part of an India. Some of you may have heard about the Maua, but you might have not heard. Maua is a natural sanitizer. When I work for the Maua from the Nandurbar districts of Maharashtra, sharing a border with Gujarat, then we got information that the dai who helps to give birth and then who helps particularly to pregnant woman, she used to have mawa and with the hands, and then she supports the delivering the baby from the mother. So basically that's way mawa is a natural sanitizer, but unfortunately we didn't use that during the corona period. We bought some chemical related sanitizer and we paid huge amount. We could have huge money saved, and apart from that we could have gave a good amount to the tribal community for their moa, but we failed. So I have already mentioned that Goa Feni policy introduced by the government of Goa in 2021 now is competing with the many other liquors throughout the world. See, unfortunately, a real what we can say untapped area. Unfortunately, we are lagging behind of taking the right benefit, commercial benefit, entrepreneurship related benefit of the our GIs as compared to other products, other GIs throughout the world. Say tequila, you go and see the price. You go and see the price of the Scotch whiskey and champagne, and you see the price. So 20 to 50 times more than the our products, but our products are much better than them in all sense. You can say particularly the raw material, then alcohol and taste and everything. Apart from alcoholic beverages, we also have the cultural heritage in the form of music. So you can see here I'm playing the serja. Serja is an instrument from Bodo people of Assam. We know violin, but if you see the shape of the serja is exactly opposed to the violin, and the sound which creates through the playing of the serja is so beautiful. It gives a lot of peace. So these tribal people, these Bodo people, they had such a great intellect, and they created such a unique product, but unfortunately untapped products. So we all know violin, but we don't know sherja. That is where we have to fill the gap, and through that GI gap we can actually create a very good model. Then further, you will find at the right side I'm also with Eri silk. That is basically an handloom from local bamboos, from again from Bodo land of Assam. And you will see on the left side their cultural dances, particularly the women's are with the dokona, then with this zimbra. Those are the different products which I can cover here. This is zimbra, then arunai. Arunai is a, you can say a gift, welcoming gift in Assam, particularly. You when you go to the Assam, when you go to the Bodo land, they will offer you this aranai. That's an honor, basically. And further, how they are nature loving people. You will find the design, the motifs, particularly you and aranai. It's particularly with respect to the mountains, then flowers, then their soil represent the culture, that nature is a culture, and that nature need to be promoted. That's what United Nations is mentioned in the HDG and many other policies. But we had that kind of culture since generation, but unfortunately untapped. So now only in the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, or particularly that's very precisely on carbon credit side, on different perspective, you will find our industries, and particularly under textile industry, and more particularly I'm talking about the tribal product called Eri silk, where you will find the silkworm never dies, and that's why this is also called as a ahimsa silk. This is also called as a particularly uh, uh, mm, a vegan, or particularly ND silk, that from the Assam's borderland only. So here you will have to remember, this product will fetch a good market from the vegan people throughout world. There is a big, and the life of this Eri silk is 170 years. So one can imagine what kind of potential of this product is in the global market. However, unfortunately, not yet tapped, and we will do that. I have had an opportunity to work for this GI as well as, say, on the right hand side, Jimra, on left hand side, Dokona, and on top left side, you will find the Paitani. These all are GIs which I have had an opportunity to work, and those GIs can be commercially valuable. So after the alcoholic beverage and then textile, now I'm talking about the traditional cuisine. Let me share you the success story which we have. Actually, I work on all these GIs basically, but let me share you this success story which is not covered here. Is the bharit bangan from bangan ka bharta, we all know very well, but bangan ka bharta is particularly from the Jalgaon, is a unique taste. And then we got the GI for that bharit, and thereafter one citizen from the Jalgaon uh, who joined the Lufthansa airline basically, and he introduced bharit bangan in the Lufthansa Airlines, particularly as a menu card. So that is recognitions we received for the GI at international platform. How, on the same basis, we can do all these Goka, Goki, Onla, Borsoi Dal, Nafam. Nafam, let me tell you the unique part of the Nafam. This is a fish, a tiny fish, but you can keep the fermented fish. This is a fermented fish for at least 3 years. So naturally, preservation is our identity, and that you can find in the Na farm, and that is, and further that fermented fish gives lots of uniqueness. And again, there is history for this kind of unique product. These people may not get an access to the rest of the world for many times due to the natural calamities, maybe a flood, and other issues. So they always keep themselves on a safer side to serve to survive, and that's Nafam is the best model, that okay, they can keep this product 3 years without any hassles, with uniqueness, with lot of energy. So that's the, again, our as a result, what we can say, our forefathers was very intellect, and they've created an intellectual property called GI, but unfortunately not tapped. You may find that in India hardly 504 GIs, and many of them particularly are foreign GIs. As I mentioned, champagne, Scotch whiskey, and many other products receive the GI from India. So unfortunately, very less number of GIs are registered in India, but there are 10,000 plus GIs which can register from India, and India can get the success like what success are available in European Union. What we did at our end with respect to the promotion of the GI, you will find on the right hand side the Director General of WTO. We gifted him the first GI which we have registered from Maharashtra, from Pune, called Puneri Pagdi, the headgear which was used by the great freedom fighter Lokmanya Tilakji. In fact, the history is quite old for the Puneri Pagdi. During the Shivaji Maharaj period also, the intellect used to wear a Puneri pagdi, and even pre-independence era, great freedom fighters like Agarkarji, Tilakji, they they used to wear this headgear as a symbol of intellect, as a symbol of culture, as a symbol of heritage. And since I belongs to the Pune, I worked for this Pune Republic in 2007, and we got it registered as a geographical indication. Then we started promoting this GI with at national as well as international platform. So GI cultural entrepreneurship can be found through gifting culture. So we began that in 2011, and then we further started participating at national as well as international exhibition, and then we further started giving inputs on GI at international as well as national forum. So you will find here on the right hand side the European delegates visited our Indian GI expo, and where I had an opportunity to explain all the various GIs. We have now a number of success story which I just wanted to summarize. Considering the time, my time slot is hardly 12:15, so I just covered these some of the successful cultural entrepreneurship model with you all, and previously also covered in the third Turnip with Rahul ji. So here is the Pune Republic which we have registered in 2007. We immediately requested University of Pune to replace the convocation rule with the Pune Pagdi. And in 2020, you will find officially they have started using the Pune Pagdi. So there is now a big opportunity to the artisans of making of Pune Pagdi. Almost 5 lakhs pagdis may be in demand in coming year, and that's where cultural entrepreneurship model is introduced in India. So on agricultural front, a Sangli resin we have registered, and then the farmers who took the Sangli resin there in Delhi, they have received almost 4 time price. Our intention is not to increase the time. Our intention is to support the farmers. You may not aware of the recent data with respect to the farming activity in India. 74% farmer from India do not wanted to continue with the farming activity. Just imagine what will happen if they leave the farming activity. We all have to then depend on the foreign farms goods, and then right now we are paying in rupees, but that time we'll have to pay in dollars. So whatever we have, we need to protect. Whatever we have a unique product, we need to give the premium price. Otherwise, we will face many problems on that front. Jalgaon banana, after the GI registration of this banana, you will find export begin to many countries. And if the most important success story about the Jalgaon banana is a strengthening of the rural economy. One small village called Tandalwadi, that Tandalwadi village exported 12 crore banana to European Union. Then another success story at our end, cultural entrepreneurship success story, particularly agricultural entrepreneurship success story at our end from Danu Golwar of Palghar districts. So this is also in Maharashtra. We have registered this Chiku, and then many startup, many young people came together. They started producing Chiku chips, Chiku powders, Chiku wine. One gentle lady started Chiku parlor for these different products, and then now 147 farmers got authorized users registration. So individual also GI registration had happened to this Chiku. That is another success story. Marathwada region, you might have heard in different perspective. The maximum suicide uh, happen and happening in India is from Marathwada region. But at the same time, what we did it when we worked for this mm, reason of the particularly suicide, then we found the farmers are not getting the right price. The communities are deprived with the marginal, very less price, and then a recognition to their unique product was a need we found, and then we worked for the Kesher mango from the Marathwada, from 8 districts of the Marathwada. We registered it, and now this Marathwada mango is exporting to the US, UK, Japan, and Gulf countries. In the similar line, I also work for the Vaiga turmeric from the Varda districts of Vidarbha. We After the registration, the price for Vaiga turmeric is almost 4 times. And further, those who left farming activity, they rejoin producing turmeric from this region. And today, the turmeric tablets are prepared through this Vaigav turmeric and now available to many Ayurvedic doctors. Further, as a substitute to the turmeric latte, which you know very well available in US and many developed countries, are now replaced by the India's turmeric milk with GI opted Vaigav turmeric. So that's the success story need to identify. Socio-economic impact we have already discussed with respect to the Mahabaleshwar strawberry. As I said, in 2009, I have registered this. Immediately, we began with this model called agrotourism of Mahabaleshwar Strawberry Mahotsav, which I have mentioned in the beginning, that inviting people from big cities, metro cities, and created a rural, employment, etc. Apart from that, another success story for the Mahabaleshwar strawberry can be traced from the India Today's report that 53 families remigrated from Pune to Mahabaleshwar to cultivate the strawberry. So, what is the need? Rural economy, rural entrepreneurship is important. Uh, on other side, that's another impact of the GI registration we can found from the Kolhapur districts of particularly the Ajra Ghansar. Ajra is a taluka in Kolhapur districts, and Ghansar is a non-aromatic but particularly non-basmati aromatic rice. So we have hundreds of aromatic rice, and Ajra Ghansar is one of them. We registered that, and even as I mentioned, our forefathers was a basically inventor, and they introduced this GI basically as a patent is not a patent is always for new product, but that time it was a very new. Hundreds of years they found this soil is unique for certain good products, certain unique product, and that's why their intellect introduce this. So when we work for the Ajira Gansar, then we also found our forefather was so intellect. The Gansar, the name of this rice, also uh, outcome of intellect, brain, we can say. Ghana Sar, the meaning Ghana Sar, Suas Dene Wala rice, that's a aromatic rice. So they are so intelligent. Then they even gave the name to the product is unique. So that's the uh, our forefathers creation we can understand. So here, after the GI registration, more production happened. After say a journey of almost 13 to 15 years, we got the recognitions from government of India in 2015, 2016, received the national award. What we would like to give the message to the participant over here: if you want to contribute for your motherland, to your beloved India, to your nation, then need not to be a soldier at the border. What I found and I did, that I work for all uh, different parts of borders through the GI, a protection has been given. So I work for the Kashmir, for the Doda mushroom, for garlic, then for Uttarakhand, Sur, Gangajal, West Bengal. So then Assam, these different borders which are now protected through the GI. So no one will claim right on our in forefathers intellectual property right, which are in available in that particular zone. So that's how I have had an opportunity to protect the borders with intellectual property right. These are the different states where I have worked for various GIs. This is a Maharashtra map where I have worked for the 51 GIs. And with this, I thank you for the opportunity. However, let me summarize the session, particularly on geographical indication. We have to remember geographical indication is communities intellectual property right. Second, different type of communities are involved, and we have this bara balutidar system. So cultural entrepreneurships was already part of the Indian economic system in Indian economy. And if you remember, the agriculture was a backbone of Indian economy. uh, then but unfortunately now uh, हमसे दूर जा रहा था और दूसरे ले रहे थे. So we have to again give the recognitions, and some of you might have heard through the various speakers contribution, like why we are paying huge amount to the Nike. If similar shoes is available for 400 rupees, why we have to pay up to 4,000? But the uniqueness for a brand name, what we can say, what quality, what we can say. So we have a lot of quality products as a geographical indication. So, and there is a opportunity for us to create an entrepreneurships, and that is again a cultural entrepreneurships. That is also protection of the heritage. That is also a good support to the our communities, and also to the nation. We do not want to support the community as such, but however, as I mentioned in turmeric, when you get the medicinal value through the such a good products, don't you think that, I mean, instead of say हमारे पास डिसीज और डायबिटीज वाला या फिर कोई और, इससे बेहतर है कि हम लोग टर्मरिक हल्दी का दूध पी लें जो यूनिक है, जिससे हमें कैंसर भी नहीं होगा. तो ऐसा हम लोग अपनी ही प्रोडक्ट को प्रमोट कर सकते हैं क्या? उससे हम लोग अपने देश को भी स्ट्रेंथन बनाने में अपनी योगदान दे सकते हैं. सो जीआई को कल्चरल सिंबल के माध्यम से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ लेके कैसे चले, ये एक अच्छा विचार आज की ये सभा में मैं उपस्थित करना चाहूँगा. And thanks to Rahul ji for considering this subject for today's this August gathering, and thanks a lot for patience hearing, and we can have few questions if there are.
Thank you, sir, for the amazingly inspiring presentation. I can see the chat. I even published some comments on the live stream. Everybody is, really surprised by this kind of aspect of IPR. So we are so used to. We can see that many people in our platform, they already know about patent and trademark. Everyone is now surprised. So, sir, I think time has run out, but I can ask one question because it's something I wanted to ask. So, sir, who are the stakeholders in registration for GIs, and is there lack of incentive? Why so few GIs have been filed, and because you said 10,000 possibilities there. So
Who are the stakeholders? Number one,
Yes.
the organization. Farmers Association are entitled to file GI application. It may be waivers, or I mean waivers association, whatever it may be. So this is unorganized sector so far, and that is one of the reason that less number of GIs has been filed. So stakeholders are farmers, weavers, artisans, and also traders to some extent, if they have supported the farmers, but sometimes they have exploited in a wrong way, and that should not be happen. I do not want you to quote an example of Vaga Gevda, but they can search those kind of detailed informations are available in my YouTube. I have give each and every. I'm considering the time only here 45 minutes. I only covered the few examples, but my each and every success stories are available on my YouTube. That Vaga Gevda, which I wanted to mention over here, is particularly some traders exploited wrongly to the farmers, and that should not be happen. So stakeholders includes what I can say: farmers, weavers, artisans, traders, as well as those who help the farmer. Why there is a less number of GI? Again, awareness. Even I found at law colleges, the awareness is very less on GI. Very less examples are being posted. And then further enforcement, that's legal enforcements. Like Darjeeling Tea fought 16 cases because they had this tea board to support them, but there is no GI board as such. What about the particularly say our Patani sari? Now it's duplicate available. What about the turmeric, particularly turmeric, or what you can say about the Nandurbar tur dal? Say if you have a duplicate product available in the market, legal enforcement is available through the GI Act, but who is going to fight on behalf of the community? T board may
It must
offer.
be the board.
That is another aspect of the GI enforcement that has to be considered. So less awareness, then required support is another reason that also less number of GIs are there. Last week only I have conducted a session for 100 lawyers and asked them each and every should file at least 50 GIs, so 5,000 GI can be registered. So that way, think globally, act individually. What you can do, you can promote, you can take it to them. You found the product, you come up with, I can offer my services through whatever possible. Many GIs have registered on pro bono basis, but there are certain limits. However, whatever possible, I will do for any proposal on geographical indication from any part of India, but only for Indian GI, not for the foreign GIs.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, sir, there's one question. If you can answer within just 1 minute, because there is actually just one question from the audience. GI at times causes rise in prices of the product. Is there any provision where national people will have discount price and world boundaries people pay separate price? Kautilya is asking.
See, if you see the price, let me quote you an example of Nandurbar tur dal. Initially, we had a 30 rupees. Now it's a 70 rupees. 1 kg for how many days? 3 to 4 days. So even 60 rupees, 20 रुपया आप एक दिन के लिए दाल के लिए नहीं दे सकते क्या? या फिर 50 रुपया आपको मेडिसिन के लिए बेचने से बेहतर है, वो तो आपको केमिकल लगा के बड़ा वाला छोटी सी जगह से ज्यादा करके भी देगी. Then what the hell? So I think we need to think not only price perspective, but we need to think about the quality perspective. We need
Value
to think
and
about
quality.
we need to think about the economic perspective, or we also need to think of health perspective. कि अगर आपका हेल्थ है तो सब कुछ है, और हेल्थ के लिए सही दाम देना ही पड़ेगा, वरना आपको वो हमारे एक गुरु कहते थे कि आजकल 30-40 में ही 4 आदमी जो आपको कंधे के ऊपर लेके जाते हैं, वो 2 आदमी तो पहले मिलते हैं, वो 2 गोलियां एक डायबिटीज की होती है और आप दूसरी होती है. तो ये ना होए, इसलिए आप ये, और अगर आप देखोगे हिस्ट्री तो यू विल फाइंड 30 रुपीज 10 साल से था, और अगर बाकी आपकी सैलरी हो या फिर आपके ओवरऑल ट्रेड ग्रोथ हो, उसकी प्राइस कितनी है परसेंटेज वाइज. बट व्हेन इट गोज टू, और 10 रुपया का ब्याज हो गया, तो then you will get chemical wala, then ultimately
There's
that
assurance of quality also. There's assurance of quality also, that
there is
tag
no
hai.
hike as such in the price, but actually certain sufficient premium, it's the wrong word to premium, but the right price need to be given to the community. अगर उसी के में हम लोग सोच में रह जाएंगे तो फिर होती है ना वही सोच. एक दूसरा रीजन है लेस नंबर ऑफ GI. सोच अगर गहरी बन जाए तो फैसले कमजोर होते हैं, तो हमारी कमजोर इसमें से.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Really appreciate your talk. The audience is inspired. There's a good energy in the live stream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks
And we
a
will
lot
be in contact.
inviting me for this forum. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
So now we will quickly bring upon Shri Anil Tentu. So Anil Tentu, sir, He is the CEO of Andhra Pradesh Innovation Society, and he is going to share with you how Andhra Pradesh Innovation Society is building startup ecosystems, and how they are supporting startups, and how many of the audience from here can get some takeaways how to build innovation ecosystems, startup ecosystems, and how to leverage these kind of regional and national startup support schemes to boost your own startup. So, Shri Anil Tentu, he served as a consultant for the World Bank, United Nations, and various international organizations in New Delhi. He holds a management degree from ISB, and MPhil in international relations from JNU New Delhi, where he received the university gold medal. His schooling was at Sainik School, Karukonda. Recently, he received a commendation certificate from the Government of India for his outstanding work at Andhra Pradesh Innovation Society. In the National Awards declaration by DPIIT, uh, Government of India, just last week, Andhra Pradesh was recognized as the leaders in category States Startup Ranking 2022. So, with this, I welcome Mr. Anil Tentu to this stream. Sir, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being available for us. And, sir, the session is yours, and I'll be around if you need me.
Yeah, thank you, Rahulji, for that wonderful introduction. I take the pleasure of taking part in today's Innovation Fest conducted by Turnip. In fact, I also did a couple of courses through your esteemed organization. I like them, and they're very lucid and very nicely structured, and I really liked because IP and related subjects are pretty tough to understand, and there's quite a lot to learn and then leverage them for the innovations that we do. We are working with NRDC, and they support them in a big way. The National Research Development Corporation, Dr. Sahuji and his team are with us in AP Innovation Society at Vizag. Dr. Sahuji also heads the WIPO International Organization for South India. So a lot of startups, we work with close to about 2,000 plus startups in AP, 47 plus incubators are there. And we've been trying to build the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. So I'd like to take you through a journey so that we can understand how we are structuring the entire mode and building it off late. And maybe we can take a few questions and answers after that. Is my presentation visible to everybody? I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is about AP Innovation Society. We started way back in 2015. And as I said, we have about 44 incubators and a couple of other incubators are in the pipeline. Probably by end of this year, it will be 47 incubators. The startups incubated with them are currently about 562, while the DPIT registered startups are about just a minute, are about 1847. And there are IPRs. We are in the process of building entrepreneurship, innovation and development centers, EASCs, through the colleges. We have close to about 3,500 plus colleges across AP. The functional engineering colleges are about 246. So as phase one, we are doing in 562 EASC cells, and also phase two will cover about close to 1,500 to 2,000, and by phase three we want to complete all the EASCs among the colleges as per the NIRF ranking and also the latest guidelines. So we are adhering and trying to build that ecosystem there. There are about close to 246 IPS being received by the startups. And the services that we offer are like any other major state agencies would be subsidized incubation space. Then we also support their product prototyping through various schemes and market access. Typically, we give them access to the government departments. It's more B2G, business to government, and then we are trying to promote them, leveraging with various government, like logistics. We connected them with the road transport corporation. Health, we connected with the health department, health tech startups. Agri-tech, we're connecting them to the Right Bazars that we have here. Then again, we have Eastern Naval Command, which is very much present in Visakhapatnam. Defense startups, they're working with them. So, and also we got a lot of mentor pool, then different seed funding that we are supporting through various agencies, both external and internal. Then acceleration programs, connecting with Vadwani Foundation, we did a couple of programs. And IP legal support we are taking through NRDC, and now we'd like to explore the opportunity of working with Turnip and other esteemed organizations like yours. And these are the verticals that we are mainly focusing. Like, I mean, if you see, like, I mean, the new verticals that you see here are defense, because we are part of IDEX. Then agritech AP is very much strong within agriculture sector. We are working with HIFA International, which is a US-based organization, works for eradication of poverty. We have more with them, and day after tomorrow they are having a Biosolve meet in Rajahmundry. So they're bringing in a lot of organization support for agri-tech startups. And logistics, AP government is growing so much on the logistics front. So we are building new ports, new fishing harbors. There's 5 ports coming up apart from the other ports that we have. We are bringing on the Kakinada deep water port, then again Ramapatnam port near Ongole, and in Srikakulam we are bringing at Mullapadu. All these ports are close to about 5,000 plus crores, and then lot of it's a niche area for startups to explore and work. AP is known next to Gujarat. We have the biggest coastline, and it is close to about 982 square kilometers. And then among that, like, I mean, a lot of aqua farming is happening. So there are a few startups which are coming in this field. The next unicorn would probably be coming out from an aquatech sector. Then again, we are building a lot of fishing harbors for that support. Close 15 harbors are coming up. We are also working on renewable energy. So with IAP, we are trying to collaborate. I'll showcase that there. Then on MedTech, we have one of the best COEs. AMTZ is there in Visakhapatnam, where it's hosting a lot of advanced product-based startups and also semi companies. Then this is the incubation tower that we got in Vizag, which is the biggest in AP. It's in 1 lakh square feet, where currently we are housed there. And it's all plug and play. Any startup wants to come and work there. It's a process. We select them through a committee, and then so far, out of the 350 seats, 300 plus seats have been allotted. More than 50 plus startups are working there. You can see clearly that all facilities are being given, Wi-Fi, canteen facilities, then cabins, then meeting halls, and it's located in the IT cells, one of the beautiful locations in Vizag, in the Rushikonda Hills. Then again, we have incubation tower in Kakinada, which is has about 7,000 square feet plus area. A few startups are working there. Now we are trying to convert it into a COI in agri-tech. Recently, our secretary Conor Hizargar had discussions with the STPI officials, so they readily agreed. So probably with a 10 crore budget, will come out with agri-tech, because it is an agri zone, and AP being the rice bowl. So we want to bring on this agri-tech facilities there. Then we have another incubation tower in Vijayawada. This is used to be our previous headquarters, and we also part converted it into a co-working space for startups. A few startups are working from here. And again, we have an incubation tower right outside Tirupati Airport, which is within the vicinity of the airport itself. And here, a few startups are working, like Farm Shield, Digital Twin, and all. Here, we are collaborating with IIT Tirupati, and wants to do a lot of programs from there. These are the list of incubators in AP. We are working closely with IIM Vizag, IIT Tirupati, SRM, VIT, each of them having huge number of students. The SRM and VIT itself, the private universities have about close to 20,000 plus students. They have their own dedicated startup centers, and also, like, I mean, incubation centers. And they also got huge grant. Like IIM Vizag is specializing on women entrepreneurship. We are collaborating with them to bring on a certificate course, and also, like, I mean, leveraging their strengths, market access, and visibility to the startups working, women-led startups. Then IIT Tirupati, we're working on precision technologies. Then IIIT Karnool, we're working on 5G use cases. Recently, DOT had given them a COI. Honorable PM Garu had launched it. Then again, we are working with other incubators like Angaru, which is into agri-tech. Then Padmavati Mahila University is working in other technologies. NASCOM, we are working with deep tech startups. We have MOU with all the incubators spread across AP. Then now we built a startup one portal. It is a unifying platform where all the incubators and the startups come there, and it is kind of like a resource mapping. Like suppose a startup in Srikakulam, which is in the remote parts of AP, northern remote parts, they can access a lab in Tirupati, IIT Tirupati, which has got a precision technology lab. So he can access virtually come to this platform and then try and see what kind of resources are being available, and he can book the lab for his usage and what are the charges, something like that. So this is something, the aggregation of all resources. So we're trying to integrate them at one place. This is a unique feature that we brought onto a portal. Then again, we're conducting a lot of innovation challenges and hackathons. Like, I mean, this being like we are going pan India, just not restricting ourselves to AP. We are taking problem statements, curated problem statements from the departments. Like when we did the fintech challenge, we took from the finance department. Now we are doing a cybersecurity challenge. We are taking it from the police department. So, and later on, they get an opportunity to work with the government of AP as well, not just winning the challenge itself, but the winners now are being working with the government for solving those problems. Like fintech challenge, which we did last year in 2022 and 23, was one of the most successful one, and it went pan India. We got applications more than 200 plus, and 15 were the winners. Out of them, the top 4 presently are working with finance department, government of AP. Likewise, this how we distributed the Honorable Minister Sri Gudwada Amarnath Garu was there, and on the finale he gave the awards. And we also got a citation in the Global FinTech Festival, which was held recently in Mumbai, that AP government had done exceedingly well in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, taking the FinTech thing. And we did a large participation there. And again, recent Bangalore Tech Summit, we did a lot of participation. Like I said, we are working on cybersecurity challenge right now. The grand finale would be next month. Already, social media campaign and other media campaigns are being done. If somebody is interested, they can apply straight away on these challenges coming through a portal. And again, we are working with police department here, and they gave us the problem statements. They clearly said that 40 lakhs is the prize money, and winners would get to work with the government of AP. We are also in the process of doing a logistics challenge with the support of IIT Tirupati, and AppSac AP Space Application Center is working on that. Then there's Center of Excellences that had been set up for startup sake in government of in Andhra Pradesh state through government of AP support. The first one being IoT COE and IoT a day. NASCOM had come as becoming the partner of it. In Visakhapatnam, government of AP funded about 2.5 crores. It's working on deep tech. There are more than 50 plus deep tech startups who are working there. They have a lot of market access and fund integration. Then we supported Rural Incubation Center in Sri Krishnadevara University in Anantapur. 50 lakhs grant had been given. We are ready to give them a crore of rupees more in the coming budget. Then STP had set up an COE, and it's called on Industry 4.0, it's called Kalpataru. So it's a sector agnostic COE where all COEs can, any startup can come together and work there. Mainly the Vizag steel plant is supporting it. Government of India put close to about 20 years. We gave land for that. Like I said, AMTZ, which is the biggest medtech zone in AP, is also there in 1,000 acres setup. There's more companies, and then they hold the record for the largest production of RT-PCR kits during COVID. A new COE which has come up last year is on maritime and shipbuilding at Visakhapatnam. The Department of Shipbuilding had built it, and it's about a 20 crore COE. A lot of startups can come and utilize them. We are also in the process of coming up with new COEs. Like, I mean, close to that is a COE on Metaverse. We are in direct touch with Microsoft. They agreed to set it up. 25 colleges had come forward. We are in the process of building it. Microsoft had given us the curriculum, and then it's free of cost, and the LMS is already built. AP state government had skilled students for more than 1.5 lakh youth on skilling activities through Microsoft LMS. So we are using the same platform to skill the startups on Metaverse, because it's going to be the future. And again, on autonomous, we are working with NASCOM. It's autonomous warfare. And there's one Magniva Ventures from USA is connecting with us on this front. As I said, on green energy and sustainable energy, we are working with IAP Visakhapatnam, which is the Institute of Petroleum and Energy in Vizag. It is funded by the oil sector PSUs. We already ran some cohorts and master classes through them. I already told that 5G technologies we are working at IIIT Kurnool. A super fab lab, we are trying to set it up in IIT Tirupati. And a cyber security, we are working with the Data Security Council of India. On blockchain, we are working with on the way to becoming a unicorn startup DLT Labs. They are working with logistics sector. On gaming, we are working with Cretaverse. That built one of the first metaverse platform. Then on photonics, there's a retired former director from DRDO had come forward. We are trying to build that COE. We are also trying to set up an acceleration school through Google, Startup Acceleration School. And Paytm had come forward, we've done an MOU. The founder Vijay Shekhar Sharma himself was there for a global investor summit, and then he agreed to fund all the startups on the startup toolkit with respect to their payments. On emerging technologies, we are working with Quantum Master, which is a US-based company. So on quantum computing, we want to set up a certification courses and also a small COE in Visakhapatnam itself. Then again, as I said, we did a lot of cohorts and master classes with these reputed organizations like IAP, Meta with EPAR. And this is a curriculum that has been designed by Microsoft. The module 1, module 2, 3, 4. 4 is a capstone project where each module will be separately certified by the Microsoft. If somebody does a very good capstone project, the Microsoft agreed to take them on board. And this is a typical lab setup, how a lab would look like, a metaverse lab would look like at a college end. We made teams, and then teams went to colleges. They met more than 80 chairmen of the colleges. 25 had come forward immediately to set it up. It costs about 25 lakhs to set it up. We also ran a acceleration program with Vadodara Foundation. It's a curated acceleration program for 14 weeks. So after that, 49 startups have been selected, and then they're going to put through a rigorous mode of training and process selection. Then once selected, they'll be funded eventually as well. We are part of IDEX. Last year we got selected for this, and then we have particularly IDEX is meant for innovations in defense excellence. So Vizag being the defense corridor, we have Hindustan Shipyard, we have Eastern Naval Command, then we have NSTL, Naval Science and Technological Laboratory. We have collaborations with all of them. They agreed to fund and then give opportunity for the startups to work with them. This is a Hindustan Shipyard Limited, which is working with a couple of our startups. Recently, they got a grant of 20,000 plus CR from the Defense Ministry to build warships. Here again, there are 7 startups which are directly working. They're all with AP Innovation Society, and they got work orders from BSF, from Indian Army, then again in other various like Coast Guard, naval things. The recent one of the startup had got 60 lakhs as CSR grant from the SBI MD Dinesh Karagaru. This product is like a remote operated life buoy. It's called SafeSea, is the startup name, and they were like given 60 lakhs as CSR, and their product was taken and given to Coast Guard patrolling vessels. We also did missile technology conclave symposium at Visakhapatnam along with the Eastern Naval Command. Herein, our startups have been showcased, and then they've been Navy had agreed to co-opt them. We ran a program called Defense Electronics and Startups Interoperability. It's called DESI 1, where we're trying to work with the defense-led startups and the industry as well. Here, all the people, industry, academia, came together, and also the government. You can see the second version was held at IIT Tirupati. Here again, there's quite a lot of startups came forward. Lieutenant General from Indian Army was present, trying to understand how we can take it forward. Then we also have the DG Naval Procurement of NSTL was present. Dr. Y. Srinivasarao Garu. He had come to our incubation facilities, visited the startups. Immediately, he sanctioned CSR grants to a couple of them. He also agreed that some of the technologies can be transferred to startups at 1/10 of the cost of the production of the technology. It will help them to like go to market, and after that, when they get traction, they can repay the rest of the part. We did a MOU with them. Naval IT team visited our AP Innovation Society. We had interactions with a couple of our startups and asking them to partake couple of them. Also, like Dr. Satish Reddy Garu, who was former secretary and also current advisor to the defense minister, was with us asking the startups to build more on this, because the one thing that has come up recently, defense has been thrown open. And also we did industry incubator connect programs. We got the industry heads from AP Chamber of Commerce, then IT Association of AP, then MSMEs, then the CAA together, and we tried to allocate each incubator to industry so that they'll become their mentor. And area specific wise, we went like that. Suppose we have electronics in Vijayawada, which is the biggest electronics manufacturing company. We had set it up as a mentor for 2-3 incubators in Vijayawada for SRM, VAT, and all, so that they can handhold and guide them their activities. I'm also on board of SRM, VAT, and guiding them on how to take up the innovation activities. Recently, Niti Aayog team had visited us, and then we had a roundtable discussion on launch of women entrepreneurship platform. They agreed. We've been selected to launch the program after probably Goa was the first state, then they did in Assam, and then probably after that will be the third state to do so, where especially women entrepreneurship programs will be launched, and then it will be taken to next level acceleration wise. Then we had a separate workshop on pitching for women entrepreneurs, wherein we got them on single platform. It went on for 2 days, and the pitching sessions were held. A lot of workshops happened. Then also we did women entrepreneurship program in IIM Visakhapatnam. Now they agreed to do a certification program, and we are also in the process of setting up expos for women entrepreneurs regular basis. A lot of students keep visiting our innovation facilities. It's a motivating thing for them. We encourage colleges to bring them. We also do a lot of outreach activities. We go there and then tell them about the opportunities that are there. Recently, we had one motivating trip by students from IITs, then again IIMs from JNU New Delhi had come here. We are in the process of setting up an acceleration program. It is called AIET, Acceleration Cum Incubator on Emerging Tech, with the fund of MIT. So we sent proposals. We are awaiting final outcomes. And again, these are new activities that have been proposed. Actually, a couple of them have been talked about. The Partner Enabler Showcase. Then we are also in the process of bringing out a CXO talk series, where we tied up with startup like media channels. They're willing to showcase us. And rural grassroots innovations we want to bring to light. A lot of Type 2, Type 3 innovations. We have Grameen Incubation Center, which is completely working on this field. Then Scale Up Garage, every alternate Saturdays, we're trying to invite startups to come and do their pitching. As I said, we did the Industry Startup Connect already. We have got National IP Awards for NRDC. Recently, we've been awarded, as Rahulji was talking. So, and also a couple of our startups have been awarded. Then again, in Bharat Hackathon, one of our startup, Tara Mandal, has won the award. As I said, COI and IoT was 5G use case was given out by Honorable CM Garu. So sector-wise also, we have MOEs with different organizations in the Global Investor Summit with VCs, angel funds, and all that. We took a lot of interns, and then close to about 161 have been taken, and we are happy to take more interns on board so that they get an opportunity to understand and know the ecosystem better. We did partake in G20. We did put up some stalls when the G20 Sabhas happened in Visakhapatnam. This is about Startup Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, Rahulji, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So from the audience, if you want to ask any questions from Anil sir regarding management of these events, conducting of these activities, any kind of how to kind of questions, that would be great. You can get, get the answers from a very appropriate person in the startup ecosystem. All right, Rishi Sharma, thank you. Great to have you all over here. So this is the fourth session, sir. So I can see that the audience is still there, and they are.
Yeah,
Uh,
happy to know. Yeah.
yeah, it's great. It's great. Okay, Bibandra, thank you. So maybe I can answer some questions basically. So Andhra Pradesh Innovation Society, sir, how closely is it working with academic institutes? How it works? How academic institutes can benefit basically?
Rahulji is like, as I said, all the 47 incubators, apart from our incubators, they're all located in the academic institutions, only, except for a
Mhm.
few like Gramina, which is outside the academic one, because it's an NGO turned incubator, which
Mhm.
typically works. But so most of the other institutes are all, I mean, more than 40 plus are all based in the universities or colleges, autonomous colleges mainly, because 10 to 15 of them got TBS, technology business incubators as well. And we are also
Mhm.
trying to understand. Recently, we came across this UBA Global Report, University Business Incubator Global Report, which is considered as the yardstick across the world for standard operating procedures, understanding how a business incubator should work. Like, I mean, that's typically where the incubator should convert itself into a business incubator, because when you look at startups, when you look at innovations, Silicon Valley has grown from that part, because the
Mhm.
Stanfords, Nortons are the ones who actually had speared all these big companies, the hexagons of today, like Google, like, I mean, Facebook,
Yeah,
Meta,
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
yeah. So
So we
university
have
is
a
the
question.
where they, yeah. Let me just finish. University
Yeah,
is the place
actually,
where the real thing happens.
yeah,
So for
absolutely,
that matter,
absolutely.
we are like, for me, if you don't have a good incubation center, startups will not have support system, and they fail. You have typically like only 5% traction happening in the startups. We have say like, I
Mm.
mean, close to 1 lakh today. The number of DBA registered startups are 1 lakh 19,000 plus. But how
Mm-hmm.
many of them are successful? And how many, like, I mean, yesterday I had an interesting question by a Hindu journalist. He was saying out of them, typically only 3,000 had claimed the IT exemptions. The
Yeah,
government is
actually,
giving
this
them
is
an
a
IT.
question.
Yeah. So the big part is, if you don't have revenue, then you are like, I mean, on the losing
Exactly.
path.
You don't want
So,
startup to be like just a number
yeah, so
that
until
okay, this
unless you
many
come
startup.
to an incubator, like, I mean, this month end we are doing one program. This Texas team is coming. Texas governor is coming to India.
Mm.
Part of his team is coming to us and trying to meet our startups. They're saying if they're good product based startups today, we'll take them to USA. We'll give them incubation space.
Mm.
We'll give them opportunities
Yeah,
to work there. We'll provide them, because the market is not so bright outside. And recently we
yeah,
had one
yeah,
team from Switzerland. It's interesting, called Factor Y. They came up with a name called Factor Y Factory, but they are talking it as Factor Y. And they're saying you got IPs, you got patents, you come and approach us, because typically an innovator is not a good in marketing or like setting up a
yeah,
company. So they'll work out an interactive kind of like session, and then they'll design what kind of percentage that they want to do. One innovation that we had
yeah.
is by name Ramadevi Garu. She had a very interesting innovation called organic sanitary napkin. So she was trying to, like, I
Yeah.
mean, pitch to a European Economic Development Commission MOA that we had, and they said they have understanding with third world countries where they have to give free of cost, and they said if we can do a technology transfer, we'll readily onboard her and then take the product to other third world
Mhm.
countries. It can be like, I mean, they have to give
Yeah,
on a CSR basis or something
yeah.
like that. Sorry,
So,
some
sir, we
question.
have this question. So
Mm.
wonderful presentation. So how to establish innovation society in universities? So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is
I'm just
the
saying. So first of all, they should create a cell. In a sense, like, I mean, typically each department can have their own cells, and it has to come from their own thing. Or otherwise, if they have got very good space, like suppose if they can earmark close to like 2,500 to 10,000 plus square feet of area, then if the university has got some funds, they can showcase that they got some funds. They can go to Government of India. Different schemes are there, like DST gives for a technology business incubator, AICT gives for an idea lab, because one of our universities, typically Vignan, which is the biggest university, has set up a recent first idea lab in AP. 50 lakhs university governing body gave, and then 50 lakhs IICT gave. So that they set up a product making lab, idea lab it was meant. And again, TBI, if you can put something like, I mean, it varies on the size and the quantum. Suppose We have one TBA in Aditya Engineering College, which is in Kakinada. The entire area nearby is coir-based industry. So it is one of the
Mm-hmm.
first coir-based industry that has TBA that has come up, and Government of India had sanctioned 15 CR for that, and the university gave them 10,000 square feet of area plus. Like as I said, now we have one incubation facility in Kakinada again. So we thought like, why can't we convert it into agri-tech COE? We asked STPA,
Mm-hmm.
and STPA said that they'll fund it. And different departments will give different. As I've shown you the COEs that different departments are doing. Like for example, Mangalgiri in Vijayawada is famous for handlooms, and the Department of Textiles, Government of India is giving fund for setting up a COE in textiles. Suppose your university
Mm-hmm.
is working, like I am collaborating with IAP, they are working on non-renewable, like renewable energies and all, because it's funded by oil PSUs. So if a university picks up one particular theme or one dominant theme in that area, like I mean, we don't have so much toy manufacturing companies in India. All the toys that we bring is from outside. So one particular university is trying to come out in Vizag on that factor. Like I mean, they want to like. We have one Centurion University which is like I mean very good in skill development training.
Mm-hmm.
They collaborate with Brandix, which is the biggest company, more than 30,000 plus direct employment, the biggest textile manufacturing company in India. So they tied up with them and they done a COE and textiles. So the
Mm-hmm.
main incubation
Yeah.
facility is more towards that, like I mean, what is the strength of the local area we have to identify. Suppose Goa is tourism is the highest. So Goa has an accelerator on tourism. When we went for a training, then we realized that there's an accelerator on tourism. So Vizag
Yeah.
is growing on tourism. So like I mean, we had to send our startups who are working on tourism. We have one startup who had come, like I mean, GoPrayan. So she's a doctor. She passed it, but then her interest lies in that. She wants to build something like Airbnb. So the
Mm-hmm.
idea is like, I mean, so then, but until she, if she just starts by herself, she cannot make big. She has to understand, she has to put through the rigmarole. If you can send her to that
Yeah.
Goa accelerator with a recommendation. So you want to like, I mean, if you want to set up an incubation facilities and other things, first of all, the university should have some money kept aside for that. Otherwise, if no money, it should approach the particular state government. And third is that you have to have earmark some dedicated space, at least starting with a 500 SFTA to 2,500, depending on the strength of the college. We had KLU here. I was the inspecting officer in 2018. That time they did not dedicate. Then they dedicated. Now today they have not just one TBA. They have three TBAs there. More than 10,000 plus square feet is there. The university is like having more than 25,000 plus students. So almost every college now, for the ranking also, for the NRF ranking or the NAC accreditations or the ACT rankings, they have to. It's become mandatory that they have to set up the EASCs and the AACCs,
Mm-hmm.
IACCs. So they have to like I mean invariably do this. The state either it could be a society or it could be bodies, the nodal agencies. They'll definitely support. As I said, like for Triple IT, we wrote a letter to DOT. Then they were given in the recent Indian Mobile Congress, they were given a lab, 5G use cases lab. Apart from that, they got money
Yeah.
from the also. Samsung came forward, they gave 50 lakhs. If you look at industry partners also, they'll be ready to come and support you. Like Samsung
Mm-hmm.
gave them a bed, which is very much required. And
Yeah.
suddenly now became the regional center for entire 5G use case in South India.
Yeah. So, sir, there's one more question by
Mhm.
Nino. So they
Mhm.
wanted to understand any specific products and services they can approach or
No,
delivered by
not the
API.
products, but services we give. For them, first of all, it becomes a constraint because you have to be part of our registrations here. You should be a registered body from AP. And second is that
Mm-hmm.
the incubation service is free of cost. Previously, it used to be free of cost. Now it's subsidized. Market rate is like say 5,000. We are giving it 2,500. And also we give a lot of grants. Like I mean, we get tight grant from central government. We given grants like EAR, entrepreneur in residence. And if any startup comes initially, we give them. I mean, after selection, they should go through a process. We give 10 startups as EAR. They have to work for 1 year with us, and it's called a typical residency, like that entrepreneur in residency. And then again, all the IPR support, like I mean, NRDC is doing, is supporting us.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing free of cost IPR patent filing for us. Then again, industry connects, and also like I mean, other networking support, whatever they want, mentorship. because we being the government, we are part of IT department, government of AP. So we take them across all the sectors. As I said, the B2G, like I mean, mainly recently when the G20 happened, the municipal commissioner of Visakhapatnam called me and said, Anil, can you send somebody who can make me an app immediately, an RIFD based app, so that when you walk along, you don't need to show your iCard, nothing. Your recognition is done and you are sent inside, already
Mhm.
pre-fitted and all. So when the foreign delegates
Yeah,
came,
yeah.
so what we did is that I got an because a startup which could do it immediately, so they did, and then he charged only 10 lakhs. Wherein if you go through a tender process, it costs again 1 crore or something, which are typically if you go through a company or a big company, something like that. So the opportunity was given
Yeah.
to a startup immediately. Again, we are coming out with preferential market access. That's what the
Mhm.
particular terminology in central government also they use. In tenders and all, 30% weightage should go to startups. Then again, up to so much budgeting can be earmarked for the startups. And
Mhm.
without, like I mean, without having a pre-experience, also the startups can be permitted to work if they got a product, something like that. We are now trying to inbuilt into the policies so that startups stand a chance to do the, like I mean, work with government as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So, sir, we have like one maybe final question before we
Mhm.
break for the lunch break. So, Dr. Amit Kumar Tiwari, I think he has this question.
Yeah, I'm able to read it.
So, basically,
Yeah.
how to enhance, yeah, how to enhance its startup, how can India enhance its startup ecosystem by innovation, diverse talent, economic growth through infrastructure, policies, funding, global integration. So, basically, a bit general point,
Yeah,
your
yeah, I
general
got it.
point of view
Yeah,
in
it's
remarks,
nice.
basically.
Amiji, it's a very good question. In fact, when I joined also last year, I took charge here. I am from state service. I keep working in different departments. So, actually, what I understood from my experience is that, as you rightly mentioned, that infrastructure part is a big question, and then a lot of places that plays a crucial role. Like I mean, we had to have good incubators because that's a place where the startups will grow and nurture. And again, not just incubation support is sufficient. You have to have funding support. If a startup has to go out of the death valley, they have to typically get a fund support. And once they cross that funding support, again, that market access should be given. As I just not talk, the government should support them in giving that market access. Like I mean, for all the startups, because they should be given the first opportunity and first chance
Mm,
to pilot with government, to work with government, because government is the biggest aggregator. You can grow at scale only when you do a project with government, because as I said, Microsoft also worked with us when they came for skilling. And the mandate given to Microsoft was to train 1 lakh youth, but Microsoft went beyond that and trained 1.5 lakh youth in a year's time. So now again we handpicked the same LMS portal, and then we said like train them in metaverse. So like I mean,
mhm,
these kind of opportunities had to be given. So we had to have that setup also. Those COEs why I've shown is that we had set up only 5 COEs, but there is so much in the emerging tech where a lot of people after seeing this, they start coming forward. On a random thing on my LinkedIn, somebody responded to me and said, "We are from USA, Telugu people. We want to support. We have a quantum deep tech startup. So let's work in quantum computing, because tomorrow that is the computing that is we are going to adopt. The normal binary one would replenish this. So something like this. So
mhm,
somebody has come on photonics, which is the most advanced technology now. He's the ex DRDO scientist. He came for. So it has to be industry academia collaboration. Typically, as we started talking from the Stanfords and other things. So the startup, the Silicon Valley just not grew from nothing. It came from universities, but we should give them the right
mhm,
direction. Like I mean, government support should be there. The university should support. One startup I shown you in my presentation, also Tara Mandal. He came with me after the award. I told him go present yourself in Bangalore. I know the VCs. I'll tell them. So he came first there. In fact, he's still doing his MTech. He's trying to build a space
mhm.
rocket. His name is Tara Mandal. This one. Then he said, "Sir, outside my HOD is also waiting. Can you permit him? I want to take this certificate along with him." Okay, call him. Why are you making him stand? His electrical engineer HOD came inside. He is his mentor. So the
Yeah,
understanding that we had to have that kind of mentorship coming from the industry, from the academia, so that just a student idea would not go far. That's what I seen.
yeah.
So
So great, sir, presentation. Amazing to see these insights. and
Thank you.
so much is happening. It's about, basically creating an energy. Your slides, when we were seeing, it all had energy, and that is what I think startups and startup ecosystem needs. And also we are doing our small part to create this energy via Turnip
Definitely.
Innovation Festival. And
I'm also keen to associate with
so,
Turnip. Let's work on that. And
yes,
as we
sir,
discussed.
absolutely, sir. Microsoft, you told the story of Microsoft, of who skilled 1.5 lakh student.
Yeah,
For sure, we want to also make IPR mainstream. So this is what our vision is, and we would like to target a very wide audience of
I was discussing
academic
with
scholars.
Sahuji also morning. His team also, they're there. I think Bhavya has joined from their side. Sahuji is there, so we all can work and then make it better. I told Sahuji that you're planning to visit Vizag as well. So probably the next part, the last part is IPR support only. After their product,
Yeah.
they need this in a big way. So if we can't protect
Yeah.
and guide them well, so it will have a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you
Wonderful,
for
sir. So great, sir. Thank you for coming to our Turnip Innovation Festival. Glad to have this aspect of IPR and startups. So startups, I would say. And so the audience, thank you very much. So we are concluding the first half of the Turnip Innovation Festival. We'll take a short break, and at 1:30 p.m., Dr. Hemang Shah from Qualcomm is going to present L Pro platform for IPR awareness and IPR commercialization. It's a free platform, and it has some of the best instructors and best partners in India who have created the content. And you can get a tour of that platform, and also you can get a chance to register for that platform. So thank you very much, sir, Anil Tentu, sir. And
mail ID, so that they can mail to me.
yeah, I will put it on the chat.
Yeah, I'm putting it out.
Yeah. So I'll put this thing in the comment box.
Yeah, I just did that. It came in private chat. Sorry, you can put it on comment box.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll put it in the comments because
Yeah.
So you can contact Mr. Anil Tentu at this email address, ceo-apis@ap.gov.in. It's on the screen right now. Folks, so with this, I'll also take a break. We'll take a short break, and at 1:30, the stream is going to go on. We will, continue to interact on the chat, and at 1:30 we will start Dr. Hemang's session. So thank you, Anil sir. Thank you, and we are going to be in touch. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are ready for our post-lunch session. We have with us Dr. Hemang Shah. He's going to again join and take you through the L2 Pro platform, which is a very good free platform for IPR awareness for all kind of levels of IPR. So without further ado, we can start this interactive session. So we can engage with the audience for about a few minutes before we have run one email campaign where we are asking people to join at 1:30. But if the audience has any questions right now, it's a great time to interact with Hemang. So feel free to write any questions in the chat. And uh, yeah, Hemang, so the stage is yours. I am around. Just let me know. I can come and join the stream.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. I hope you all are having a very good first half. I mean, again, it's pretty impressive that on a Saturday you are willing to learn about innovation. It shows your passion. So, firstly, thank you to all of you. I think I just wanted to understand, or I wanted to share some idea about what L2 Pro is and how it can really help you. Because from this particular audience, I guess, like just amazing interest in how people should think about innovation, how they can make more impact to whatever work that they are doing. So if you just allow me a minute, I am going to share my slides. Good afternoon, Dr. Rajiv Gandhi and others. So in the meantime, if there are any questions, please let me know. So the genesis, while my slides are being loaded, I think what I want to highlight is that our innovations, our innovation journey actually came from the genesis was really working with startups. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted because my slides are not being able to share. Now it should work. Yeah. So, well, Yamal ma'am, I think the question that you're asking is actually what led us to developing something like L2 Pro. And the idea is that all of us have number of ideas. Some are good, some are implementable, some are not. But how do you take them to the next level, and what should you do regarding that? So one immediate tip that I can give you, Valyamal ma'am, is that you if you have an interesting idea, the immediate next step that you should do is see if you can whiteboard it. So if you can create a flow chart or a block diagram out of it, because quite often what makes sense intellectually, once we start putting it into practice, it does not give you the same result, and you're like, hey, what was I thinking? An easy way to overcome that barrier is just to see if you can create a flowchart around it. And the minute you start creating flowcharts, you'll realize that, hey, I was making some assumptions that are not true. Or once I start adding some means which are required, I might have to, like change a few things here and there. So go to the next step. After you're done, with the flow charting, or let's say you put a block diagram, at that point have another review, with your team and say, what are we missing? What could we do? Like, and at every stage you must be asking yourself three questions. So what I'll do is I'll write down in the chat box and request Rahul or the Turnip team to share it with them. You want to think along three dimensions: people, which is who are the customers. You want to address technical improvements, which is what is, say, the product innovation. Here you are looking at performance improvement, expected results, if you can ideally quantify it. And the third one is the business metric that, and let's say if you were to launch a product like this in the market, of course you want to make sure that financially it should be worth it for you, because otherwise then it does not lead to a cycle of continuing innovations. Okay, so is it financially uh, viable? And across these three metrics, once you rate them, you're like, okay, fine. If you are hitting a strong resounding yes in each of these segments, then you build the confidence that, okay, fine, I have something which can go to the next stage. Okay, so let me start with what L2 Pro is. L2 Pro is a DPIIT program in partnership with NLU Delhi and Qualcomm. And the genesis of this program originated from doing multiple startup interactions over the years. So since 2015, 16 timeframe, we have been interacting with startups and understanding what they think about intellectual property, trying to really figure out, okay, why is it important to them? And back then, honestly, number of them were not that savvy about IP compared to the situation today. Back then, very roughly, if I have to say, in a room of say 10 people, if I ask how many are very serious about intellectual property, maybe a couple of hands will go up. But today, if I ask that same question, out of that same room, 8 to 9 hands will go up. Okay, so that is a big change in India, and one of the things that we wanted to bring, to everyone, are the best practices. So L2 Pro is an IP e-learning program, completely free for everyone. There's a web link which is l2proindia.com, or you can go on to your favorite app store and search for it. Now, L2 Pro will help you in understanding the benefits of IP, how you can protect your innovations with patents, how copyrights play a role, how trademarks work. Importantly, we want people to be practitioners when it comes to intellectual property. So how can they bring IP into a core aspect of their business models? How can they gain value from their R&D efforts? And again, like, since the number of audience we have here today is from academia, this is super important because there's so much of amazing R&D work being done across India. But if you look at the conversion of those into patents, that is not so much. And there's only one reason for that: it's people are not filing enough. So I think we need to have that conversion. And ultimately, since we all are innovating, how can we bring these innovations quickly to the market? The course is split across 3 modules: basic, intermediate, and advanced. In my opinion, everyone should be familiar with the basic module. Then, because it covers, what patents are, trademarks, copyrights, industrial designs, and so on. After that, you get into the intermediate level, which goes into what happens roughly behind the scenes. So when you're looking at say how patent offices evaluate patents, or what prior art search is, or for that matter, if you're a startup, what kind of agreement should you be considering? You have NDAs, then alongside you'll be hiring, employees, right? So what should the employee agreements consider? How should your IP be protected across all levels? And finally, you have the advanced level, which is, how you can get better access to venture capital and funding, how standards work, and how disputes work. At the end of each level, we have an interactive case study based assessment. And the sole purpose of that case study is not to just see, the purpose of the program is not to make you into someone who's going to draft patents and trademarks. I mean, if it's your choice, great. But the real idea is that how we can make sure that anytime you see something innovative around you, like a light bulb should go on, and you're like, okay, fine, I think we are onto something. Now let's take it to the next level. This course is meant to be a reference guide, and it's also meant to be fun to use. So these are some of the screenshots which we have from the app. You can see it's quite interactive in nature. There are pop-up quizzes which will come up. There are resource guides. For example, the second screenshot from the left shows you where you can find patent and trademark facilitators on the IP India website. We also realize that all of us don't have enough time. I mean, come on, like, we have so many of YouTube videos, of Twitter videos, Instagram reels. There's so much of content to absorb. So for every lesson, there is roughly a 2-minute introductory video and a 2-minute summary video. So if you give overall 5 minutes per lesson, in my opinion, you have gone through about 60-70% of the material. And the other part, you can use it on a reference as need basis. We also have certificates which will be issued for every level. So most certificates are issued for the basic level. Then we have a smaller number for intermediate, and the really serious learners they go for the advanced level certification. All certificates are free. The minute you pass the assessment, you will have that certificate, which is there as a part of your login. And I'll show you in a brief minute, what that looks like. So let me just show you what that L2 Pro interface looks like. Just give me a minute. Okay, so this is my login onto L2 Pro. And after you log in, so the sign up process is very simple. You can sign in, through your email, or you can use one of your social media accounts to log in, whatever is your preference. After you log in, this is the screen you'll see. So it's welcoming me. It shows me what the courses are. What I'll do is I'll hover over here to the courses. Oh, it signed me out. So just, I'll hover over to the courses, and here you can see the courses which I've completed. Okay, so I can go to whichever tab I'm interested in, basic, intermediate, or advanced. So let me go to one of the basic modules. Let's just say, for the sake of discussion, I'm interested in patents. So over here, I'm going to click the launch button, and now you will see a new pop-up, which is, hey, I'm going to begin this introduction to patents. I click begin. So it remembers where you last left off. Now I want to give you this beginner journey, so I'm starting you from the origin point. So we always thank Professor Yogesh Pai and Pragya Chaturvedi, who used to be with NLU Delhi at that time. Professor Yogesh Pai is a professor at NLU Delhi.
Heard the buzzword intellectual property in the startup space lately?
So this is
Do you also have an invention
intro
or
video
creation
that
which
you're
might
playing.
become intellectual property for your business?
So I'm going to mute this. I don't know if the audio will be shared from here, but you can see it's about a minute in duration, and we'll cover the most important aspects that will aid your understanding for what this course should be about.
Patents and copyrights can protect your innovation and
Yeah, we can hear.
cases of
Okay, great.
collaboration. You can earn revenue from your IP and also take legal action against its unauthorized use. Let's get started.
Okay, so after this, you can go through each section. So, okay, what is this lesson about? And I'm just showing you real time, how this course works. So maybe this is an audience question. Okay, what is the right answer for this one? Which of these does not qualify for IP protection? The shape of the McDonald's logo, the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle, the shape of footwear, or a method of playing chess. And maybe if you can type your answers in the chat box, we'll see. Okay, so Shantanu ECE Datta says number 4, method of playing chess. Let's see if there are people who disagree with him. Anupriji, you're seeing a tab of the L2 Pro course program. Okay, there's one more response for the same one, method of playing chess. But let's just see if you are a learner and you're like, okay, I think the shape of the footwear might be the answer. And if I click submit, you get the reasoning. It's not that, hey, you're incorrect. It tells you why that answer is wrong. Okay, and it also gives you the explanation for the correct answer. And as Shantanu and, there's another username, they're correct, which is, the method of playing chess does not qualify for IP protection, and they're excluded from the scope of patentability. Okay, so like this, you can make your way through the course. And now, let's just say you wanted to jump into any other section. So you can easily do that from this drop down list over here. And what I'll now do is, okay, I don't want to exit the course, but I'll instead head over to, oops, I need to. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to my sharing. I will share my screen again. Okay, there is some issue in sharing the screen, at this stage, but that's what L2 Pro is about. And if you click on the assessment, okay, I think the assessment is the best part about the program, in my opinion, because what you have out there is an amazing opportunity to get certificates on the model, on each module, and the main intent behind this certificate. So, for example, in the basic module, we have a case study of a startup. Okay, so the startup is working on a digital pen product, and it has some ideas about, okay, what kind of features it wants to introduce so that it can stand out better in the market compared to the competition out there. Now, you have different aspects to consider, which are the innovations that this new digital pen will introduce, but also there are aspects around the markets that this startup wants to enter. So it doesn't want to just supply its pens in India, but it has plans for international expansion also. So that is sort of the high level premise of this case study. And after that, you will be asked questions. So this will be on the entire basic level. So you'll get a mix of questions from the case study as well as some factual questions like the one we just answered. And so based on that, you will be testing your knowledge. And in my opinion, you're really testing how well can you apply that in the real world. If you pass the exam successfully, you can get this certificate on the spot. So that is about L2 Pro. If you have any questions, any comments, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer any further questions.
Yeah. So any questions in the chat regarding the L2 Pro platform? Can you write on the chat if you have registered for the L2 Pro platform or if you have signed up for the platform? Just write yes on the chat so we know that you have registered. Yeah, Section 3 of the Patent Act, for sure. That is the reason why it cannot. But here, I think the question was on IP, not necessarily patents. So,
Yeah.
Okay,
But it's
there's
great
a
we have
question.
such a great audience. So Yamini asks, what is the total duration of the advanced level course? It's a good question, Yamini. So, and it's a bit of a, I can't give you a hard number. I think if you have to estimate in terms of number of hours, it can take anyone anywhere from probably 5 to 10 hours to complete it. But at the bare minimum, like I said earlier, one can go through the intro and the summary video for the 3 lessons of the advance. So that's roughly about 15 to 20 minutes of your time to complete that 60%, 70% of your understanding. Now, the reason why that time is variable is, for example, someone who is very, very familiar with how standards work, they will probably go through that section very fast. But for someone who is new to that world of how standards work and what standard setting organizations are, they may spend a bit more time in really absorbing all the nuances.
Mhm. Yeah, I
So
have
yeah,
actually done the basic level. I have done the
yeah.
basic level in the L2 Pro platform, and it's very nuanced, and it's not like super simple. You can't like make zero effort and go through even the basic level. So basic level is also has a certain level. I think I dropped out in the intermediate level because I think it's genuinely intermediate. I mean, you need to make some effort. You can't just relax and pass through that. And advanced level, I think that I haven't explored it, but
Great. No, thank you,
it's
Rahul.
really good content. Yeah, it's really some. I think the NLU professors have made it, and
Yeah. Very terrific work by Dr. Pai and his team. And thank you, Yamini. Please do sign up and share your feedback with us.
yeah, great. Would sign up. Yeah, yeah. I mean, by all means. And also, there's one thing about online courses. Usually, how they are is like you can learn this, you can learn that. It's always too much focus on learning. But I think this L2 Pro platform, there's also some studying. You have to like read and you have to study. So like I think when you have that studying mentality, you focus more on the fundamentals and not just okay, let's learn this XY.
Great. And Rahul, there's a reason for that. Because intellectual property is such a nuanced area, and I've come across startups that were just not aware. Meaning, I'll share one case study of this startup that was at really a big event, and they were out there to win the competition on the stage. And so, of course, they were going to be asked questions around how things work, for their product. And being the I guess technologists that they were so involved in speaking about how things work behind the scenes that later when I asked them that, hey, by the way, have you filed patents on these things before you spoke of them in this public domain? And they're like, oh no, we did not. And that's how they hurt themselves in the foot unintentionally. So it's not that you have a competitor who's taking advantage of this thing. It's the innovators themselves need to know about a lot of these nuances.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, they have to be exposed to this content before this situation happens, and that happens usually in the academic level. Usually people study what they want when they are in the college. Once they leave college, it's unlikely they just take they take some courses here and there, but it's the best time to expose people. And if people in the audience, if there are any IIC presidents or somebody who's taking care of IPR cell, you can contact Dr. Hemang Shah, and it's a very good certification also. I think that people, the certificate has a DPIIT logo, has a Qualcomm logo, CPAM, which is one of the biggest IP awareness organization. So yeah, I mean, it's a free, and it's also an NLU. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's also free of charge. So yeah, the link is there in the description. So folks, please do click on it, and maybe there's some feedback also in the the website. You can also probably Dr. Hemang Shah will himself go through some feedback. You can give your feedback.
Yeah, let us know. We have a very solid backend team also that has made sure that the platform has continually improved over the years. So, it's a very solid team, and I have to thank them for that. So I look forward to having all of you on L2 Pro. Please do sign up, and if you are very knowledgeable, but if you know innovators around you, share the course with them.
Yeah, it's highly practical. I think that there is also a lot of commercialization things. And one thing also I can add, this I understood, that technology commercialization content is not very easily available online. So even at Turnip, we don't have any per se any technology commercialization course. So I think that you can learn about licensing related things, contracts, licensing probably this is the best place, the L2 Pro platform.
And thank you, Rahul, for being such a passionate champion for intellectual property and innovation. I think this is the time for India, to make further progress on that. Looking at the audience, we have so many in academia who are very passionately listening to the sessions from the morning. And genuinely, I feel that like our universities are not able to convert their amazing research work into patents, especially patents, because that's one natural outcome that should be there. So, dear professors, dear researchers, if you are anyways thinking about publications, because when you are talking about a peer-reviewed publications, they are anyways going to evaluate more or less similar benchmarks, which is this work novel, is this innovative, does it advance our understanding of this topic, which are very analogous to how patent offices will also evaluate your patent application. So if a publication is an outcome, in my opinion, you can leverage that same work and get patents also out of it. So please, do take this extra effort and convert your impactful research work into intellectual property rights.
Yeah, I think Turnip, we are also, we want it to become mainstream, because that's how we will succeed. This is also what we think, that innovation as a topic, it can become mainstream. So it's not thought of as a something organized or something that you systematically. And I liked also in your earlier presentation, you talked about systems, and how creating systems is actually such a nice way to succeed, but people usually don't think like in that format.
Yeah, and systems level thinkers, in my opinion, are the best innovators, and I've come across many of them, uh, and it always is inspiring. So we always think that, hey, you have got to be an idea machine, to be an innovator. More than just being an idea machine is uh, the real impact comes from the people who take those ideas to the next level. And it's not just okay putting that into one just next level, basic prototype, and they're done with that. They try to optimize the system from an end-to-end perspective. They take care of each and everything along the way, and that's how their ideas turn into inventions and then later innovations, which is how we come to enjoy so many products over the years. So, I mean, yeah, systems level thinking. It's some. I wish that more of our university should teach that, how to cultivate that mindset. It doesn't come through one course. It is a repeated learning and repeated practice.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, a lot of people are saying registered. So very
Great.
nice.
Thank you all.
Very nice. So yeah, we have also covered geographic locations earlier. We had Mr. Anil Tentu, who spoke about startup ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh. And we have Dr. Deepika Singh, who's coming next. She's actually already with us in backstage.
Great.
And she's going to talk about trademarks. Actually, trademark is more fundamental than, say, patent for most businesses. And even we made mistakes. I was actually from the IP background, but even I made mistakes with trademark. So IPgram, our product, was actually challenged by Instagram, the biggest social media out there. So but we now have registered. We settled, actually. So we had to mention in our trademark, we had to make modifications to our mark, that we are not a social media platform and something like that, and that's how we so now we can coexist, basically, both the marks. So these are some things that I think that startups must know, and for that I think Dr. Deepika Singh will take the session. So yeah, so thank you, everyone. Thank you to the audience. Thank you, Hemang. Thank you to Qualcomm for sponsoring us, for making this event possible. And most definitely, I think the audience, we will also send them, say, one mailer with L2 Pro. So many of the people, I can see 92 people right now. We have more than 2,700 registrations. So yeah, I think some of them will be watching it in different times.
Yes.
But yeah.
No, no,
Great,
terrific.
great.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks a lot,
for
Hemang. Thank you. Have a good day.
Take care.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. See you. All right, so let's continue with Turnip Innovations Festival's post-lunch sessions. So we had the session by Dr. Hemang Shah regarding L2 Pro platform, where you can, join IPR awareness courses free of charge, and they are very compelling, high-quality IPR courses. So feel free to register. The link is there in the description of the YouTube video. And now I will call upon Dr. Deepika Singh, who will take the session on IPR strategy for trademarks. So Dr. Deepika Singh, an advocate, an IP practitioner, and a patent agent. She's an IP facilitator for many startups, many universities, and she's the alumnus of the prestigious Women of Science Scholarship Program by Department of Science and Technology of Government of India. So she's in the IPR panel of several universities, and she was also featured in the 100 Success Stories compiled by the Department of Science and Technology. So with this, I welcome Deepika ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. And so the stage is yours. If you need me, I am around. So just let me know, and I'll jump into the session.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to present on trademarks today. Trademarks for startups, as sir also just said that, not many people know the nuances of trademarks and what are the things that we should be taking into consideration before filing. So unnecessarily, especially startups cannot really afford so much, litigation, opposition, rectification. So how do we maximize this IP filing so that your trademark is registered in a short time, and you can deal with all those things. So I'm just going to give you some tips and some about trademarks. So here I think you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Good
see.
afternoon, everyone. Okay. Okay, so trademark is, as many of you may be aware, that in fact, I can jump on to the next slide right away. So from morning, you would have seen these two trademarks. They are both registered trademarks. And just by looking at them, you can see that they are distinctive. They represent those services, and just by looking at the trademark, you know that what kind of goods and what kind of services are associated with these trademarks. So that is basically the purpose of trademark. When you look at the law basically tells you that your trademark should be capable of distinguishing your goods and services from those of others. So when you look at, Turnip trademark, or even you look at Qualcomm is a coined word. It is not a dictionary word. So it is a fantastic trademark. So more about this, and we move on to the next slide. See, there are lots of IPs. You all know about patents. You know about designs, GIs. So the thing is that when you file a patent application, you file design application, copyrights, they are not exactly visible. Only the people who have filed, only the people who are inventors, only they are aware, and only those who have commercial interest in that IP, or those who are studying it, they may be aware. But trademark is so visible. It just represents what you want to project to everybody, your values. It is your image. It is exactly, it is the crux of everything that you have been doing so far, or what you want to do in future. So it is very, very visible. It is an extremely valuable asset which should be protected and defended. So as the trademark grows over a period of time, so once you have filed, you start using it. It starts, people start recognizing your brand because of your trademarks. So slowly and slowly, it attains that goodwill, and that is the goodwill that will ultimately, that makes that trademark so strong, so strong. So ultimately, we are looking at brand recognition. A trademark gives you people start recognizing your brand just by looking at your trademark. So here I'm going to give out the steps in trademark filing. So once you submit your application to the trademark registry, you can use TM or superscribed along with your trademark name. And once it is registered, you can use R. So here are all the steps, right from TM filing to registration. So the thing is, here I have just submitted the TM application. It will then be examined by the trademark office. Then either they will accept it or they will object it. So if they accept it, they will publish it for 4 months. They say 4 months, but it takes longer because they have administrative work to do. And this publication period is basically so that if any person wants to oppose that trademark, they can do it within those 4-5 months. 4 months actually, legally it is 4 months. And if there is no opposition, then it is registered. After registration also, there is a rectification proceeding. Somebody may file a rectification suit. If the trademark is objected, then you get time to respond to it. Your attorney can file a response. There will be a hearing, and then if it is accepted, then again the same procedure: opposition, registration, and if any, rectification. So what I'm trying to say is that trademark filing or registration is not a single step process. I see so many people every day who say that, I have we want to submit the trademark filing, trademark application, and when will we get it registered? See, these steps have been outlined. So minimum, even if there is no objection, there is no opposition, then also it takes 7 to 8 months for a trademark to be registered. It may take longer also. But even then, if you look at this timeline, this publication for 4 months is an essential period. And another thing for trademarks, which I want to tell you, is that for trademarks, opposition proceedings are very common. Unlike patents, for patents, I know people who have been working for so many years, but they have not handled a single patent opposition. But for trademarks, it is quite high, almost like 1 in 10, 1 in 15 are getting opposed. So you have to be prepared before filing your TM. The best strategy is that before filing your TM, you are prepared what kind of trademark you want. You must be have a proper view of what to expect before you file your application. Now, looking at startups, so there is a lot of government support to startups for right from funding opportunities, incubators, tax benefits, low cost of IP filing, and connecting you with investors. So a lot of these schemes can be found on www.startupindia.gov.in and dpiit.gov.in. So DPIIT is actually Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. So startups actually require a DPIIT recognition certificate. So we will be sharing a link with you regarding that registration. It is a national single window approval for DPIIT recognition. So while startups have this government support, we also know that startups face many challenges also. First thing is time and resource constraints. Many startups are fueled by some patents that you have filed. One person or two persons are dealing with everything, right from finances to pitching clients to managing the office work, and they are under immense pressure to bring out a commercially viable product or service quickly, because that pressure to succeed, or even if not succeed, at least then people can move on. So that pressure is always there. A startup cannot survive on government grants forever, and someday you have to come into that profit mode. You have to be able to have a product or your service which is commercializable, and people are able to make profit out of it. NSWS link is in description. Okay, great. So you can check that link. There is some procedure, and if somebody wants that detailed procedure of how to obtain DPIIT registration, they can email courses@turnip.co.in, or they can email me directly. So we can share that kit on how to get the DPIIT recognition. Yeah. So here the thing is, when you have time and resource constraints, it is very essential that before filing your IP, you put your extra efforts into how to maximize my IP registrations. So for trademarks especially, uh, okay, actually about DPIIT, I forgot to mention that the government of India also runs a startup intellectual property program. So, under this program, the startups only get to pay the government fee. They don't have to pay attorney fee. So that is actually a huge benefit for if you get a DPIIT certificate, you can definitely file IP through a trademark or a patent facilitator for startups. So this so you just for challenges, because you have those time and resource constraints, you have to be very careful and do your searches properly before submitting, and you have to ensure that you have a good IP portfolio so that you can attract those investors. Now I have my next slide is about TM search, trademark search, and why this is so important. The thing is that the law says that there are many marks which cannot be trademarked, but I'm going to give you just a gist of it. Mostly your trademark should not be identical or similar to an already existing trademark for similar goods or services. So which makes TM search so important. You can hugely reduce your chances of objection and opposition just through one simple search step. Just whenever you hire an attorney, ask them to do a search and share that search report with you. You can just reduce your chances of objection and opposition also, and your chances of TM registration become very high. I am using the word chance because nobody is ever very, very sure of, what your trademark journey will be. Sometimes there is frivolous litigation also in trademarks. So I've used the word chance. I've not said that you will get your TM 100%, but there is a very vastly improved chance if you go through first perform this step of TM search and basic checking. Does it contain objectionable matter? Does it contain scandalous matter? And is this capable of representing goods and services, or it is not capable? So a general word like uh, fast courier is just describing that courier is fast, so there is nothing distinctive about it. So such a trademark will definitely be refused. So you must consult your attorney before filing on whether your trademark is appropriate or not appropriate, and ask them to conduct a trademark search before you submit your application. So the basic aim is choose your IP strategy wisely to attain goals. This is what I want to stress on, especially for startups. Now, another very important thing about your trademark is you must use your trademark, because somebody had said, I don't that if you don't use it, you might lose it. So there is a provision in the law that if your trademark was registered but you don't use it for 5 years and more, then it can be 5 years and 3 months more, then it is possible to initiate a proceeding to remove the trademark. So that use part of the trademark is so important. And as you use your trademark, I told you in the first slide also, it grows, your goodwill grows, your reputation grows. Then these are the things which you must, keep a record of: your invoices, bills, pamphlets, promotional material, advertisements, online advertisements, website domain name registrations. If they all bear the trademark, then you must keep a record of them. And I come to it very soon, because someday when you file your application for trademark, there are two ways of filing. One is your trademark is not being used yet, then you don't need these things. But if you have already been using your trademark, let's say since August 2023, so you can show these proof and claim that August 2023 date also. So for trademarks, it is possible to claim an earlier date of use, unlike patents. Now, use of trademark builds a brand recognition. It builds your value, your goodwill accrued by the trademark. So in this slide, basically, I want to summarize that you must use it. And another thing is that it is possible to file a trademark application even if you have already been using it. You were not aware of trademark filing and you started using it in 2020. Then also you can still file your trademark application and claim the 2020 date. It is possible. Now, this is our to-do list for trademark protection. First, as I just mentioned, you must choose your trademark carefully. And avoid, carefully means conducting your search report and checking with your attorney if all is okay with your trademark. Then you must avoid using a name or mark similar to a well-known mark. Now, what is a well-known trademark? Well-known trademark is, it has accrued such a huge amount of goodwill and reputation that a lot of people recognize it. And if, like for example, McDonald's Golden Arches trademark, whether you are in India or even if you go abroad, when you see this trademark, you know that there's a McDonald's restaurant there, and you know the kind of food that will be there, the kind of services, the cost, and the kind of ambience that you expect at a McDonald's. So it is so popular, it is so ingrained in psyche that if somebody files a trademark for McDonald's, let's say for a consulting agency, then people are likely to think that McDonald's is associated with that consulting agency somehow. So that is not true. And therefore, well-known trademarks must be avoided. There is a list of well-known trademarks which is displayed on IP India website. If somebody wants that detailed list, we can email it to them. You can sure contact us, and we can that list is continuously upgraded. Every year some new marks are added depending on the ruling of the court and the decision of the trademark tribunals. the law also actually gives a lot of protection, the chances to defend to a well-known trademark. So whenever you are you are faced with opposition by a well-known trademark, you know that you really don't stand any chance, much chance, really. So it is best to avoid them before filing. Now you must select your trademark attorney wisely through references. This is actually very important because for trademarks especially, we have received so many complaints with respect to people giving money to some, filing through unknown sources, and people have actually lost money also. And we have also heard about some people who did not file trademark application, and the client lost their money. We have heard about people only filing the application and not later filing responses, and not telling the client about opposition proceedings at all, so the trademark is abandoned. So those kind of things are quite common, they are quite prevalent, and I would suggest discretion, and references know best. If somebody has filed through a trademark attorney, they will definitely refer the right person to you. Be careful with calls regarding trademark from unknown persons. This may be a scam, and they may ask you to transfer money to some account, and that trademark may never be filed. That application may never be submitted. So we are aware of these things because we keep hearing of these things, that this happened to somebody. So many of my clients have actually suffered from these kind of tricks and frauds. So especially for a startup, I would say, because the businesses which already are so old, they have their legal teams, they have their attorneys in place, but startups are very fresh. They don't really know who is the attorney. Some even don't even know if a trademark should be filed through an attorney or not. Some may be doing it themselves, DIY culture. So it is best to trust to your instincts and make the right decision regarding your attorney. And as I had said earlier, you must use your trademark. So we have one question. What is the difference between design patent and utility patent? This is lecture series by Sachin Roikar. Okay, so design patent and utility patent. Sir, both of these are, I will say design patent is actually design registration granted in India. Utility patents are not granted in India. Design is only the external appearance of goods. It may be some pattern, some ornamentation, which gives gives that product a very distinctive look. That is a design. Utility patent is basically a mini patent. It's not. It does not really have that novelty, utility, uh, inventiveness. It is just. It may just have novelty and utility. Utility patents are not granted in India. India only grants full-fledged patents. So, anyways, this is a little bit of a change from talk on trademarks. So, now, why you need to go through a TM, trademark attorney? Trademark protection can be, the procedure itself is long, and the TM protection also, it may be possibly long. I would like to share with you that trademark is once granted, it is protected for 10 years. Then you can renew it forever. So your business is still running. you can renew it for another 10 years, then for another 10 years, another 10 years, and another 10 years. So it can go on and on and on. So it is, when you look at an attorney, don't just think of, one-term filing. Think of it as, this person is going to help me for many, many, many years. Just think in that way, and then select the correct person. And try having one-on-one, one-to-one relation with your attorney. Whenever you have a question, you can call that person directly. Because when you contact somebody through somebody, and then you have some questions, you have some issues in your company or anywhere, then you have to go through that person. You cannot contact your attorney directly. So try having a direct contact with your attorney. As I discussed with you, the process of registration may be long. Objections are very common. Oppositions are also quite common for trademarks. So, it helps if you trust your attorney and if you have, a good, relation with your attorney. Another thing is that, the trademark, today your company is using a trademark. Someday you may decide to sell your business and move on. Or you may decide, there may be a merger, there may be an acquisition, there may be winding up, the company may split. Sometimes, partners, they were actually partnership in a partnership firm. Partners actually go their separate way, they become competitors. And at that time, in whose name does the trademark remain? That is the big question. So your attorney can actually, help you negotiate these fine points and, bring out a good deal for you. They can help you in all these scenarios, whether you're winding up, you are giving up on your business, someone else is buying your trademark. So your attorney will, definitely it sound for a really this thing, because trademarks are about business. You have to think in terms of who is the owner. Is the owner a company? The owner is a partnership. The owner is an LLP. What happens next? Is there a merger? Is there not a merger? So whatever is required in business, your trademark attorney can definitely help you navigate through whatever happens. So this is why I would highly recommend that you please don't submit your applications directly yourself. Go through an attorney and try and get the best out of the situation that you are in, and use your startup status and to get the maximum benefits which as a startup you can get. So are there questions? We are at 2:27. So is there any question regarding trademarks? Another thing that I would like to tell you is that there are 45 classes for trademarks. So class 1 to 34 is for goods, 35 to 45 is for services. So, you may not be aware where, whether it is class 7, it is class 9. And sometimes there is an overlap also, which your attorney can definitely, navigate. So if you have any questions, any doubts, you can definitely write to us, and we would love to hear from you. And if there are any suggestions also, then also we would love to incorporate those in our presentations. Okay, thank you all and have a great day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, ma'am, so much for the session on trademarks. Trademarks, it's not that much in discussion because all the IPR awareness seminars are concentrating on patents. Trademark is something that almost every company must have. It's like not even possible to operate without having a trademark. And it is possible to get into trouble if you have done a sloppy job in the beginning. So
Yes.
we have all faced it. Our first product was called IPgram, and we got it filed from a online agency, and they did a very sloppy job. They whatever they did, it was very low cost. They did not write uh, the use of the trademark properly, the description properly. So the level of protection was actually weak for the trademark that we got, and it was opposed. It was opposed, and then when the opposition happened, I realized that we cannot take help from the online company. We have to.
Yes.
So we worked with a trademark agent from a very good law firm who also had a private practice, and it was Instagram, Meta in California, who sent us letters from a very big law firm in South Bombay, who was representing the Meta Incorporated from California. But yeah, I think it got resolved. Finally, we got a registration for IPgram also. So yeah, these are very important things. So I think that the next session uh, is by Dr. Mousumi Debnath. She's going to talk about university spin-offs. So she's yet to join us. I think that we'll wait a couple of minutes for her. Otherwise, even I can take a session. My session was at 3 p.m., but I can probably take also the session at 2:30 p.m. So great. A lot of good comments. Thank you, Deepika ma'am. This was really useful. Dr. Deepika, thanks. Yeah. So if you want to contact Dr. Deepika, her email was given in the slides. So you can also write to us. We will forward the query to her. So yeah, please feel free to write, because it's important to have some professional help when it comes to these kind of decision making related to patent, trademark, and any other form of IPR. Yeah, even partners keep changing because of a lot of factors. That's when, yeah, it's a learning curve. Even companies who have existing very big stocks and in inventory, when they get trademark notices, then it's a real big deal. When a huge amount of inventory in the warehouse is at stake. We have a question actually. So let's see
Yes.
if we can take that.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on a bit national, regional, international trademark filings? Maza Yards. So
Yes.
actually, it's Dr. Matti Karvanen. He's my PhD supervisor. So
Okay.
he's a very big IPR enthusiast. So
Okay. Actually, trademark protection is national, basically. So if you submit it in India, you will get protection in India only. So it is possible to have international filing. There is a system known as merit system through which you can submit in other countries also. EU also has its own filing through which we can select the countries where we want the trademark to be protected. So these are through Madrid protocol and Madrid agreement. So yes, it is possible to protect your trademark both in India and abroad. It is quite possible.
so yeah. So we have Dr. Mousumi with us. So unless there are any other questions on trademarks, we can maybe conclude this session. So all right. So Deepika ma'am, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
insights on
Thank you.
trademarks.
Thank
So
you. Have
please
a
go
great
through the link on the description. And there is some DPIIT registration which can give you a lot of benefits for filing of IPR, and also some other benefits for startups. And take all the advice from the slides. And thank you, Deepika ma'am. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, so let's move on to the next session. So the next session is about spin-offs, IPR-led startup spin-offs from universities, and for that we have a very appropriate person. We have Dr. Mousumi Debnath. She's a prolific inventor. She has multiple patents to her name, and she's going to take a session on IPR-led university spin-offs. So Dr. Debnath, she's working at an associate professor in the Department of Biosciences at Manipal University, Jaipur. Previously, she led a team of 25 scientists in the food testing lab at CEG Test House and Research Center Private Limited. She's a merit scholar from Calcutta University and professionally a metabolomist, having more than 22 years of teaching research experience in the field of analytical sciences, specifically chromatography and mass spectrometry of secondary metabolites. So she's also the founder of Biosolve Solutions, an academic spin-off based on her own patents and her own inventions. So she is going to tell about her own story, and she is going to take interactive session on IPR-led university spin-offs. So Dr. Debnath, thank you so much for being with us. Really pleasure, really honor to host you. So the session is yours, so feel free.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Dr. Mousumi Debnath. Being a biotechnologist, I feel that there are a large number of domains where we can touch base. So being an ardent teacher, I had been teaching all throughout. Let me take you. Rahul sir, can I just show a small presentation? It would be a very small one.
Yes. If you can try to share your screen or anything.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen so it becomes very easy to understand. So, just a second. So I'll just take you to a domain where we are working on. And as you see, this is a research-based, lab-tested, patent-published medicated mask. Spin-offs, as Sir has given me a topic, I basically belong to that group of people where researches has led to a small startup. So as I look into it, this is a startup where we are trying to go for medicated electrospan mask. The major thing with the mask is we can not only prevent the dust, the bacteria, we are also going for single stranded viral components. So what are they? Which are the diseases? So these are COVID-19, dengue, swine flu, chikungunya. So all these we can ward off with this particular type of a mask. So the currently we look into some of the type of mask, because mask is going to be a necessity, not today but tomorrow. Or you are getting into a polluted place, you need a mask. But can we take some prevention against the different types of pathogens? The pathogens can be a biological, a small bacteria, or it can be a virus. And that's what I said, a small biological material. So to keep ourselves safe, these type of mask may be very, very essential. We are out of this mask, but I keep on saying a mask is necessity, because I am a researcher and as well as a teacher. So the key component that I find in this is my medicated electrospun mask. When I look into this particular unit, what I find is this is totally research based, as well as this is a component which is absolutely coming from our herbs. So it's a polyherbal formulation. You would be happy to know that this polyherbal formulation, I already got a patent granted this year. And as our last speaker was there, Dr. Deepika has been a wonderful friend and she is my trademark attorney. This company, Biosolve, has been given this trademark, the word Biosolve as well as the logo of the Biosolve. So she has helped me to protect these two things. So here comes the technology. Can I also go for the patent? Yes, we have also filed a patent where I have an innovation which has come from my researchers, and then I put it to the society with this the specific type of a mask, the patent, the innovation into it, the novelty into it, I can safeguard. So what we are trying to do is, being a teacher, being a researcher, I made something which was innovative, and now I have protected it with one of the IPRs, not only with patent filing, but also protected my company with its name, with its logo, with the trademark. So this is something, because this is a very unique type of methodology. As you see, these are the normal fabrics. This is the nanofiber, and then we find the different polyhobble component for which the patent has already been granted. We have tried to intermerge them so that the incoming pathogen is actually killed, and the molecules are not allowed to get into the thoracic region. So customer validation has been done by Ayush Raj, and eSpin is the one who is going for the large scale manufacturing. So there are large number of other existing competitors also, but we think that our particular product is unique. I just don't speak much about it, but as you know, this particular product, how did I safeguard? I safeguarded it with the help of a IPR. I safeguarded my logo with the help of an particular IPR. What was that IPR? It was a trademark. So I have safeguarded my name, Biosolve, with the help of a specific word mark also. So this cannot be used. So I believe that when we have this type of a system, I'll just remove this now. Am I visible, everybody?
Yes, ma'am, you are visible,
Yeah.
but your
So
slides,
with
ma'am,
the
are not visible.
Yes, yes. So I wanted everyone to understand that IPR holds a very big point in understanding that how can you safeguard your company's all uh, novelty, all innovation, and how can you go ahead. So IPR is a very big issue there. We should understand the different types of IPR which can be utilized for a startup. So the startups are something who has to safeguard their own own innovations with the help of filing patents, publishing them, facing the FERs, as I have done. And you should also understand whether you can go for copyright, whether you should go for trademark. Our first patent that we had filed was about a polyherbal formulation. This polyherbal formulation that we had done had been a long product of a research that we conducted on different types of viruses. My thinking was, I don't want to get into production of any medicine, but I wanted to put it directly into such a stuff which can go to the masses. So we as a startup should think something innovative but protect it too. We should always think that we are not replicating something. If you want to be unique, you have to go for some type of a protection. So universities also do help these days for startups. They boot startups. They feel that our faculty should also have a startup which has a long go, and thus created my startup. I am incubated at AIC Manipal. So AIC helps me to motivate, to bring more opportunities. They also give me lot of facilities to get my startup get going. So I remember I got the first chance to meet with an hackathon when I got an opportunity and I put my proposal to the nationwide. So this is another thing which startups get a chance. We are also mooted up to apply for different types of proposals. For example, I belong to biotechnology, so there is BIG, Biotechnology Ignition Grant, which also supports the different biotechnology-led startups. So we are also trying for that. There are certain seed grants which you can all apply, but you should remember that your company is only 2 years old. If it's more than 2 years old, you are not eligible for it. Apart from that, MSME also funds your ideas and they give you loans. So please do register your company in MSME. Also, you will get a specific code, which is the Udyam code. So with that, you can apply for it. I have also registered for the DPIIT certification. Please remember, DPIIT certification helps you to understand your position in the Startup India portal. So, being a university led startup, I have the privilege of having a strong research base. So, if you have a strong research base, if you have a novelty with you, please do go ahead and create your own startup. It might lead to a long road and you might get good success in your new innovation too. So I'm ready for all questions that you have. Rahul sir, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your story. So, so I think it's a very unique story because I think in the World IP Day talk also you mentioned how you have to have a team and together you work on certain research project. So,
Right.
ma'am, can you tell a bit how many patents you have right now and uh, what is the
Yeah.
future goal?
Right. So, see, being a researcher, earlier we were just publishing. There was a new thing which came up patent very lately in my life. So, I had been just doing the same thing as all scientists had been doing, publish and perish. But suddenly the new word patent came out, and thereby we started applying for patents. So, in the year 2020, I applied for 4 patents, among which one was for my company. And I would be happy to share all the startups are having a leverage of getting the patent awarded very fast. So today I have 4 patents in my company. 3 of them has been published, one has been granted. Yes, I did have the maximum number of NCs in my patent when the FER had come, and my attorney was really very much in trouble. How would I get it? But I knew that I had worked for my work and I knew how I have to defend it. So please remember, whenever you file a patent, you should have relevant details to support to your own theory, that what you thought it and how will it be beneficial to the society. Any patent which is not to the society has a very dicey type of an effort, whether it would be granted or not. So these days, everything should have an industrial application. If you have an industrial application, you are way ahead of the routes that you have to play to get a patent awarded. So please remember, your patent should be also judged in the name of technology readiness level, that is TRL. If your patent is actually going to give you a product, like the 4 patents that I have applied from my company, apart from the 3 patents I have in the name of my university, so 7 patents already has been filed. So all these have a industrial impact, and these are all at the TRL 4. So this can easily roll into the TRL 7, and that means it can go into the form of getting into a final product coming to the society.
Mhm. Amazing
Yes.
story. So, ma'am, is there any chance of conflict of interest between institute and your company? Because some patents are, say, you own it, say, separately, and some are owned by the institute.
Yeah. So I made it very clear that whenever we have done anything without the means totally with our instinct, and that we have kept it as our university. That part is from a company, but which part we have taken assistance from the university, we have kept it in the university's name. So that was very clear cut. But yes, do conflicts do occur? Lots of conflicts. In my first patent only there was a conflict, but because I was working with where my partners from industry, and they said that we won't be able to go ahead with it because they had certain NRIs on board. Because in biotechnology related patents, most of the patents has to be filed, and then NB also has to be filed, that is National Biodiversity Authority of
Yeah.
India. And that is a very mandatory thing, that without that you can't go ahead. So there are certain norms. If there are certain people who are NRIs, there is a conflict of interest, so they retreated, and then we went ahead. So it was very
Mhm.
good on their part that they told us well before time, so that it doesn't go ahead. So most of my
Mhm.
patents are product oriented, but I do have a process oriented patent also, which is basically for a B2B. It's on wastewater treatment on a very novel technology called as moving bed biofilm reactors. Yeah, we work with biosurfactants, so it goes all in that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We have one question from Valyamal. So can we get our DPIIT ID before starting the business?
Okay. What I'll tell you. First, you have to register your company. Once you register your company, and if it is backed with research, then you have lot of data. So you have to start enrolling to the DPIIT site. You'll have to fill up what are your innovations. They do credit if you have an innovation. They do credit if your product is already ready for marketing. So if you have all these things, you apply it within a few days of time, you will get your answer whether your company can be a certified DPIIT company or not. So at that time, you have not started your business.
Mhm. Yeah, but company registration is needed. I mean,
Yeah,
to get a
without
certificate of
company
incorporation.
registration, you won't get it because all details have to be done. The company registration details has to be given. If business means
Yeah.
rolling your product, that is business. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it takes time. It can take time to develop the
Yes.
product, get all the
Yes.
things ready before you commercialize
Yes.
properly.
Yes.
So, so yeah. So, ma'am, any more patents coming from your institute or from your research?
Yeah, we are filing a few more patents this year, both from my institute as well as for my company. So a couple of patents more are to be there.
Hmm.
We are working on large number of things. It's better to protect them before we publish, because once
Yeah.
published you cannot patent it. Although there is lately one rule that within 1 year of patenting you can go directly for 1 year of publishing, you can also apply for patent too. But I
Mhm.
feel first I should patent and then I should publish. Yeah.
Mhm. Ma'am, any benefits for women inventors? There are, I understand there are
Yeah.
some like patent. If you can tell the audience, basically.
Yes. So there is, see, when you are an entrepreneur, you need to generate funds. So there are different schemes in which Startup India is already promoting. We should be fortunate that we have started our companies when Startup India portal is already very active. There is a Nidhi scheme, and in the Nidhi scheme, it is only for females. So the women entrepreneurs, or there is another one which is called as OPC, single party company. So if it is a woman, then you also get a large number of privileges. So these things help to go ahead. If you are two women, that also works very well. So women entrepreneurs are already given much benefit. I still remember I was the first one to be selected in the Rajasthan Women Entrepreneurship Program, and for the mentoring, we were given a chance at the Nexus, which was from the American Embassy, and we were daily mentored how you have to go ahead. So such mentoring sessions are also there for the entrepreneurs. So my dear women entrepreneurs, don't be disheartened, because there are so many opportunities. Just you have to think of your innovation. Just you have to protect your innovation, taking up IPRs. So don't forget to file an IPR, whether it's a copyright, trademark, or a patent. And being a female entrepreneur, there are so many hand holding mentoring sessions. Get into it, because you need to create a sound business plan. We might not be knowing how to do it, but mentoring helps you, and this can help you to embark into your desired entrepreneurship pathway and lead to you a successful time.
Yeah, yeah, great, great. Yeah, these are all important things that people should know. Many people maybe don't know. So, okay, there is a question from Shailendra Singh Rathod. Ma'am, with working professional holding some post, can we start a own company? And which type of hurdles can be faced? So, I think you, yeah, maybe you
Yeah,
should do
very
something.
apt question. We have only 24 hours. That is the basic issue. If it was, you can work for make 24 hours into 36 hours, that's very apt. Being professional, a working professional, you have certain commitments to your institute, as I have. That is the only reason I'm unable to go ahead. But this year I'm determined. I have to. So the
Hmm.
only thing is how you plan your own day, how you put your own time into both the baskets. One is your institute, and the other one is your startup. No one will tell you anything, because these days, even at IITs, there is lot of privileges if you have a startup. I have seen lately in different IITs, I had an opportunity to go. There are certain incubation center, and with Atal Incubation Center, most of the universities do have this privilege to boot up all the academicians to this type of thing. That is, you can get up, you can start your own startup too. Remember, there are certain incubators are helping you. What does it mean? That being a academician, or being into any working professional, you can have these two types of jobs. But there are certain issues with companies. If you are into private sector and you are working in a company, you need to take prior permission to make your own company. So please remember, if you are into an academic setup, you know that they are given this leverage, but there are many companies who don't allow you to start your own company, because you may be doing something where you are the competitor for your own company from where you're taking your salary. So these are certain things that you should understand, that in a academic font you might be given a privilege, but if you are in other places and you start your company, there may be certain norms which you have to do before you start, because starting a company is easy. You can go and start up, but the consequences you should know, uh, whether you have taken proper permission or not.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of people appreciating the session. Thank you. Maybe Shailendra Singh, one more maybe follow-up question. If there is a partner in the firm, a working professional can join.
Okay.
Well, I
So,
think, yeah.
yeah, there are certain things. If you are trying to do something which is in line with the same type of work that you want your startup to do, then you might create yourself some issues. So please remember, if you are, for example, you're working like I work with wastewater treatment. If I'm working in a wastewater treatment company, then I'm a competitor to the same company. If you're working in semiconductor industry and you're trying to make some of the small modules of the semiconductor system, so that might be a problem for you. So please remember, it should not be in the same domain. You might be asked to give a written letter that I am starting a startup, but it is in a different domain. So that doesn't interfere. Rahul sir, am I right?
Absolutely, absolutely. This conflict of interest is a
Yes.
very important thing. Actually,
Yes.
even people who are celebrities, you see in the news that they have, they undergo these problems. So
Yes.
most definitely, you should consult a proper legal help, or I always suggest to be focused. So I think that
So
startups is a very very difficult thing, and it should somebody should at least maybe take a sabbatical or something like that to focus
yeah.
like completely.
So in
So
our case, in India, in our university-led startups, it is usually the AIC who has a chartered accountant and who has a legal team. So we usually go through the university CA who constitutes the startup. So the university know that this is the registered startup incubated in the
yeah,
same institute. So there is
yeah,
no conflict of interest there.
yeah. Yeah, I intend to take this session actually in the next session, and the talk. The title is "Idea to Patent," basically how we convert ideas into patents. And I want to cover just one thing. I don't want to take a very long session. I'm going to show an invention disclosure form. So that's it. Many institutes actually don't, either they don't know about it, or either they are not implementing it in a proper way. So it's a very good tool to have, half baked ideas mature into something that can potentially become a patent. So great, ma'am. Lot of great
Thank,
comments we are getting. So thank you very much, ma'am, for your time,
thank
for
you so
sharing your
much.
experiences.
Thank you for
So
the
I hope
invite.
the audience, yeah, yeah,
So I
absolute
hope it
pleasure,
was
ma'am.
beneficial for the audience. And thank you, Rahul sir, for the invite. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. This is
Thank
the
you.
theme that we have this year, IP and startups. So great to have you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank
day
you.
ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let's continue the session. So we have three more talks left. Actually, one talk I am intend to take. So my talk is right now, and at 3:30 p.m. we have uh, one of the keynote talks. Actually, I invited Dr. Shweta Singh for taking the keynote talk, but she's in Dubai, and that is why her time zone did not match with our Turnip Innovation Festival. So Shweta Singh, ma'am, she will take the session at 3:30 p.m. And thereafter, Dr. Prachi Pandey will take the talk on technology commercialization fundamentals, a very important and very rare piece of content she is going to share. And her talk will start at 4 p.m. So right now, I intend to conduct a interactive session. Introduce myself a bit for those who of you who don't know, and I'm going to share with you only one PDF file. Okay, so my entire presentation is actually just one PDF file. So, so yeah, maybe we can take 1 or 2 minutes break if you want, but otherwise we can continue. All right. So I'm hoping that most of you here in the live chat are uh, in colleges or in universities, and maybe someday you to have patent. But the process towards getting a patent is quite complicated, and if you have an idea, you want to make a patent out of it, there's a significant jump. There's a very big bridge, you can say, that you need to cross before you can mature an idea into a patent. So I'm going to share with you one tool that can be used as a bridge to connect an idea to a patent, and that is called the invention disclosure form. So invention disclosure form, I'm going to show you how it looks like. So just bear with me till I share a screen. Yeah. I hope you found the invention disclosure form. You can see it on my screen. So yeah. All right. Yeah, very informative, Bharat Kanna. Great. So invention disclosure form, actually, it's a very typical thing in R&D intensive companies. So the big companies who file a lot of patents, they all have something called an invention disclosure form, because in their R&D departments, a lot of research is happening, and not every research is actually patentable or is worth to pursue into a patent. Okay, so what happens is that the inventors, they frequently submit what is called the invention disclosure form, and there is a dedicated office who is going to evaluate those inventions. So there's usually a technology transfer office in some of the biggest companies, most innovative universities and companies in United States, and in Europe, they have something called a technology transfer office. So they're going to collect these invention disclosure forms and evaluate whether or not to pursue that particular invention into a patent. So they have a very organized process, and if the institutes, if the universities can adopt this kind of an invention disclosure form, it's a very good thing to keep not only a track of the inventions, but also to see what needs to be done to mature it further. So let's see what the invention disclosure form is. It's actually quite a comprehensive form. It takes a lot of time. You cannot fill it overnight. You need maybe several weeks to fill it, because it will ask you questions which are very important towards getting a patent. It will ask you the legal questions. It will ask you the technical questions, to some extent some business questions. So it's kind of an intersection of what a patent stands for: business, technical stuff, as well as the legal stuff. So the first question is title of the project or the invention. So more than 10 words, but still not more than, say, 20, not more than 20 words. It should be, defining, the title should be defining the project, not very succinctly, but also not, using too many words. So something like more than 10 words. And then the name and detail of all the inventors. So at the very beginning, you have to note down all the inventors that have worked upon that invention, because this thing should be clear right from the very start. Most of the patent disputes are happening, eventually when there's innovation, and the disputes happen when the stakes become high, when the commercialization phase is there. Most disputes are because of who was the inventor, or maybe somebody was left out. So in the very beginning, before filing the patent, you are forced to think about one important thing, that is who worked upon that invention. So you have to write the name and details of all the inventors, not just the first inventor or the first two inventors or something like that, but all the, here it says, add a separate index with all the above details of all inventors. So designation, nationality, address, and contact details. So these all must be the part of it. Okay, so then let's move on. So then, is the work bound by any agreement, contract, or MOU? So this phase is also important, because you should know how the work was generated. Was it some external funding that was used to generate research, to generate that invention, or some other third party was involved, or maybe there was some other company who was involved in that research? So again, this is also a good thing to note. Usually the answer to this question may be no, because, or not applicable, if the research was pursued completely within the university. But it's a good idea, even at the very beginning stage, to make sure that there are no conflict of interest, or not some other third parties who might put a claim on their on the invention that you are creating. And here, another important thing is date of creation of the invention. So you need to write a specific date on which the invention is created, and also you have to provide some proof. Okay, the proof can be any laboratory records or any, maybe even some screenshots from your notebook, or any kind of proof that has some kind of a timestamp. So when you have this timestamp, in the future when there are any legal issues, you can use this as a proof that, okay, on a certain date, this invention was invented. So you can see already by the first 4 questions in the invention disclosure form that many of the things that in the future can go wrong can be prevented just by being very clear about the key details about the invention. Next comes the stage of development. So this is usually going to be used by the technology transfer office to understand how much support they can give you. If something is at a very beginning stage, they will probably give you a different kind of support. If somebody is already in the prototype stage, they might consider giving you a different kind of support. So this is also a good idea to note what stage the invention is in. Okay, by the way, this link to this document is in the description of the YouTube video. So if you are following me, the link to this document is in the description. So you can also open it, and if you are in an institute, you want to adopt this invention disclosure form, you can just borrow these questions, make your own document, put your own logo or own branding, and use this as a tool. Okay, has the work been published earlier? Has it been presented in a poster? So again, this gives you, it also tries to see, what other places you might have disclosed the invention. Okay, and also in the invention disclosure form, there are a lot of fields which will be actually directly used when you're filing the patent. So this itself is not a patent document, it's not a form to fill a patent, but a lot of the things that you do here will be directly applicable when you are filling the form, when you're filling the form 1 of the patent office. Okay, so general field of the invention, this is usually given in the patent office, where the examiners are going to find out who they want to assign for evaluating your application. The controller is going to see who they want to assign to evaluate your application. Okay, general technology area. Okay, for example, this is from an Apple patent. They had this general field of invention. So the present invention relates generally to gesturing associated with touch sensitive devices. So touchscreen patent that they had something like this. So you need one general sentence that describes the field of invention of your patent. So what problem does your invention solve? So when you answer these questions, you have to really force yourself to think what problem your invention solves, and hence the same can be used in your patent application. Because if your invention is not solving a problem, it might get stuck in the utility phase. Okay, so based on the certain criteria, patent office is granting your patents, and it may be not having any industrial application. So in that case, you must say that what problem your invention solves. So here it says, do not describe the invention here, but instead focus on the problem that is there with existing solutions. Okay, so if you can showcase the problems in existing solutions, and that's where your invention applies to, it's a good sign, and it's already a good step forward toward getting a patent. And here is where you need some prior art search. So you need to be able to search for earlier patents. You need to be able to search, say, Google, all kinds of non-patent literature, research papers, as well as earlier patent documents, and see how other inventions have tackled the same problem. And this is kind of basically going to be your set of references that you will probably submit to the patent office. And finally, at number 10, you have a description of the patent. This is going to be a very long section, so you might also have it as a addendum. You may not decide to exactly put all the details in the invention disclosure form, but but you should cover these. Okay, so add detailed text. So here, don't leave out any details, because whatever effort you make here will be eventually used in your final patent application. And So this is likely to be the longest. So the problem for which the solution was research, the invention, basically what your invention is, how it works. And when you say how it works, give details of every components. Okay, how the components work, how they work together. Describe it with flowcharts. Describe the environment in which the invention works. For example, your invention requires a 12-volt external battery supply. So you say how the environment is in which the invention will operate, and any other data that is relevant to your invention. So this C, 10C, is basically the biggest section. You want to not leave out any details here. Okay, if you have drawings, then every drawing should have some description, and that text should refer to the drawings. Okay, and mention finally any limitations or disadvantages of your invention. So question number 11 is unique features about the work done with respect to prior art. So basically, what is the exact gap in the prior art that you are fulfilling? So this also helps you fill the inventive step criteria before you can get a patent. So if you work hard with the invention disclosure form, filing the patent application becomes very, very easy. You can even negotiate your patent attorney to charge you less if you have done a good job of filling the invention disclosure form. So this actually should be written in short paragraphs. So here it also says how you should write it. So has the work filled a major gap in the prior art? If yes, a brief description of this gap should be documented in bullet point short paragraphs. Okay. So add a full reference of all the gaps, all the things that that were not there in the past and have been addressed by your invention should be written in short paragraphs at this stage. Have you filed any other patents related to that? So this may be if you are filing follow-on inventions. Any industries or companies that are interested already in licensing your work? Have you been in touch with any projects in the industry? So this also helps to identify commercialization opportunities. And finally, something that is the second most important reason why disputes happen in IPR is the revenue share model. So even in the beginning, right before you are filing a patent, you are forced to decide what kind of how will revenue be shared. For example, if the institute is the applicant, maybe they will take 30% of the licensing revenue should your patent get licensed, and then 70% may be divided among the inventors, or maybe one inventor will have a large share and the rest of the inventors will have a less share. But whatever it is, adding up to 100%, it should be written in the form of a table, everybody's share. And finally, the date, location, and the signature of all the inventors with name before you complete the invention disclosure form. So if you take this form, okay, apply it to your own invention, okay, you will realize that this form is forcing you to think in very difficult, in uncomfortable ways, and that thinking is going to basically boost your chances of creating an actual patent application of your invention. So folks, this is my talk basically. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Actually, I've been speaking since the morning, so I think that I'm not able to speak properly. But yeah, if you have any questions, I am around. If you want to take a copy of this invention disclosure form, please check the description of the video and you will find it. And yeah, so at 3:30 we will have a session by Dr. Shweta Singh, and at 4 p.m. we will have a session by Dr. Prachi Pandey. So stay tuned. Dr. Shweta Singh will talk about how to boost IP-led startups in academia, and Dr. Prachi Pandey will talk about technology commercialization. Okay, Yamini has one question. Conducted of the product invention. No, they will conduct your patent application will be examined. So the physical examination of your product, there may be cases if there are some, the examiner has the right to solicit details from you. Okay, if they think that some things are not adding up, or you are claiming something which has actually not happened, then an examiner has the right to say that okay, they want to have a hearing, or they want to check some more information. Maybe not a physical examination, but they want to check some test data, or they might solicit that show us some data where you show that it works the way you are claiming. Look, please clear me what percentage can institute can take. So Arun Shukla, sir, I can tell you, I have heard, I have seen, not heard, I have seen institute who own the patent. So if the institute resources has been used for creating invention, and they are the applicant of the patent, they take a 30% flat share, and then the rest of the 70% is basically divided among inventors. So if there are going to be royalties that will come from the commercialization of the technology. So yeah, Mini, you are welcome. But in this case, this may vary also. This may be, the institute should have a policy that if this happens, then this is the situation. So in case that the researcher has probably used their own resources, or used help from outside, and they have some valid reasoning behind saying that no, the institute will not be able to take 30%, then there should be some negotiation regarding that. But actually the institute should have a policy that okay, we will be the applicant, we will be the owner, since our infrastructure has been used, and we will take a 30% royalty or 20% royalty, something like that. So it's clear from the start, the likelihood of having problems goes down. So I think I'll be around. I'll take a short break, and we will start the session at 3. Dr. Shweta Singh, she will join us very soon, and within 5 minutes, we will get ready for the next session. So if you have any questions, feel free to write on the chat. If I see it a bit late, I will still respond to it. I may not respond it immediately. Thank you, sir, but we have not used facility from the institute. In that case, you are entitled to file the patent, say, with yourself as the applicant. So you may not use the institute as the applicant. Okay, but if the institute is for the patent, then so this is why the institute should have a innovation and startup policy, and in that policy document, these things are all covered in detail. Okay, that if the inventor has not used their facility, then maybe in the institute will take 10% because they have helped facilitate or network, or paid for the patenting and all. But if the institute facilities have been used, then they will take 30%. So these kind of things should be properly mentioned in a institute startup and innovation policy. And if there is not, then it should be negotiated. Or if you are claiming that you have not used the institute's facility, then I don't think that you need to have them as an applicant. You can also be yourself as the applicant and the owner of the property. So yeah. Okay, thank you. Sure, absolutely. All right. So we'll take like a short break, and we'll be back in like 5 minutes. Okay. So thank you, everyone. And we will see you for Dr. Shweta Singh's talk at 3:30 p.m. All right. RS Kiran, will answer your question. Just a moment. So meanwhile, we have Dr. Shweta Singh with us. So we are going to start her session. She's going to have an interactive live session. So Dr. Shweta Singh, she's the founder and CEO of Ennoble IP and Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Foundation, Step Up 360. So Dr. Shweta is a first generation serial entrepreneur. She's a mentor, angelist, wealth manager, advisor, and guide to many tech-based startups and SMEs. So Shweta is actively involved in supporting women-based startups and business ventures. She has been continuously mentoring women entrepreneurs and serving them dedicatedly to build strong women-empowered startup ecosystem. And today we have with us Dr. Shweta Singh for a talk on IPR-led university startups and how to boost them. Shweta ma'am, really pleasure and really honor to have you on our stream. So thank you very much for taking out time. And the stage is yours, and I'll be around if you need me. So yeah.
Thank you, Rahul, first of all. Thank you, Dr. Rahul, for inviting me here. And it's our pleasure, it's my company's pleasure and my pleasure to represent uh, intellectual property for the startups here. And I would like to thank all the audiences here. I can see a lot many comments and questions, which I believe that there are the good listeners and good engaging audience we have. So the topic I have been given today is IPR-led startups and how the startups can boost their businesses through IP, which I believe I'm on the right track. So see, when we talk about intellectual property rights, it's not only for one sector like startup or one sector like universities, it's for everyone. I believe when I started my career in IP or I chose to be in IP is just because I believe that uh, IP is something which we breathe. IP is in air. In fact, every technology, everywhere IP is there. From morning you wake up till the night you go to sleep, and during the sleep also. So you are using somewhere someone's IP continuously. And when we talk about IP protection, especially to my topic, relevancy in the IPR or startup-led domain, so I would say that IP protection actually enables startups to preserve and exercise unique and differentiated product or services which they are offering for a competitive marketplace. And one of the key factors I would say for a startup is to keep up with innovative offering backed up by carefully crafted intellectual property rights such as patents, copyright, trademark, designs, trade secrets, and other IP like domain name and all. So if we talk that how relevant our intellectual property is, I'll say in India especially, so it is an emerging as a business strategic tool now for any business, either as a semi or a startup or incubations, outside or in the universities, and it is only to enhance the industrial competitiveness. When we talk about startups with a limited resources and manpower, I would say can sustain in this highly competitive world only through the continuous growth and development of oriented innovation. That means a startup has to continuously innovate, and they innovate actually. That's why they are called in startups, not a general business. So if there is innovation, if there is either innovation in the product, either innovation in the process, or innovation in the business methods, IP becomes the backbone of any business. And for this, I would say it is crucial, it is equally crucial that they protect it. They emphasize on their legal, as they emphasize on their other, I would say, segments like during the registration of the company, they emphasizes on many things. Then the legal rights, they legal and financial domain, they emphasize. They emphasize on the human resource. They emphasize on the technology they are developing. Similarly, the startup or SME should always emphasize on protecting their intellectual property rights in India. And if their market is outside, definitely the outside, because IP is geographical, I would say, geography is specific. If you are protecting in one country, the other country, you cannot, you can practice, you can manufacture or sell, but then the people from other company or the companies from or startups or businesses from other company can use your IPs if you have not protected. And to, I would say, encourage this, there are different schemes in India, which and one of the scheme is a startup intellectual property protection scheme, which has been started by Startup India, just to emphasize, to facilitate the protection of patent, copyright, designs of innovative and interested startups who actually innovate and do a lot of, I would say, innovation with the product and processes. And not only this, for SMEs, MSME have different schemes where they refund, in fact, government fees, or and they facilitate in the intellectual property protection. In fact, IP India, Intellectual Property Office India, has also many, I would say, given to encourage the startups to protect, or SMEs to protect. They have lower down the fees. They are offering government fees on the much subsidized rate. So when there is so much ecosystem around the country, when there is so much support from ministries, different ministries, or the people who are involved at that on the position where they can offer so much, I would say, so much so that they are facilitating, they are giving importance to IP, I would say. So the startups themselves, especially the founders or the strategic advisors or the decision makers, should equally give intellectual property rights, those that important, which actually they give to different verticals also. See, technology for startups to grow is very important. If technology is important, the IP becomes much more important, because to protect what you have made is very much important, so that you become, you can be a long term player in your domain, and your competitors cannot copy or infringe, or just copy your product and sell in the market. So I would say, see, now the question arises that what is a startup's intellectual property? And it's very simple, that as a startup, the intellectual property you have is first your name, your name, your logo, or any sign symbol from which your customer knows you. That means your trademark. That will be your trademark. Then if you have a technology, you have done some inventions, you have developed some technology, you have an innovation either in product or process, then the term which then the right which is actually capable of safeguarding your asset is called patents. Then if you have different I would say business methods or formulas, or if you have some literature or manuals for the startup ecosystem, I'm only talking, you can go for to protect the protect under copyright. But for universities, I would say here copyright is more for the research papers, articles, SOPs if you have developed. For university, patent is much more important, again, not only for just for accreditations or ranking system, but to boost up the revenue also, to boost your research environment and research ecosystem also. Now, safeguarding IP is much easier in the beginning phase of your business for any startup than those ideas which have already become successful, because you never know that when you are safeguarding your IP in the initial stage, you are already giving a competitive edge to your business. But when you are already a successful business, you don't know how many startups related to your industry, or how many SMEs or how many businesses already started infringing or copying your product, and your customer or consumer has already moved to those businesses just because you have not protected, and they are giving maybe much on effective rates than you, or are much easier, I would say, easier in the easier reach of your consumers in that area or in that city or in that country. So I always say that when you are planning, when you are doing the strategic planning of your business while developing the technology, the first thing in your mind, as I said before, IP is backbone of any business. And starting off your strategic advising or strategic planning, IP should be not to say, but should be the much more important part of your strategic planning. See, IP protection always puts legal check on your competition, preventing other from infringing on or profiting you from your assets only, which is your intellectual property. A sound IP strategy, I would say, from the beginning can also help attract good investors. And I have plenty of live cases where investors now are smart, and strategic investors always ask that what is the entry barrier of your startup or of your product or process in the market. And IP becomes, I would say, one of the most important entry barriers for your businesses, for your product or processes. So I would say a sound IP strategy from the beginning can help you to attract investors, suppliers, partners, and more, because this form of protection offers more scrutiny in any potential success. And I say that I would also add here that typically startup seeks protection for inventions, for logos, for business names, for softwares they are making, or hardwares also they are making. And different types of IP protect apply to different type of work you do. So IP rights applies to different kind of work, which I already mentioned, that if you have a product design, it will go under design registration. If you have a manual or SOPs, it will go under copyright. If you have technologies, inventions, it will go under patents. If you have business name or anything from which your customer is identifying you, your customer recognizes you, right? So that becomes your intellectual, that becomes trademark, that comes under trademark. Now, the next, I would say, the part is why intellectual property is important for startups. I already mentioned, but I will give you a deep down of my knowledge here, that the driving force behind any startup always is a novel and innovative idea they put. Now, putting that innovative idea into practical success, practically successfully, I would say, is what transformed that small startups into multi-billionaire dollar, I would, company, which we call the valuation of the company, the valuation of the startup increases. And the purpose of this intellectual property law is to protect those ideas and concept, or those product and processes that underpin your startup. And a major part of your competitive advantage and attractiveness to investor is how well you define and well protected your IP is. And I would say it becomes a complete startup IP portfolio. Not only startup IP portfolio, but a business portfolio of your IP portfolio for your business. And here I would give example of Nokia, because if you say after so many when their businesses actually drill down, I would say they vanished from the market almost now. They only were protected, they only were saved because Microsoft purchased them, and they only were saved just because they have a huge IP portfolio, which actually helped them to negotiate with Microsoft, and Microsoft buy their IP portfolio. Same for the BlackBerry also, right? They have a huge IP portfolio, and because of their patent and complete IP portfolio, they saved their business. If you talk about intellectual property rights in Apple, in Apple, which we all use, right? Some kind, either we have iPhone or iPad or earpods or any product, any accessory, because they are a company with not too much variation of the product, but they are a company who have limited variation in the product, but their all product are protected with strong intellectual property rights. Either it's their trademark, either it's their patents, and number of patent, if you count there, they have huge number of patent. Around one, I would say only one screen or one camera have more than thousands of patents, right? So why these big companies vouch or have a strong promised IP protection, just because they know that these their IP assets, their intellectual property assets, can actually build their valuation. So today, if the Apple valuation is in trillion, their huge part of the percentage of their intellectual property valuation is huge in percentage in that 1 trillion in their 1 trillion I would say, valuation. So when we talk about intellectual property rights, we should, for startups or for businesses, I'm not taking only startups here, for any businesses for that sake, it is always important to, for startups, for businesses, that they should always evaluate and prioritize the valuation of IP rights involved in their business. It is important that failure, I would say here that if they failure to identify or prioritize intellectual property rights is likely to create problem for the businesses, for future investors, for competitive market also, I would say, or while existing the business, especially during the negotiations. Sometimes IP rights are the only, and I would emphasize here, when you are negotiating either with the investor, either with for mergers, acquisitions, IP rights are the only asset available with any business, and especially with the startups. To add on now, when we talk about IPR registration, see, it is important to register certain IP rights before claiming the protection. However, I would say that it might not be mandatory for all or everything to go and register. But for instances, there is, I would say, no need or mandatory registration. And I know some the speakers before must have mentioned there that it is not very important to register your copyright initially, in the initial time. But as an attorney, I always recommend that you should go from the initial time only. But copyright is unregistered right also, so if you take some time and go, it is good. But trademark is also unregistered right, but I always say trademark is your identification. Trademark is how your customer is identifying, right? So it is very important. Being unregistered right also, I always recommend my clients, I always recommend startups, please go and register your uh, trademark first, because your customer is going to identify you from that. Here I would give a very fine example, 2 to 3 examples here. That, see, when we wear sports shoes, right, there are many brands. There are Adidas, there is Reebok, there is a Nike. And if you take example of Nike, they have n number of patents related to their shoes, their technology in the shoes. And to that extent, I was talking about trademark. When you see, they were initially writing on their every product tick mark, and then below Nike. Now they have started only with the tick mark, because people, the customer, the consumer of the product, identifying them with that trademark, that if there is tick mark, that is Nike. Then if I come with the food industries, then there, if we see big yellow M, that is the protection of that. We always know that it is a McDonald. See, the trademark is not only the business identifier, right? It is also the trust the consumer shows in the brand, the loyalty. If I am buying Nike, or I'm going only to KFC or McDonald's, not, and I know that they're providing the quality food, so that it is not, trademark is not giving the quality registration for the product, but it is giving the goodwill which the consumer, your consumer, have it. And it is something that once a patent can expire, right? A patent can expire in 20 years, but the trademark, if you keep renewing for every 10 years, it is for lifetime. And you bring one product or 1,000 product or lack of product, your consumer, a loyal consumer, because you have created a goodwill, is identifying you through that particular logo, through that particular of color combination, or through order, or through sound, or through anything which is the business identifier for your startup. Your consumer is not going anywhere, because you have built that goodwill for your particular product, for your services, I would say. So it is very important to register trademark as first. Being unregistered right also, as an attorney, I think none of attorney will say that don't go and register your trademark. After being successful business, you only register it. So on the other hand, if we talk, registration for patent and design becomes very necessary. So I would say patent, design, and trademarks are very necessary in the starting of your business, and for every startup. If you are planning your business plan, if you're making your business plan, you are making your financial plans, you are making your revenue revenues and everything, IP should be a mandatory part of it, because investing in IP is not an investment which is going to be uh, is not worth. IP is something which is bringing 10 times worth to your business. So I would say nevertheless that a registered IP rights carries a greater value and act as evidence of the use of IP rights before the court. If someone sues you, you have a protection. Or if you want to sue someone who is actually claiming your product, right? That time your IP registrations becomes very important. If someone is infringing your product, and I nonetheless, I believe that all of you knows that what kind of IP fights comes between uh, comes they what kind of IP fight goes between Apple, Samsung, Xiaomi, OnePlus. These all companies which have the similar kind of product, which have similar product, I would say, like mobile phones, and same kind of uh, technologies, almost same kind of technologies they are bringing. They almost fight for their every technology they are bringing, right? So I would say that when you are making your plan, when you are making your business, if you want to make your business successful, you are a technology business or service based business, sit with one good IP attorney, as you sit with your CA, as you sit with your strategic advisor, as you sit with your business planner. Sit with IP lawyer also, IP attorneys also, to plan your to make your complete IP strategy around your business, so that you are protected and you can claim huge revenue, huge valuation for that. And see, when we are talking about registration, I think we should talk about due diligence also of intellectual property rights for the startups. And it is very important for a startup that it does not violate any other person or any other startup's right. Not only it's that you are protecting your right, but for that sake you should not violate or you should not infringe someone's other IP right also. And this will help to protect these startups from anticipated legal actions, which actually the bigger company. It's not that see, if I am in a pharma business, as a startup I am in a pharma business, I should be proactively protecting my IP assets. Same way, I should do a check. I should do a check. I should do a invalidation. I should do a patentability for first hand, that I should not infringe any other's pharma company right. And believe me, if a startup ending up infringing someone's other's copyright, someone's other patent, someone's other trademark, it pays that a startup end up paying a huge cost, or two companies, rivalry companies, end up paying huge cost to each other. A startup should always make I would say, uh, a decision, make IP decisions very carefully and conduct proper due diligence on IP right, which is very important, very important. And when you are doing a due diligence, when you are doing a due diligence for your business, for your product and services, you should be very active toward hiring a right kind of IP attorney, because for all the domains of IPR, intellectual property rights, for trademark, you should have a trademark. You should you should have a person who have knowledge about trademark. Patents, you need a techno-legal lawyer who have a technology background, plus he knows IP laws also very well, or she knows laws very well. Then for copyright, there is different set of people who can actually guide you. So it's better that your strategy should surround with all the IP assets, and a right kind of person, a right kind of resource can guide you, that what all IP is associated with your business. When I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 rights here, it is not mandatory that every rights is part of your business, should be part of your business. That only depend what kind of business you are, what kind of product you are, and what kind of services you are providing to your customer. So I believe I have 10 minutes left, and I would request that if there are questions, I would be happy to answer those questions. And in last, I would say that for every startups and SMEs. Government is providing lot of support. Either is SRPP scheme from Ministry, Niti Ayog, Startup India, or MSME schemes. And for universities, if you are filing that, then AICT is already have one scheme. I'm just missing that scheme. Uh, there's one scheme through that they refund the government fees. So and it is not always about refunding the government fees, but it is always about boosting. They are doing this to boost the IPR culture in India, to boost more and more filings in India. And patent office already is supporting a lot. Indian patent office has already shown so much interest for startups and SMEs and universities IP rights, that they have fast tracked the process, right? So I believe that this is the right time. We are already on the fifth position, right, on GDP. And we have already on the third position for startup ecosystem. And in global innovation index, already we are climbing the ladder very quickly. So I believe that not only startups or SMEs or universities, individual innovators, there are huge number of individual innovator in country who actually do not want to follow organization path to facilitate for their or do the filing, but they should come in front, have a good lawyer, have a good attorney, have a good knowledgeable person. Because see, IP can be very misguiding also. With my personal experience, I'm saying, so you should have a good resource, an intellectual resource for that domain. And please come, show your interest in the protection, because it is not that you are going to protect your IP. It's like your IP is going to protect you as an individual for your product and processes and your businesses also. So if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you, ma'am. In a short time, you have given a very nice essence and also inspired a bit that why we have to come forward and basically think about IP protection. Amazing, ma'am. I'll take some questions, some general. Let's take Shri Devi here. I always wanted to start a small level research center and help graduates get their projects done and train them. What should be the step to start it?
To start a business, to start a research center. So you should have first of all, a good and unique name that should not infringe others' trademark. Then for research center, see, it is very, I would say, vague, and you should limit the question, like what kind of research center, in which domain research center you want. Then only I can guide you well. Because if it is a life sciences research center, then there are different norms and different compliances to follow. If it is a general research center, or if it is a blockchain AI ML research center, for that different kind of compliances are there. But simply in a general research center, you can start with means your domain. I don't know what domain you have, because you cannot start everything in one research center, because you need different human resource, like intellectual resources. For that, you need different labs facility. If you have life sciences or AI ML, so different lab facility should be there. You should have tie up with different I would say stakeholders who can facilitate those things. And then yes, a strong IP, one IP attorney or two IP attorneys should be there to protect your startups.
Yeah. Okay, Yamini says thank you. I think Prabhakar is asking again, I think, a general question. How can I get funding for startups? What are the documents I supposed to have for apply for funding?
So you don't need to have much documents. How you can apply for funding? See, if you want to go for funding to individual investors or angel investors, because I suppose right now you don't need the VC. You are not talking about the VC investment. You are talking about the angel investment. So you should go to different either incubation centers. See, incubation centers in India are very misunderstood. So incubation center is the first route, I would say. Go apply to a relevant incubation center. And when I say relevant incubation center, that means which technology or which sector you are working, you should actually go and find out the incubation in India where it is, right? If you are working on AI, ML or high tech engineering, you should find out which all incubation centers are actually working in this sector. Or if you are life sciences, or if you are automobile, hardware, software, search for a good incubation center. They provide you the seed money. Bootstrap is first thing, which they provide you the seed money, right? And after that they can accelerate you also. But if you are going directly to an angel investor, they always see, means as an angel investor, I always see, and I believe my friends also do, I don't personally invest in idea, I invest in founders, right? If I see the passion in and that compassion and zeal that this person can build, I see that pagalpan, right? So very simple, agar wo pagalpan hai, so I invest, because ideas can be very vague also, but if you execute it well, that can be scalable, right? So for angel investment, you don't see documents, your legal team or your CA can tell. There are n number of documents required at the time of due diligence, but I can tell you, a good idea, a passionate founder, who cannot easily give up. And the most important thing, don't just go for funding. If you just there are many, and this trend has been started from 2017 2018, that everyone is a starting business just because they have seen that this person has raised this $1 million, this person has raised this $1 million. Just to raise fund, don't go to startup. Bootstrap, try to bootstrap, do the bootstrapping, build some good example results for yourself. It is not always that your good revenue is example, but your traction in form of consumer, customer, market share is also a traction. So just do not go for funding, because once the investors found that you are here only for funding, you will not get funding. List of documents are for different investors, for different kind of investment, there are different kind of documents. But due diligence, it's huge number of documents, you can get online also many of the documents, but I can tell you the basic requirement which as investors people need.
Yeah, yeah. Ma'am, let's take this maybe last question. Since you specialize in supporting women entrepreneurs, could you please highlight any unique challenges faced by women in setting startups? Yamini.
Okay, so I myself is the woman startup. See, I always when I started, people told me that you will face a lot of challenges, because I do not have any business background. I belong to a very small city, and my father and complete family is into the teaching line, professors. So I faced lot of problem, and I see that women face lot of problem. But believe me, at this stage, after running my business successfully for 10 years, I have found that 70% of the problem are common between male founders and female founders. The 30% problems have the variation, and those problems are first family. And before the family, I would say first the woman herself, because it is everything here, that what society will think, what family will say, I can do, I cannot do. So you have to end up your own fighting spirit. You have to fight yourself, your thought process. So first problem is you yourself. First believe that you can do it. Second is your family. Third is society. We always think what society will say, wo char log and everything, right? So there is no one. So first, if I'm telling you my personal experience, if you break this barrier from yourself, your guilt as a daughter, your guilt as a woman, your guilt as a mother, you have broken all the boundaries. So every time when I meet a woman starter, because I have myself gone through this, I always say, break that barrier of keeping yourself from your mental red tape. You will be out of every problem. Second, initially I would so say, no, not now, but initially yes. And still 10-20% I would say, the investors very less, they intend to believe women startups very less. And that's why women-led startups have a small, if you see the percentage, it's 3-4% of women-led founders getting the funding. So this is a major problem. So one is your family and all consequences which you are going through. Second is funding is a major issue. But I believe with time, 2016 until 2023, I have seen a lot of changes, that people have started believing, and because the women have proved. So these two problems I see a major problem. If you break the first one, the second one is not a problem.
Amazing, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We are enchanted by your session. Really appreciate it. I think the chat also is saying superb. Cannot agree more.
Thank
Thanks
you
all
so much.
sincerely.
And thank you, Rahul, for providing this opportunity. I would like to interact each and every one of you. I am very much available on LinkedIn. You can always tag me there. Thank you so much, Rahul. Thanks.
Absolute pleasure to host you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a really nice day. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So I can leave it, Rahul, now.
Yes, please. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. So let's conclude Turnip Innovation Festival with our last session by Dr. Prachi Pandey. So Dr. Prachi Pandey, she has 15 years experience as a registered patent agent. She's India's leading IPR academician and practitioner. And currently she's a deputy director of IPR cell and professor at KPGU Vadodara. She's actively contributing to the startup ecosystem in Gujarat and in India. And she is very well known with Turnip. I think many of you might have attended her session. So she needs no introduction from Turnip. And with this, I'd like to invite Dr. Prachi Pandey. Ma'am, welcome again to Turnip Innovation Festival. Really pleasure, really honor to host you. And I think that this topic that you will share on technology commercialization fundamentals, it's very less known, and good quality content is not out there yet in like actively in online courses. So ma'am, this is I'll give you the session. I'm around if you need any help. I'll join the stream.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rahul Kapoor, for your kind words. And yeah, totally agree that yes, and technology commercialization is the most crucial subject today in the world of startups and innovators. So, a very good afternoon to the innovators and startups of India. So, a very crucial topic we wish to discuss today is how we actually commercialize a technology, how will we monetize our IP assets. So, we all have some innovations in our hand, and we convert it into our granted patents too. But then, further, what to do with that? Exactly how this technology, how this innovation that we do by lots of hard work and lots of consistent efforts, then how will we monetize the benefits out of those innovations? So this is the most important topic nowadays, because once we get some kind of innovation and even intellectual property rights in our hands, we need to think very critically, like how will you actually use this for generation of revenue, for some wealth generation not only, but employment generation, to assist in the growth of economy of India, because the Indian economy is most of the time dependent on the GDP, that how people, the innovators of India, the startups of India work themselves and make some products indigenously to convert it into some kind of prototype, some kind of some products which can generate revenue in this market. So let's see exactly how the technology commercialization will lead to the development of the growth of GDP and all. So can I share my slide to all of you? So Mr. Rahul Kapoor, can you assist in that? Yeah, okay. So yeah, thank you very much. So let's see exactly, whenever we have some innovation in our hand, a new idea, a new method, or a new device. So we encounter some kind of new idea in our mind whenever we like carry on our own studies, or whether doing some innovations. So whenever we wish to convert those idea into a prototype, a proof of concept, then sometime we even get IP rights but can't commercialize it. So commercialization is important to generate some profit, to generate some revenue out of those idea, out of those innovations. So many of the startups, whenever they have some idea in their mind, they go for IP filing, they go for IP monetization, but exactly they don't know how to go for a tech transfer of their innovation. Many of them develop a lab scale prototype and try to get some funding from many of the government agencies, such as Startup India seed funds are there, MSME policies, and they try to convert their prototype into a convert means like a revenue generating product. So those early stage startups work really hard to move towards the scale up and technology transfer. So what are the important aspects that can really help in the scaling up of a lab scale product into a commercial product? And how will we go for the technology transfer to exactly go to the traction and growth stage startup? That is the most crucial nowadays. The technology transfer life cycle starts from research and development. So, whenever we do any research, what is the most important thing that has to be kept in our mind is like we have to be technically advanced and innovative as compared to any of the known prior arts. Known prior art could be a patent, could be a research work in a thesis, or could be a conference proceeding. But those innovative concepts, what we encounter in our daily lives during our academic curriculum or during our startup journey, we have to be very particular about how we can add more and more innovations to make it more technically advanced as compared to the earlier prior art. So definitely if we are doing a very new kind of invention and there is no competitor in market, it's very easy to penetrate the market and to capture lots of revenue in very short time. But suppose if you are doing some innovations, it becomes a little bit hard to get in the market along with lot of competitors which are already there. So in the presence of big giants, it's very difficult for a small scale startup to get entered in the market and establish their own reputation, their own brands. But intellectual property rights helps in that. They helps to create monopoly for 20 years in the case of patent, 10 years if they have a good trademark, and if they can even protect their literary works or some reference material attached with those innovations in the form of copyrights. But it's important to do the evaluation of those innovations. So IP valuation is must. Once we generate some kind of intellectual property, we should do the evaluation of those intellectual property. How much it's important to do that, or should we keep it at trade secret? So once we evaluate our intellectual property, we should go for the IP protection, and right IP protection is necessary. Which type of IP protection do you require? It's trademark or it's a patent or it's copyright. We should go for that. Once we get our IP rights in our hands, we shouldn't stop here. We should definitely go for licensing or monetization of this. If we are running our own business, if we are own premise, this IP right helps to capture the market in a monopolistic way. If we don't own a premise and wish to have a collaboration with other companies to take our products put forward in the market, we can definitely have some licensing agreements with some of the companies, some of the bigger giants who can help us to grow more. So it's a general suggestion to all the startups who are listening to me is like, if you don't own a premise and you don't have so much of money and you are not ready to bootstrap, and funding, it may not be very sufficient for that, you should collaborate with other bigger giants, go for licensing, go for tech transfer agreements, and we can proceed further. So licensing is such a thing that requires a lot of legal documentation, lots of legal criticality, and that has to be studied. I will discuss some of the more things about how the licensing agreements and how this kind of collaboration should take place for startup and the bigger giants. Product development is important. Once we have a kind of agreements, then we should give a very ready product to the industries so that they can utilize our innovations for the scale up of the product. So whenever we go for patenting any innovations, the three criterias that we already know is like it should be very new, novel, it should be have some reproducibility, means like it should be capable of being made and used in industry. Means like whenever we make any product, it's sure to give the same outputs every time whenever we manufacture it. So it should have scalability, reproducibility, reliability of the data, and also it should have a robust product that must not change in quality from time to time, irrespective of the machines, equipments, personnel, premise. Everywhere we make it, it should give us the same outputs. So Product development is a stage at which we actually scale up our product and test it. So for that also we need the collaborations, we need the help from bigger industries, and then this is the stage actually where we do the tech transfer, means technology transforms from laboratory stage to the market stage. Once we enter the market stage, we want more growth, means like it should grow in market, it should capture the market, it should become a demand in market, and adequately supply should be made by actual production at such scale which can meet the market demands. So for that, once we have some innovation and we do the like grant of the patent with that, the major part for which the every startup struggles is like some kind of partnerships with the bigger companies who can support them, partnership with the government stakeholders. Like everyone, startups must register on the government e-marketplace, gem portals, so that they can get more and more work orders. So work orders and customers, these two things become very important for startup, because unless until they get it, they can't grow more. But because once they start selling the product, they can generate some revenue. Out of those revenue, they can again go for that. And the creditors turnover and debtors turnover ratios becomes very important at this point. So they should get the work order. So getting the work order sometimes become a very tedious task for the startups who are promoting less about their product. So promotion of the product become important. So as a small startup, actually, whenever we enter the market, it's a very general tendency that people don't believe the newcomers. It becomes a struggle for them. Bigger giants are already established and everybody want to buy a branded product. So for a small scale startup, their branding, their promotion is very important to stand alone in the market. But if they can't stand alone and they feel that it would be a very struggle period for the few years, it's better to have a good collaboration with the bigger giants, go with them for some time, and definitely you can stay apart anytime whenever you feel that, yes, I can stand alone in the market. So but for that you should have to be very conscious about doing this such type of collaborations. How startups can really help in the growth of economy of the nation is very important, because India contributes to total global research and development expenses to about 2.8%. That has to be grown very fastly to like becoming a world economy. In terms of own GDP in the past decade, India has nearly spent a consistent 0.6 to 0.7% on research and development. Key component of any nation's growth is its science and technology. And for promotion of science and technology, if every startup wish to do a technology transfer in a very smooth and consistent way, it would be easy to reach that good developments in the science and technology. So the transfer of technology from the laboratory to the market. So it's very simple. Like many of the time startups, many of the time even student startups have a kind of query in their mind. If I have a lab scale product which is performing very well, but how to bring it into market? The first thing comes in my mind is like first go for IP protection. It should be in your name. That is very important for you to have a monopoly, and also that the rights over the product. So have IP rights with you. Once it is with you, go for a formal offer for entering in a memoranda of agreement with the other R&D organizations, other industries for transfer of technology. Which every startup, every such kind of innovator should sign a MOA with the R&D after getting the MOA approved from both the parties. So certain terms and conditions are there. The timeline of tech transfer, the documents that has to be shared, the confidentiality agreements, all this is important. And then comes the assessment of technology for the commercial potential. Technology should be assessed. How this technology, so what are the key components that has to be taken in mind? First of all, how much technology is needed in the market survey, market research, and market validation is important. How many people are currently using such type of products? what is the current market demand, what would be the future market demand, and in coming years, is it would be really such a product that would be really demanded by the people, or it is going to be obsolete or not to be used. So such kind of market survey, market requirement survey has need to be done. Commercial potential, how much it has the wealth generation capability, how many people will like it, how many people can prefer to buy it, and how the cost of the product can be increased in the coming years also. So commercialization potential need to be understood. Product, I'm not saying it should be a very innovative product that is not really there in market, then only you can exploit those products. It's not there. There are many already customers available, many type of vendors available, many type of buyer sellers, all are available, but you should have some uniqueness in your product that makes you very apart from other kind of sellers. So even if you have the IP right, sometimes the product is so common that you may not get the adequate number of buyers. So commercial potential assessment becomes here a like barrier which need to be first crossed before contacting any of the organization for tech transfer. Whenever we do the market survey, market analysis, its techno-economic feasibility, viability, basic engineering design packages, then we should make a tech profile. There should be a technology profile of the product for every of the technology, and non-critical informations that could be shared with the other organization with whom you are signing agreement and want your technology to be transferred at a larger scale, that has to be shared very clearly, because they can also assess the actual impact of this product in market in the coming years. Then technology transfer agreements, terms and conditions has to be finalized by sitting together in a meeting, consultation with the innovator as well as the tech transfer, the third party, because you have to be very sure about what you are going to provide them, what kind of confidentiality are there, and the most important point comes here is the terms and condition for licensing technology. Suppose I have my IP rights, I have my patent granted, and I'm giving it to some other third party, some other organization. So what I want in return, I want the royalties, because I'm collaborating with them and profits are being shared between that party and me. So some things has to be very much clear between both of us. So it's the lump sum premium. What are the conditions of royalty? Is it a lump sum premium? I'm giving you the formula and you are giving me a lump sum premium like as a whole for the upfront technology fee paid by industry. This is a total fee that is paid by industry to me. That is one option. Another option, recurring royalty on X factory sales. So what the sales is being happening, what is the total profit is being generated from that recurring royalties could be paid to me. That is another option. Third, the how much period of license is there? I'm licensing my technology for about 3 years, 4 years, because I know that in 3 or 4 years, I will be building my own premise. I will be manufacturing by my own. So that much time is required for me. I want to license the product just for 3 years or 4 years. So that has to be clearly mentioned. It doesn't mean that we license and later on the company says that no, I can't give back the license because the terms are not mentioned. Nature of license should be mentioned. It's exclusive license, limited exclusive or non-exclusive license. So exclusive license means I'm totally giving it to you. I will not give it to any other person. Non-exclusive means I can give it to 2 or 3 parties. They can both together they are working for my own product. So in this way, suppose if I'm giving a license for packaging to another party, license for manufacturing to another party, then also that is a non-exclusive license. So sometimes some company can develop a product for me, but they can't do a very good packaging. So for packaging, for another purposes, I have some more other third parties. So that has to be mentioned here. Then formally offering the technology to the industry licensing and communicating the transfer and other conditions. So there should be a formal requirement, like every party should be signing a proper affidavit and agreement, and then it should be made and recorded, so that in future course, if something happen, then the legal protection should be with the innovator. The transfer of technology from the laboratory to the market takes some of the basic steps. So, suppose if this is my technology and I wish to give it to some other company, and those who are preparing for me, and transferring my technology into from lab scale to the actually prototype stage, or to the final, like you can say, pilot scale, or to the manufacturing scale. So I have to demonstrate the technology to them, the technical know-how of all the product details, how it works. Also, the other party will provide the data on plant layout, specification of plant, machineries, chemicals, suppliers, what I require. Sometimes my specifications are very different, so I have to provide to them. The data dossier is a kind of batch manufacturing record. So what does it require? What type of tests, what type of validation, what type of you can say that every product requires some in process quality control testing, some for finished products testing. So all those data should be recorded in the form of dossier. So what dossier will contain, that has to be specified, and all the details on infrastructure, utility, and also techno-economic data, everything must be shared with each other. So there should be definitely a very agreement need to be executed very critically, so that that party should always be doing the technology transfer for the innovator, but also to keep confidentiality about the product. So, while transferring, there are some points on hazard management, pollution control, mandatory clearances. So, the third party who is actually doing the tech transfer for us, they should have all those clearances, such as pollution control clearance, mandatory clearances about the site, about the hazard management. So, we should look after all those things, like the premise which is doing such kind of operations for us, or that should have all those certificates with them. Then only we can actually provide them the opportunity to actually do the third party manufacturing for us. Important is sometime the premiums and royalties become a kind of conflicts among both the parties. So what about the disbursement of the share of lump sum premium and royalties for various technology remitted by industry or licensee to the R&D organizations? So when will they give it? On recurring basis or a lump sum? That has to be written in the document. If possible, it should be there. And whenever we hand over all the know-how of the document, actually we are giving everything, so that party can manufacture on our behalf. So we have to release all the document, we have to uh, train some of them about our technology, we have to demonstrate the workability of the technology, and this has to be on mutual basis. They have to show us how their machineries, their equipments can really make our product, and we have to give them all the formulas, all the kind of compositions that need to be known by them. We hand over all the technologies, we hand over all the type of trainings that need to be given to their personnel to take care of our goods, because we know the basic stability criterias, uh, where we need to store it, where we need to process it, operation formalities, all those kind of like standard operating procedures that should be discussed with the personnel, so that our process should be as per our requirements. So whenever we think about the R&D institutions and science and technology ecosystem, so what is the role of the government stakeholders? What is the role of the ecosystem enablers to help the startups? They are doing the work in a very meticulous manner. Even the you might have heard about the Startup India awards. Like many of the good startups have faced the award. Even the states have backed awards for promoting startup. So what is their role exactly here is like they should inform the innovators about the latest technology developed around the world, because it's not about India. Now the business is going overseas, and whenever some new technologies comes in the India or world, every innovator must be well acquainted about it. Like not only the innovations which are very complex, but even very simple innovations that can generate lots of revenue in the market. So an objective assessment of the commercial potential of innovations are required. What is important about innovation? I'm giving an idea. It must have least resources and it must generate good revenue. So, grassroots innovations, frugal innovations are currently the need of the hour. In agri-tech, there are a lot of innovations are going on in India, which are becoming a demand for the overseas markets too. So, an objective assessment of commercial potential is like whenever my assets are more and my liabilities are very less, definitely I will be earning more and more. So if you can make such an innovation which is made from very least resources but a very good idea, so that idea, that intellectual property has the value, not the resources, not the like cost of raw materials. Cost of raw material may be very less. What is the cost would be there? It's the cost of the intellectual property, it's the cost of the idea that is generating revenue, not the cost of raw materials. So when the product is like that, it will have a kind of huge revenue generation potential, because the idea is protected, it's monopolized, and those ideas require least resources. It doesn't have so much of efforts in terms of lots of investments, lots of bootstrapping not required. So my suggestion to startups is like, think for an idea which has lots of revenue generation potential and least revenue or bootstrapping or investment needed. So we have to find out the objective assessment, how much my idea would be exploited in the market. And definitely national and international patenting is must. Idea is simple, but it's very unique, useful, industrially applicable. Then national and international patenting will give you a monopoly over it, and also the idea will be yours only. It will never be reverse engineered by anyone. It will never be taken up by anyone. So patenting is important. Then we have to find out how many potential manufacturers are there and how we could be differentiated from them. So once we find out that my product could be manufactured in this particular firm, then we need to contact to them. Even those firms can even connect us if they are interested. Then we go for negotiation of licensing agreement. Licensing agreement, suppose if it is put forward by you from another organization who is interested to collaborate with you, it doesn't mean that that is the final document. You should go through it. You can have your own terms and conditions. You can negotiate on the licensing agreement, and you can set up your own terms whenever needed. Suppose if you wish to license for 1 year or 2 year, definitely you should put forward those points over the another third party. And then you should have a legal backup for royalty collection. Royalty terms and conditions should be mandatorily written in the licensing agreement, because that's only a legal backup for you. So whenever sometime it happens that such royalties are not paid on time, then you should have some kind of legal backup. So that royalty is has to be taken very critically. And IPR consultancy to firms and R&D institutions is there, where IPR means like once you have a patent granted, then every year it has to be like kept on the journal of patents. So for that some fees has to be paid. So renewal of patent is must. So IP firms should be consulted, so that my patent must not get obsolete, must not be out of the register. So it should be maintained till the 20 years. And whenever some good ideas are there, definitely the ecosystem enablers provide them with good awards, prizes to motivate them for the future. Point comes is like how strategies are there to commercialize the technology is like first the government gives grants to R&D laboratories so that at least they can develop a workable product. They can validate their product and they can scale up the laboratory processes. If some startup is really good, they could be monetized by the government awards and prizes. They can get funding for patenting their idea, commercializing their innovations. So early stage support is always available from the government. Startup India Seed Fund provide up to 50 lakh of debt uh, to startups and up to 20 lakh of grants. So early stage startups can apply for grant and growth stage startups can apply for debt. Even many MSME policies, MSME Tarun loan, MSME Mudra loans, all are available for early stage startups. Nowadays in India, the grassroots innovations are currently growing by leaps and bounds because many of the government agencies such as DST, DBT, CSIR, ICAR, they are identifying such kind of frugal innovations. And those frugal innovations are very much welcomed in outside countries of India. I'm giving you some examples of this. This is a plowing machine that is motorcycle based. So these are I'm proud to say that these are all innovators from Gujarat, very rural areas of Gujarat like Amreli, Vadodara, or some are from Gandhinagar. So you can see these are innovations which have brought laurels by winning lots of awards. So this is a very simple machine, plowing machine. So earlier bullock carts and were all being used to plow the fields. Earlier, later on, these were being converted to the motorized machines such as tractors and all. But nowadays, you can see such motorcycles are so comfortable. AI-based monitoring system for farms. So they are monitoring everything on farm. They are this is totally AI based. Such machines are uh, providing large good quality seeds. They are analyzing the soils. They are analyzing the irrigation, and they are overall monitoring the whole farming practices. So there is no need to move from one side of farm to another by a farmer by just walking on the farms and getting tired. It's not needed. Nowadays, drones look after it. Drones look after how like your seeds are growing up, the stages of your cultivation, uh, what the soil needs, and they also provide irrigation to the soils. So the farming is so much easier. These are totally artificial intelligence based. The data are being collected also about the farms. So these systems nowadays, and this is very helpful for agri-tech. This is a smart tong. Smart tong is a very simple device, but that has also a revenue generation potential because people will buy this. So this is a system through which any of the hot container could be moved from one place to another by using this smart tong. This is a fridge. This is a mitti cool fridge that is made by a very small scale farmer in a remote area of Gujarat. So this is fridge made up of clay. It works on the principle of evaporation, simple evaporation. So water from the upper chamber drips down the sides and the inside compartments are kept cool. So the same principle actually a compressor works in a fridge and internal compartments are kept cool. But this is very frugal innovation. And this is validated. The internal components are kept cool for longer time. It was prevented from deterioration, and that's why all the materials stored inside the fridge were fresh. So this could be kept anywhere. This could be carried anywhere. Doesn't require electricity. So such simple innovations are being supported by the government, and these are highly welcomed outside India because they outside India, the major focus is the climate protection, environmental protection, and it works without any electricity. So such kind of frugal innovations need to be transferred. The technology should be transferred. So suppose if such innovations comes in market with least bootstrapping, least investment, and generating potential, generating lots of revenue because you are manufacturing on a large scale, so you will give employment to people also. So this will be a startup. So an idea which is really useful, but doesn't require much resources is the best idea. Strategies to commercialize technology comes as whenever we have certain technology, we should promote it. Promoting in the terms like we should have a very good licensing agreement. We should have our own terms of negotiation. Once we promote our idea well, we get a good grant, we get some awards, we get some prizes, we are well known in India and the world. It would be easy to have a kind of collaboration with other industries, have a good negotiation. Our all documents should be on our favor. So for that, we should have lots of reports preparation about feasibility, basic engineering design package. We should organize training programs. We should participate in exhibitions, publishing periodicals, audio visuals to popularize the indigenous technology. So once such technologies are popularized and becomes a kind of product of nation, Amul has adopted this practice. Like it looks like this is a product of our nation, the taste of India. So in that way, if we are promoting our product in such a way that even industries become interested to collaborate with us for tech transfer, even if you don't own a premise, even if you don't manufacture on our own, we can get third-party manufacturers at a very negotiable terms. So technical evaluation of the innovation is important. How technically we are different from others, how we are filling the gaps in technology and becoming technically competent to whenever we enter the market, there shouldn't be any competitor like us. They are there, but our uniqueness, our unique selling proposition, our value added products are very much different from the products already there in the market. So the next point comes is the facilitating export of the Indian products. So Indian products, whenever they need to be sold in other countries, they should have patent rights there. So emphasis is on the international patent production. So whenever we go for patent production in other countries, we should always go for the PCT filing, that is Patent Cooperation Treaty, because till now we are getting 90% reduction in fees in the international patent filing because India is in the developing countries. So in everywhere we don't have like transmittal fees. In every fee in the PCT route, we will have a 90% reduction. And once we go through the PCT, we will have our patent search done, patent examination, preliminary examination, that is optional. It is done. So whenever we enter after 31 months to any of the regional country, somewhere we are very sure that our patent will be granted or will not be granted. And then there would be a saving of money before entering in any of the regional country. So we can select the regional country before 31 months where to enter. So PCT route is the best route for entering the international. Value added technology should be assessed by doing the market survey. First is the problem. Whenever we see any problem and we find any solution to that, so that problem solving approach is important, but along with that we should think of, for solving this problem, what are the current competitors, current products available in market, and what the problem still the product is facing. So if you're solving that particular problem, you can stay apart from already existing product in the market. So suppose this is a big problem and that product is actually solving, but still you find some of the kind of loopholes. So that loopholes need to be addressed. Then only we can become a little bit technically more competent as compared to the earlier product. For licensing the technologies with other companies and the end user organizations, the best practices should be adopted so that industry ready technology should be produced. And every institution, that is a general suggestion, is like they should be monetized for development of technology, and they should have a good collaboration with other organizations also. So important is in the I think many of the academicians, if they are listening to me, it's whenever we have a industry institute partnerships, then such linkage can really help in the transfer of technology of the students. So in the lab scale technology, whenever we see them, sometimes we feel that it may not be very feasible to enter the market. But if we have some industry in collaboration with us, we can scale up the product in industry. We can make them partners. We can file the even patents together. So in the later courses also they will help us, and we can take the product, because in universities, even if it is a very big university, sometimes it's not possible to do the tech transfer at university level only. So if we have a linkage with the organizations, industry, R&D centers, we can transfer our lab scale technology to that level. So every student startup, every student innovator, if they have done something very good in their projects, they should definitely take the advantage of that industry institute linkage and partnerships and develop their product from a lab scale product to a commercial scale product. So I'm very happy to answer your questions. If you have anything about the tech transfer, about the startup steps, startup journey, or about like any of the IPR, if you possess, if you own any IPR and wish to commercialize it, wish to monetize it, and want to know the steps exactly to follow to get the government funding, to go through the startup journey for tech transfer, collaborations, any of the documentation, you can definitely ask me.
I'm trying to see the questions. Actually, it's the last session, so I think the audience is also a bit tired. Let me see. So yeah, I think Chandni Jha. Ma'am, what are the basic things which we require before starting any startup, and things which we should keep in mind about its pros and cons? Okay, a bit general question.
Yeah. So okay, so this is a general question for all the startups, and I'm addressing it on behalf of Chandni to all the startups about the answer of this question. So whenever you have any startup, so first thing is that you should, if you are like thinking of any startup, first of all you should have an innovative technology in your hand. So innovative technology, I just said that it should fill the gaps that the earlier technology has, and you have to do the market survey for that. So your product must solve a problem, and that problem must not be solved earlier by earlier existing marketed products. So if you are filling those gaps, at least you are sure to bring a unique selling proposition in market, should have some value added product in market which is different from already existing product. So that first thing, and first and foremost thing. After that, once you have a lab scale product that is tested and validated, you should definitely fetch some of the government funding, because that's not only funding, but it's a kind of brand, a reputation that I am a Startup India funded product, and should go for a DPIIT recognition. DPIIT recognition is must for startup, that normally takes about 1 week, and it can make you a category of startup, and you will be eligible for all the government fundings under Startup India seed fund schemes. After that, once you have those things, you should apply definitely for the tax exemption for 3 years. So all the startups who are DPIIT recognized can avail the facility of tax exemption for the 3 years, and also you should like go for GST registration of your product. That is like your charter accountant or any finance person will help. So GST registration is must. If you have any premise, you should go for the site audit and get your premise approved for clearances. And if you have a product which is based on FMCG, food product, you should go for the license under Food and Drug Authorities. If you are making some of the kind of nutraceuticals or drugs which are allopathic based, not the Ayurveda product, should go for the Drug and Cosmetics Act licenses. So licensing part is important for you. So any of the product which is a medical device or any product, so if it is a medical device, I don't know about the product, you should go for the ABC type of licenses that are already there on the sites. So that regulatory compliances are must before entering the market. So you should have your test licenses if you are doing some kind of such products, and after getting test license, you should get it tested in all the government organizations and also the private R&D labs. So once your test license part is done, you can go for the manufacturing license. Manufacturing license need the documentation of test licenses. Means like your testing is done, your testing data, your credentials, your certificates from where you did the testing. That will help you to get the manufacturing license. Once you get the manufacturing license, now you should look after where to manufacture your product. Is it your own premise? Normally in Startup India Seed Fund, if you are applying for debt up to 50 lakhs, but it will be difficult for you to use those 50 lakhs for your premise, you can use a rented premise. So even a rented premise could work, doesn't need to have your own premise. So in a rented premise, you should even go for the site audit. You should have your proper layout, like should be suitable. Suppose it depends on your product. If it is a kind of such products which require proper HVAC conditions to be maintained, like humidity, ventilation and air conditioning, so that need to be established in your premise and should be audited and certification must be done. uh, to surpass this, I just explained to you, like you can negotiate with some other company to manufacture for you for technology transfer of your product. You can talk to some other pharma giants, or if it's a pharma product, if it is software based product, you can talk to other companies and can make a licensing document based on negotiations. You can charge royalties from them, who can do the tech transfer on your behalf. If you have a granted IP, you can even license your IP to another company and get royalty in return for some time till you are very much eligible for manufacturing your own product. So till now, you can at least generate revenue out of your product by licensing your IP or technology transfer, giving your product data, your means like data sheet, your composition, formulation to other party who can do tech transfer, who can do scale up of your product and manufacture on your behalf. So that's just, I told you, it could be exclusive or non-exclusive. So you can do the like tech transfer for product development at one premise or packaging to another premise. In that way, you can collaborate with few of the companies and can take your product forward for from lab scale to manufacturing scale and for production. So till now, like it's important for a startup to have their financial projections ready. So you should have the proper calculation of your creditor turnover, inventory, because you have to store overhead cost, then your profitability ratio, what it could be. And the last part comes is the contacting the venture capitalists, angel investors who can invest in you. So before that, you should have your like EBITDA calculation, earning before interest, tax, depreciation. Your balance sheet should be predict. This is all projected, projected balance sheet, projected profitability ratios. How will you utilize the funds if given to you? So that you can attract some investors. Then you have to tell them exactly what is your profitability ratio and how much money will you return in the future course of action in the next 5 years. So if they look it very lucrative, they definitely will invest in you. And once you get a very good investment, you can really expand. You can have your own premise, you can expand your product to a growth stage, and there are lots of opportunities with you. So in this way, definitely you can proceed.
Yeah, it's
hope
a
I
bit general
so-
question, and there's a new session for that actually.
yes,
Startups.
exactly.
Yeah, there's one more question by Sri Devi Asokan, but I think this question was already answered by Shweta ma'am in the last session. What do you think are major challenge in starting startups by women?
Okay, women. No, I just see that women entrepreneurs are flourishing day by day in nowadays. Why? Because I'm just talking about Startup Gujarat policy. So their women entrepreneurs are more preferred because the sustenance allowance for women are more than the even men entrepreneurs. Expedited applications of patent examination. So expedited examination is only available either to a startup or individuals in which one applicant is a female. So there are a lot of benefits to the women entrepreneurs nowadays. So I think it would be a kind of opportunity. It is not a challenge, it's a kind of opportunity. Challenges comes in actually in the mindset, like somewhere we think that we can't do, but actually there is no such hurdle. Even men and women face the same challenges in the field of startups. There is absolutely nothing like a challenge. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So one last question, maybe. So what are the advantages of MSME over DPIIT startups? Is
Okay.
it different?
So, no, actually, MSME is normally registered under Udyam portal, as a MSME. So micro level companies and startup, actually they do not have any difference. DPIIT is a kind of recognition. It's a certificate that is given by the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, whereas MSME is a kind of MSME ministry. So MSME ministry provide the Udyam portal, and through which could be recognized as a MSME. MSME has also the advantage of expedited applications of expedited examinations of patent application, as well as they are eligible for loans such as MSME Mudra, MSME Tarun loan. DPIIT recognized startups are eligible for Startup India seed funding. So these are two different aspects. I can say two different government schemes. MSME loans normally are provided to those startups who are in the growth stage and have some work orders. So if you have some work orders, you are most eligible for MSME loans. So, loan is given to somebody who has the revenue generation potential. So the same way government also looks after that. So early stage startup should go for DPIIT.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for this great presentation. Very, very technical and precise. I think one of the most technical presentations you can see on technology commercialization currently, as the topic is gaining a lot of popularity now. So I guess, ma'am, thank you. I think I will conclude Turnip Innovation Festival with this talk, and really pleasure to have you conclude this session. Really pleasure to host all the speakers, and the audience was very active. I mean, it's incredible response from them. So even now, you can say informative session. Thank you. So a lot of thank you messages and a lot of active in the chat. So great. Thank you, ma'am. I think I will end the stream right now. All I can tell the audience is the feedback form will be sent to you via email. You can get your certificates for the attendance, and welcome everybody. Looking forward to host you in 2025, and before that, looking forward to host you in other Turnip courses and Turnip events. So thank you everybody. Thank you Yamini, thank you Paromita, Ratan Chaudhary. So wonderful. Mati, thank you very much. Indeed, great talks. Even I had fun in the back end. I was listening, and yeah. Rishi Sharma, thank you. Arun Shukla, wonderful to have you. Abu Sayed Mondal, great. So thank you everybody. We will be in touch via email, and with this I'll conclude Turnip Innovation Festival 2024. All the best. Have a nice day ahead and a nice weekend. Bye bye.
Thank you very much.